Alright, let's see how far back we end up going. Because we're on the real detectives, so it doesn't save as often.
The Cyber Oracle said, "Hello."
Hello, Cyber Oracle. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. So it looks like it put us in the graveyard, so that's kind of cool. We're not that far back. I was worried that we were going to have to do pretty much this entire section again. But, looks like we got a relatively recent save. So the main thing is we haven't really discussed that one thing. We haven't done that other thing. Okay, let's see. And then we probably should go over here and rob this thingy, right? No reason not to take the coins. Let's see, let's see. So then we need to go over here and leave. And then about the only other thing we
Can
did
I
was a
help you,
tutorial
partner?
for the farm. And I am kind of glad it did say before this guy, because I did want to do him a little different.
Why? Why did you do it to me?
You know what? I'm going to offer to smear the game. I'm a beginner, but I could smear the game on my channel. My viewers could join in and trash the game. By the way, viewers, this game, Harvest Time, is shit. This game right here, Harvest Time, I mean, it's not a real game, it's a game in a game, but the game in the game is shit. Probably. Maybe. Seriously, you would do that? Yeah, you know what? Sure. Just, yeah. Yeah, sure. I'll post a few videos from the game and you can send me some audio comments. The more pissed you are, the more views we'll get. Yeah, I get it. People like to watch shit like that. Maybe they'll stop playing and the devs will return the game to its former greatness. Dude, I'll give you the kind of content nobody gets. I'll put all my rage into it. Prepare your forward for some serious ass whooping. I'll go record my commentary. See ya. Okay, okay, dude. Kinda curious how that maybe affects things later on. We don't have a green point is what we're missing for that one. Don't have enough red. Red. Yeah, we're mainly missing red points. Except for these which are missing green. Okay. Let's see. So we need to come over here, and this guy supposedly tells us stories, but all he seems to be doing for me is sleeping on a barrel, so I don't know what's up with that guy. And theoretically, we should be able to jump from here, but I can't seem to be able to do that. So I'm not sure why I'm not able to jump from that. Okay, and then we go down here, and we can go to our farm and stop that lady from ghost jumping us. We'll have to go into the farm eventually to do the one guy because he wants the loot boxes.
Can I help you, partner?
Yes, 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 we already did this thing a little bit. It just didn't save because of the mode we're on. True detective mode. There you go,
Can
Wild
I help
Poppy.
you,
I
partner?
did it. Thank you very much. Okay. Now what was the next farm task? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, just picking pumpkin. And then she tells us about the golden pumpkins, right?
Howdy.
Yeah, golden pumpkins. Then after that is the loot boxes, I think. Or is it strawberries next?
Can I help you, partner?
Yep, golden pumpkin picked. Yeah, and then this is the treasure one, but we're going to go ahead and just go over here. And then we'll go over here. This time I'll do this one a little bit differently. I think this one I will just destroy the gate with a crowbar. Wasn't the most subtle approach, but definitely effective. The gate disappeared and so did the others, but I wasn't exactly quiet. My activity drew the attention of a cowboy strolling nearby. Hey, what are you
Hey,
doing?
buddy. Such a nice day, and you're disturbing the good people's fun.
Hey there, partner. Why are you bothering these good people on such a nice day? They were having such a splendid time. I saw you messing with the gates. That's not very nice. Go explore this wonderful game, kiss a cow, shove your head up a horse's ass. Whatever. Just leave, okay? I threw a quick punch toward his temple, and the wimp didn't even blink. My fist stopped a few inches from his head. I had forgotten there was no PvP in this game. The cowboy chuckled and spat. You can't fuck anyone up anymore. I know. It sucks. Howdy, partner. Don't you recognize me? Have a closer look. I put on my special advertisement smile. You're quite astute. These are no regular players. They're in all work and all play therapy. They are exploited. You understand? Deputy Tiger. Comfortable, reliable, and fashionable. Only for the quick-footed. So nice to meet a celebrity inside a game. Props, sister. Have you ever wondered what it's like being a celebrity on the net? I could interview you and post it on my channel. Really, I'm not sure I have anything interesting to say. That's a cool avatar. Pretty stylish. Any reason for it? Thanks. Whether I'm online or in Realium, I always pay attention to what I'm wearing. Clothes make the man, right? What kind of work do you do? Well, I watch the cattle, as all true cowboys do. All right, one more question and I need to get back to work. Looks to me like the farmers you're supervising aren't regular players. Am I right? What an intuition. They're in therapy. It's a work and fun kind of rehab. They abuse pharmacological substances, if you know what I mean. They're junkies. Poor addicted junkies, that's the sad truth. Alright, that's it. You can get back to work. May the sun always shine on you. Thanks, partner. Have a nice day. Okay, so that happened, I guess. Okay, I'll stop bothering you. I'm a game deck. I want to find a solution for your problem. I can't speak with you. I know that some people get disconnected. If you do something about it, you'll have my gratitude.
Ah, you're you're that game deck, right?
Yes, I
I'm
am,
glad
and
you're
we've
here.
had your conversation before. Don't think it's for entertainment. His name is Ack. He makes sure we meet our daily targets. We can't talk to anyone or even go to the town. It's just sowing and reaping. And then these health problems started to appear. Ack says that it happens sometimes and that we just need to wait it out. It's so hot. Now, it would be nice to have sensory surgeon to diagnose her, but we don't have that. I don't think we can get it because that's right here and we don't have enough empathy. We don't even have enough empathy to get scalpel. Um, Something about getting disconnected, sorts the problem, become more frequent. And it's like that one lady and the other thing, and then she starts having an issue. Mm-hmm. Or she doesn't. Doesn't she? I don't. Doesn't she start having issues? I thought she started having issues.
Oh, okay, let's talk.
Okay, there it goes. I just had to keep asking her questions. There it goes. Dakota fell again. And this time, I'm going to not intervene. Because these people got really mad when I intervened. They're like, "Why did you intervene? You destroyed her data. You shouldn't have intervened. You shouldn't do that." So you know what? I'm just not going to intervene this time. I decide to wait and see what happens. Ack, what now? Ack stared blankly at his shiny boots. Nothing. She'll be back in a couple of hours. Get back to work, moron. He turned to me. And you, stop hanging around here. Ah, can we talk? Howdy, partner. Ask about the farmers he's supervising. Could you at least tell me who it is that you're watching and why? They're low city scum. They've got tasks they need to focus on, so don't bother them. They won't speak to you. I could explain how you're interfering with the delicate process of specialized therapy, but you should be a sweetheart and leave. Ask about the farmer's health. I heard the orange folk experience pains, memory loss, speech difficulties, and that's enough, friend. Slow down there. They pay me for supervising, so I supervise. Okay? Now would you kindly get off this field? No, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with these people, bruh. Hold on, we were having such a pleasant conversation. Let's talk some more. Thanks, partner. Wait, I am not done talking to you. I am not done
Please
talking to you.
don't interrupt their work.
Talk about the Orange Folk. I see a lot of staff from the Orange Folk organization here. Are you a part of it? Hell no, I only watch over them. Alright, we had our talk. And we could, if we had Scalpel, ask about therapy, but that one's, I think, no? Yeah, but that one we need 2 more empathy points for. Ask about the weather. Isn't it a beautiful day, partner? It's always like this in harvest time. I'd love to lay down on the grass, but somebody's got to watch over these losers. But that's a cowboy's lot, watching over the cattle. Enough of this chit chat. Stop bothering me. Okay, so that's his dialogue exhausted. Okay, so then, Beaufort. I have to do my day's work. Now that Dakota's out, we have to hustle even harder. So, what, do you not have a conversation if I didn't? What happened to your quest? Hmm. That farmer was practically standing still. His avatar's name was Sundance Jack. It was one of the default names suggested by the game. Hey Jack, I'm a Gamedec. I'm handling your case. He didn't respond. I opened my deck and checked his activity. The data transfer was massive. This player was really busy. If you see someone who doesn't seem to be doing anything, and their data packets are still going wild, then you know something is off. Hey buddy, are you in game? He didn't react. Yo, cowboy. I reached out a hand and it felt like it went through a barely visible barrier. The guy was solid as a rock. He didn't react. Hmm. Curious. Curiouser and curiouser. Beaufort, do you really not have a quest for me? I guess I probably should have interrupted her then. I just assumed he would do the quest, even if I didn't log her out, but the farmer had a female skin that didn't stand out from the others working in this area. She manifested a kinetic hyperactivity. Most of her actions were pointless. When I was younger, I loved playing harvest. Sun-scorched earth, the neighing of horses, the smell of cows. Ah, the memories. LOL. Posted a screenshot of your avatar online. Oh my god. Trying to read it. I can somewhat read it, but something three flowing something. Sally used a chat box instead of a voice communicator, plus she was using a program that swapped the number of characters for others. Peppered with flourishes, the cipher was typical of young schoolchildren. I don't have a programmer, too. Honey, I don't care much for that mumbo jumbo. How about we have a serious rap like true low city homies? Boring. Um, you're behaving a little odd. Your movements, I mean. How long have you been like this? How long? Dude, it feels like forever. I'm so woozy. We're talking something causes the boss lady. We need to. I had to analyze the chat to figure out what um. It said someone was watching you. She noticed my confusion and cracked up. That wasn't what I wanted. Cut that shit out and talk normally. It pisses me off. She gave the finger. The game system displayed notification that I was added to Sally Silly's ignore list. Okay, that didn't work. I've got a re-educator I can do now if I wanted to. You've learned to survive on the walkways the hard way. Your experience combined with knowledge of the law serves you as a powerful weapon. Not only can you break someone's jaw, but by referring to certain regulations, you can just as sufficiently convince them, that is. I still don't have enough empathy points to do pretty much anything else. But if we see a dialogue with that, we can do that if we want to. Now we can't talk to her anymore, okay? Hello, Emmett. No? No, okay. Bye, Emmett. Nobody in that section. So I guess we can't do that quest now because we did
Oh,
that
please
differently.
stay. Maybe I'll get lucky again if you're here.
The farmer was toiling away. He looked at me without stopping his work. Who are you? I'm a Gamedec. Stanley said you could help me. Oh, it's you. Fantastic. Hold on, I'm looting. Wow, it's the frilly dress of the Confederate General's wife. Type 12, with a spicy apple perfume in a 3-meter radius. Not a bad drop. I guess you brought me luck. That will make up half my day's work. We can talk. I stood and watched him work. Oh, there's a treasure chest. Let's see what's inside. Oh man, it's the Great Anxiety Chief's headdress. What can you say about others from your organization? They're not as good as me. Well, maybe except for Jack, but he's like a machine, hardly ever leaves the game. He's completely off now and you can't get through to him. He lives in La La Land because time runs differently for him. Another box, and inside, an untainted coyote carcass with a 1-week decay time, ornamented. I'm new to this game. Tell me more about the loot boxes. Better ask Handy Joe, the bot by the station. He'll explain it better. You basically grow your crops, wait a little, click, and sometimes a box pops out. There are goodies inside. From what he said, those boxes drop very fast, suspiciously fast. Do you use any boosts? What? I don't need any boosts. All it takes is skill and some luck. You, for one, are my lucky teddy bear. A bunny. I could work with you all day. Another treasure chest, and in it, the grave digger's sturdy shovel with accelerated parsley cultivation bonus. Stanley said you got disconnected a lot. Has it happened to you? Not much. Almost never. Only when I'm really tired. But I take the right mix and everything's fine. What kind of mix is that? Telomin, Vitatel, Strobo 5, protein, and vitamin and mineral supplements, and something for reinforcement. I can't remember the name. Wow, you really do bring me luck. My treasure is the Autumn Infinite watering can with the voice of the Golden Gorge stream. That's quite a lot. Could you give me a hand? I need to take my spoils to the fence in town. If you could help me, I would owe you one. A big one. Sure. All right, guy, I'll help you. I need you to deliver this loot to the fence. Talk to the stall keeper, Fruity Betty, I mean. All clear? Um, you need to remember that my time is really valuable, guy. I don't work for free. Sure, sure. What do you need? Gold coins or maybe a weapon? Sure, give me a weapon. A weapon will do. Why won't you go there personally, though? I could, but time is money, friend, and I'm even losing it right now. Sorry, but that's the truth. I could be looting right now. Where can I find the fence? In the town on the hill. Black Rook used to do it, but Fruity Betty took over his business. Okay, I can do that. Silly Sally. Silly Sal's code is as follows. Oh, I could have looked here to try to do that a little better, I guess. Deduction. Someone else is pulling the strings. They're forced to collect loot boxes. They're addicted to the game, or they've used pharmacological substance. So we've got all the potential deductions. We're missing one data. Accidents in harvest time. People are faint and locked off. All the workers come from the slums of Low City. Memory problems, loss of spatial awareness, slurred speech, weakness, physical ailments. Everyone has the same symptoms. My employers are heavy med and stimulant users. All the orange folk use free and anonymous freemium accounts. And one of the workers is clearly overseeing the work of the others. The orange folk use cheats and exploits. That's why the system kicks them out from the game. The orange folk are either forced or manipulated into collecting and selling loot boxes. The orange folk spend too much time in the game. They're losing control of reality. Their bodies and minds are paying the price. They suffer from side effects of pharmacological substances. Well, I think it's pretty obvious someone's pulling the strings, right? That's the correct answer. Because somebody is taking advantage of these guys being junkies and being in the middle of a rehab program to collect loot boxes. So it's either one of these two, actually. I don't know which one would be more correct. Because yes, someone else is pulling the strings to force them to collect the loot boxes. I mean, it's kind of like both, right? But this one indicates that they're using cheats and exploits, and I'm not completely sure that they're doing that. So probably actually this one, I guess. Okay, double check I talked to everybody. Bessie, okay, you don't talk to me. Cool, gotcha. And that's everybody? Yeah, that's everybody. So we'll go in town, and we also need to go talk to the banker, right? Because we haven't done that one yet. Get us some more coins. I think that's the only other thing we
You
haven't
have
done
to
that we
level up
did
more.
once already. No, that's Gravedigger Hank. That's a different guy. Not sure what's up with him. This boy over here, the
I'm
busted
out of
AFK.
fucking order.
Hack the bot. Get 1,000 coins. Very good. I don't think there's anything else we could do with him, but that's fine. Okay.
You have to level up more.
Fruity
Hello
Betty.
again.
Sell guy spoils. Hi Betty, I have a couple of items for sale. I'll take it all and pay you immediately. I would like to sell all the stuff. Please transfer the whole sum to my account. Sure, sweetie. You'll get the money in a couple of days after the auction. For now, accept these coins as a bonus from the transaction. Thank you, Betty. The pleasure's all mine. From now on, you're one of my regulars and a friend, sweetheart.
Hello again.
Have a nice day, farmer.
Okay. So what I think I'm going to do,
It's good to see you.
let's see, go and double check something
Add me to your
real
friends,
quick.
partner.
What I think I'm going to do,
Add me to your friends, partner.
is I'm going to sort of take advantage of the way the save system works here a little bit. And we're going to go back just a little bit. Because main thing I wanted to do there is earn 5,000 coins, which was an achievement. Okay,
Howdy,
so yeah,
howdy,
that's how that
howdy. Welcome
works.
to High Rock, the most beautiful town in the Wild West.
So then we're going to do that. Ask about Stanley. Okay.
Hee-haw.
Okay.
You just inherited a
We're
grand
going
piece
to
of
go along
land.
with it, and then we won't teleport yet. And then we're going to come over here and read this. Okay, and then this time we're going to go straight over here. Rusty Ed. How do we wake the old man? Because if we kick the barrel, it doesn't work. How do we wake Rusty Ed up?
This game is so
Hmm.
addictive.
I almost feel like we need like either Re-Educator or Gangway Hound. You won't be broken by tension, pressure, or stress, since danger before it manifests. Yeah, we probably need like Re-Educator maybe? It's bugging me why he isn't waking up. So this time we're going to try come up here and climb up the ladder. We're going to come over here. Okay, now we can jump. That's interesting. Why we couldn't jump earlier, I don't know. Now the question is can we jump in the well this time? I don't know if we can. Okay, so we can't leave yet.
Hello?
And then we have this. Scan the player. Press Stanley. People from the guild will be so jealous. Ask what's troubling him. Um, talk about your pay. No, let's talk about the job. I want to make sure that this money is enough. Let's leave it. It's not the most important thing right now. That's good. We had already talked about the money. Good. Side looked tired. Tell me more about your organization. Organization's a stretch. Play on free accounts. We don't talk anyway. Um, Tell me why you call the game deck to harvest time. My friends from the group get disconnected a lot. That's not it. Forced logouts were rare. The computer your couch is hooked up to must have reported the cause of those logouts. Did you keep those logs, and can you share them with me? You don't know how, and you don't know much about it. Okay, that's fair. I could come over and check. That's not possible. So you want me to find out why you got disconnected from the game. It would be great if you could tell us why members are so exhausted, and William or in the game as well. Both. It happens more often lately. Sometimes my legs are so shaky they creak. Even when I'm asleep, I dream I'm, tired. I'll try to find out what the problem is. Looked around the area. It was a charming location. Um, you said you were tired? Other than that, how are you? Well, pretty bad lately. Work's getting harder. I've got a headache. My arms and legs are sore. Almost everything hurts. It's bad. Don't know how to describe it. I'm kind of muddled. All that getting in and out of the game makes it hard to remember what day it is, what happened, and so on. The bosses say I don't know what past choices here affects that. That's a little weird, right? And they're on the public farms. Okay. Fair enough, friend. Fair enough. Okay, so yeah, not sure. Now we're going to try over here. We'll return to town.
Yee-haw!
Yes, yes, thank
You
you,
just
thank you,
inherited
thank
a
you, thank you,
grand piece of land.
thank you. Goodbye. So we're going to go here. So we can't jump down. How can we do both? Theoretically, we can do both, jump down the well and end up from the top, but it's not letting me do both. Why is it not letting me do both? That is weird. Do I have to read all the board thingies or something? Genuinely confused. Genuinely confused.
Hey, you want to join the gang for the Pumpkin King raid?
Hmm. Genuinely confused why that's just not a thing. I don't know. Okay, so come over here. We will still brute force this, I think. That's the easiest way here.
Hey, buddy. Such a nice day, and you're disturbing the good people's
That
fun.
didn't work. Present yourself. It's just interviewing him. Okay, yeah, that's good. Wait. Get over here. I want to talk. I want to talk to you. Talk to me, fool.
Please don't interrupt their work.
Wait, did I give you permission to walk away? No, I did not.
Please don't interrupt their work.
Okay, I think that's all the... unless I get scalpel. Okay, there we go. Okay, now back over here, and this time we will log her out.
Ah, you're that Gamedec, right? Thank God you're here.
Say something about yourself. Yeah, that's the one that, it's be painful.
Oh, okay, let's talk.
Okay, yeah, that's the same as that. And then she loses balance. Okay, and then Dakota falls again. Extract her data. Do an emergency logout. So I didn't save for progress. Why is that so important? It's not dream space. She's not going to lose her spacecraft if she doesn't. Fucking hell, you have no idea what you've done. Stop whining and back get to work. She's been not busting her ass for 3 days. Her couch was supposed to log her out, but it didn't. Her suit was overheating. I didn't want to risk it. Would you? That's your department, isn't it? I have my own job and I stick to it. We work fairly here. Uh-huh. Now he... okay. Now he won't. Okay, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, please stay. Maybe I'll get lucky again if you're here.
Do you use any cheats? I've got my methods, but I can't tell you what it is. Okay. Tell me the secret. Okay, sure, I'll deliver your loot. And this time I will actually deliver it, and he will give me a weapon. And I will actually deliver it to his account this time. So, because I've already got the achievement for all the coins, so I just am
Have a
focusing
nice day,
on
farmer.
getting an achievement for a weapon this time. I wonder if I could threaten him with a weapon. That would be kind of cool. How are we doing in this? We still got all of those, right? Okay, no, we're missing one, it looks like, but we can still do the deduction we were thinking we were doing. Okay.
Howdy.
Fruity
Isn't
Betty.
it a beautiful day? The only thing that could make it better is some shopping.
Sell guys spoils, transfer everything to the orange folks. Thank you, Betty. The pleasure's all mine. Ask about the orange folks since I'm here and talking to you. Okay. And then I should be able to get a gun now. Even though I'm not sure what's up with that guy. Or with the multiple entrances to the graveyard.
What a lovely day.
Okay.
I love loot
It contained a
boxes.
pricing list. Everything seems to be in order. I knew I could trust you. You said you wanted a weapon for the trouble, right? Or did you change your mind? Yeah, I would like a weapon. There you go. Though you can only use it to kill impact bandits on your farm since they remove PvP. Well, there's also the Sunset Duels event. You know, the one where you challenge the sheriff to a duel. If you win, you take his star. But for that, you would need a high-level character or lots of cash. I did what you asked me to. Tell me your secret. Good one, but no, I have to keep it a secret. Okay, I trust you. I'm using a speed boost. He told me about the speed boost. Look at that, another treasure. This time it's a Midnight Express ticket. Oh man, a gym like this only comes once in a lifetime. That could get me a lot of money. Ask about the Midnight Express ticket. That Midnight Express ticket you found in your box. Why is it so valuable? It allows you to go to other areas of the game, visit new places, build a new farm. It's a fresh start. What's the point in starting over? Why would anyone want a fresh start? I don't know. Because it's cool. I heard it's cool. There's the treasure chest. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. What do we want to do now? Okay, let's see. Achievement-wise, there's only the Ed telling his stories. I don't know why he's not telling me his stories. And it's live. Find ways, 2 ways to get to the graveyard. Okay. So we will go ahead and do this. They're forced to collect loot boxes. The software speed side of my employer's helmets increases the speed of virtual time and the wearer's immediate surroundings. That makes their users able to harvest many times faster. Yeah. See, that's the loot boxes. The suspects. Who's making them do it? No data, no data, no data. Okay. Objective complete. Tell Stanley what you've deducted. Okay, I guess I'm supposed to go back to Stanley now. I'm assuming he's still in the graveyard. Maybe this is how we get the double graveyard. Where I jumped in through the roof this time, right? Can I still not talk to you? No, it's not working.
I need to log out, but there is so much to do.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that guy. Weirdness. Okay. Okay, so we just have to wait until this moment to do it. Okay, there we go. There's the it's a life achievement. Find 2 ways to reach the graveyard. So the only one I don't have for harvest time is talking to Ed, which he's sleeping and I don't know how to get to him. Ed,
Howdy. I
howdy,
can
cowgirl.
see you've wandered off the trail.
I'm the sheriff in this town. Not many players know about this place, especially newcomers. What brings you here? Wild West Sheriff. It all added up. I'm going to meet someone. I need to talk to someone here. Yeah, you mean Stanley, right? He was waiting here for you, but had to leave the game. He asked me to talk to you on his behalf, if you don't mind, of course. But before I do, allow me to proceed with the formalities. He straightened up and cleared his throat. As the Sheriff of High Rock, I would like to officially welcome you to our community. I'm here to help beginners and uphold the law. The game's rules, that is. Welcome, Rancher. I reached out my hand. The sheriff looked me in the eyes and smiled and shook my hand. Not only will I answer all your questions, but you'll receive something else. A welcome package and a pouch of coins for your farm. Cool, ain't it? Let's go down to the saloon and talk over a drink. What do you say? What is this welcome package? Boost, vanity items, stuff like that. You'll get it soon, but not here. The graveyard isn't a good place for that sort of gift. Let's go. I might have a job for you that will get you something more than gold coins. Gamedec. Okay. Let's take a walk. Hank, it's good to see you. How long until you're done? I just logged in. 6 weeks left. Howdy, Ben. How's that achievement going? You got it? Howdy, Sheriff. I'm about to crack the physics behind these bundles. Today's the day. It has to be. What's this achievement you're working on? The Great Pyramid of Bundles. I'll be the first player to get it. Oh, well, good luck with that, buddy. I know how much achievements can be fun to farm sometimes, so good luck with that, friend. There's the saloon. You're blocked from accessing it, but we'll fix that little problem promptly. The sheriff typed a few commands into the game's interface. I saw that I now had access to the saloon. Not a bad trick. It's one of the privileges of being sheriff. I can grant access to the saloon to anyone I want. Because normally that would be a level 15, which is impossible on a free account. Because we tried that earlier. First, let me ask you this. What's your poison? Whiskey? Tea, please. Bottoms up, then. To the meeting, I'm telling you, friend, this stuff may be digital, but it tastes like the real thing. It's phenomenal. Where would you like to begin? First thing, you offered to do Stanley a favor when we were in the graveyard. Stanley was waiting for you, but he had to log out of the game. You can talk to me if you want. Why did he log out of the game? He wasn't feeling well. It happens sometimes. You had information for him on some issue concerning the Orange Folk. Is that correct? Before we get to that, can you tell me anything about the Orange Folk Orange Dream Farmers? What is there to say? They're farmers from a public farm. I was informed they're the reason you're in harvest time. Stanley is one of them. He mentioned they have a problem. I'm a bit surprised they didn't ask for my help. Well, they're kids playing on freemiums to pass the time, just for the hell of it. They've no ambition to own a farm. Are the Orange Folk really children? Didn't you know that? Yeah, they're kids. That's why I can't figure out why they would hire a game deck. That sounds a little sus. I mean, I guess I could see kids being junkies, but what makes you think that I'm a game deck? Word travels fast. It's quite extraordinary having Gamedec in High Rock. People get, excited. They're curious why the Orange Folk hired you. Hell, I'm curious myself, but I respect that your investigation might require secrecy. On the other hand, I could help you. I know everyone here, you see? What can you offer me? I say we try a good old partnership between officer and detective. I've got a feeling that you're here to solve my problem. Can you tell me a bit more? Listen, I have a feeling our goals overlap. High Rock has a problem with a certain player, the Outlaw. I've been informed that they might be involved in prohibited activities. I reported it to the admins, but the Outlaw keeps coming back with new accounts. I need solid proof to ban them from this world for good. I know you're running an investigation. I think it's connected to the Outlaw. Could you share your observations? We could work together. Fine, I won't go into details, but I can share some of my observations with you. I didn't want to tell him the truth, but I had to tread lightly with the lies so he wouldn't get wise to them. I was called here to investigate a case involving, um, Sick cows. Sick cows. Supposedly the game has a bug that makes cows act strange. They kind of become sick. Sheriff looked at me from under his hat. You've been asking the farmers with no cows about it. You're pulling my leg, friend. You didn't buy it. It's a shame you're not being straight with me. I was hoping to hire you to stand to make some money because my problem's perfect for a game deck. I'm not interested in your job. Thanks for the chat, Sheriff. I'm going back to work. Let me at least give you the welcome package. The sheriff made several gestures and opened the game's options. Welcome to Harvest Time. Please accept this humble gift. You've received 3 mystery gifts. I can't wait to open them for you. Come to the ranch. You received a gift of 500 coins. You can use it to buy wonderful items, for example, from me. Let's meet up. Thanks, Sheriff. That's a nice gesture. Pleasure's all mine, friend. Now that I have the package, I should probably go back to my farm. Thanks for welcoming me to High Rock. Take care, Sheriff. I had to take care of the job from Stanley. Stay out of trouble and have a good one. Sheriff Billy tapped the brim of his hat and left the game. One of the women upstairs beckoned me and pointed at the stairs that ran along the saloon's outer wall. My name is Lee Ann. We could help each other. Let's meet behind the saloon. That woman, Leanne, must have been listening in on our conversation. She wanted to meet me outside the saloon.
Welcome to the High Rock Saloon. Can I get you anything?
Tell me about the local rumors. I'm sorry, but I can only serve drinks. I'm an automatic character, not a player. Please don't look so surprised. A player hired me to fill in for them as a bartender, their town profession. This paid service lets you keep a role despite being absent. If you're interested in other paid services, please visit the game's website. Now then, can I get you anything? Pour me a drink, would you? You need premium account to order drinks here. Right, I get it. I do get it. Anybody else I can talk to in here? Doesn't look like it.
Howdy, what can I get you?
Okay. I guess we'll go outside and see if we can find that Leanne character. Howdy. The woman looked noble and serious, though she kept looking around as though she was afraid of something. When she noticed me, her face took on an perilous look. You're Gamedec, aren't you? Yes, I'm working on a certain case here. I accidentally overheard your conversation with the sheriff, and I think that I might have a simple but lucrative job for you. I would like you to provide me with intel about the sheriff, who he is, what he does, how many zeros he has in his bank account, and so on. Anything you could tell me about his life in William would be useful. Can I count on your help? Why do you need this information? I'm considering entering into a financial arrangement with this person. I would like to make sure he's solvent and trustworthy. That's all. Alright, I'll vet him. Wonderful. Once you acquire this information, please come to the guild house. I'll be waiting for you there. Tell Rusty Ed that you work for me. He'll invite you to the guild. I suddenly felt the air move as if someone had walked right past me, but nobody was there. I resumed the conversation with Leanne. I'm terribly sorry, I got a bit distracted for a moment. Yes, I noticed. Well, I think that will be all, unless you have more questions. Can you tell me something about yourself? I sense that you're a strong and interesting person. I'm sure I'm not wrong. Oh, stop it. I'm not that interesting. I'm just a regular Harvest Time player. Well, alright, I am a big fan. It's been a while since I last played. I was pretty busy in Relium. I finally managed to come back, but to be honest, I'm here on business. Do you know anything about the sheriff? I heard that he's very respected here. Everyone speaks very highly of him. What's your opinion? It's too early to tell. In my work, I have to base my opinion on facts. I'd rather keep my first impressions to myself. Fair enough. In that case, I'll wait for hard facts. What do you do in harvest time? What haven't I been doing? I used to run a prosperous farm. I was on top of the leaderboards. Now I'm mostly here for the people. This community is one of a kind. Sadly, you can't trust everyone, which is why I asked for your help. Okay. The old man was napping on a barrel. Wake up, buddy.
Greetings, new player.
Oh, was I snoring? Sorry. No, thank goodness it's harvest. There's no snoring here, unless I've missed some patch.
Add me to your
Hello,
friends, partner.
I'm a Gamedec and I'm the guildmaster of Rusty Ed's guild. Just a fun fact. You want to ask an old timer about farming tricks? Go ahead, Rusty Ed has a lot of stories up his sleeve. Tell me a story.
Enjoying the
I've
game?
got 3 stories today. The topics are a legendary artifact, how I became sheriff, and old game systems. Which do you want to hear? You used to be the sheriff here? Tell me about it. Where do I start? You know, we're not all up and about in here. We're not waving our arms around. Our corpses lie still on couches. Mine at my place, yours at your place. And sometimes it's all about speed here, especially with duels. But I mean your neuronal speed, not bodily. If you want to be sheriff, you must beat the previous one. You must be faster, more precise. Go on. This guy was good. Everyone could see it, but I noticed something. He would enter the game for up to 3 hours, maybe 4. It was always like that, but once he lingered playing poker, it was 6 hours, 7, and guess what? The guy was staggering, dropping off. I noticed his fragile brain, quick but easily fatigued. It was his vulnerability. Next time I played him myself, I kept letting him win. I challenged him to a sunset duel after he had spent 12 hours here. He couldn't turn it down. That's the rule. It's true, Rancher, our game doesn't have a mechanic for PvP, except there is one. The Sunset Duel, Duel at Sunset. Romantic, charming, ecstatic. If you want to face off against your destiny, challenge a player who wears the mantle of sheriff in a given town. But you can only do so at dusk. Imagine crowds gazing at you, fixated on your hands every move, each flicker of eyelids. Beware, though, brave cowgirl. If you best your opponent, you'll become the sheriff yourself. Yee-haw. Note: before you go off challenging sheriffs, make sure you've got yourself a revolver. This is a rather rare item, which is why when you start playing, you'll see its icon grayed out in the UI. There are ways to get a hold of the weapon in harvest time, but we won't reveal them, so as not to spoil your fun. He was good, but I could see in his eyes that he had already lost. His eyelids were twitching from the adrenaline rush. I'm guessing this isn't over. Go on. So he wouldn't give up without a fight. He knew that would insult me. Don't get me wrong, he was a good guy. He knew I had discovered his weakness. Maybe if he had money, he could have paid to get his neurons enhanced. Maybe that's what the poker was for. I never saw him again in here. Maybe he had a breakdown. Was he fed up with his quick fatigue? That bothered me a bit. Anyway, I was sheriff here for a full month before I lost a duel, but I've never forgotten that guy. He had a nice vintage nick. Kill them all. Kill them all? I know him. I've met him many times. I even invited him to my show once. Ed's wrinkled face brightened. Really? Hot damn. Well, I'm glad he's still holding up. I suspect you want to ask me a question now. Go ahead.
Hey, you want to join the gang for the Pumpkin King raid?
Have there been any other systems here? The old man closed his eyes and smiled. It used to be a game with ambitions. It was all about portraying something genuine.
I need
Physical
to log
labor,
out, but there is
soil,
so much to
dirt,
do.
things you don't get in Relium. You took your spade, you know, and there were roots in the ground that you had to dig through. There were snails now and then. You grabbed them and either threw them onto your neighbor's field or you killed them. I hate snails. Snails? That sounds media-worthy. Can you tell me more about them? My viewers crave stories about oddities in old games. Ed grinned. I cut the ones I caught in half and placed them around my garden. Other snails came to feed on them. Then I sold them in a jar and covered them with salt. They turned to jelly. Jars sold for 100 coins each. That sure is one hell of a way of doing things. Thanks, Ed. So working on a farm was hard, all right. People said they had muscle aches after going back to Relium. That was neural transmission at work. You visualized your garden that got lost in the work. digging up dirt, sweating, and then seeing the end product of months of work. It was therapeutic. Then, upon player request, the devs started making it easier. They removed fatigue, sped up plant growth, and got rid of adverse weather. They introduced premium accounts, subscriptions, microtransactions, and all that was left of the game was the box. Games change according to trends and audience preferences. There are still worlds like Happy Hunting Grounds with full-on simulation. Trends, smins, moneymakers got their hands on it and turned something that mattered to players into something that mattered to them. Tell me another story, friend. Alright, it was about a decade ago. An event was announced that would last all year. A year! It was said that one of the loot boxes would contain a legend of harvest time, the artifact jewel. I can still remember it. It was a house in the game, a house of happiness. It was covered in flowers. It boosted the joy neurotransmitters of whoever was in it. Go on, Ed, I'm listening. So there was this player, Ted Godiva, who sold his apartment, everything he had to improve his chances. He spent a lot of money on boosts. That's how he got that treasure. The house is still hovering somewhere in the game, in Elysium. He settled here in harvest time. He became a Zonet. He only had enough money to keep his brain alive for a few months. Even while he
I
was
need to
dying, he
log out,
kept
but there is
smiling.
so much to do.
I've read a report on Zonets. He would need lots of money to stay alive for years, and not just to keep a netrium. An organic brain gets older. Someone would have to keep providing him Everbrain, a regenerative enzyme. Maintaining a netrium liquids the enzyme. It costs a fortune. Now that you've listened to my story, okay. I don't think there are any more stories. Yeah. What do you do in the game? So there are still curious people in the world. I mean people that possess the virtue of curiosity. I'll tell you, I look at those young players and I can see they don't know a thing. And you know what they do about it?
Add me to your friends, partner.
I guess nothing. Exactly. They don't ask the elders. They don't look for the so-called know-how. They think they know it all. I've played this game for years. I've achieved everything. I know everything. And no one asks me a goddamn thing. I see them growing carrots, and I know they'll grow faster with a barrel of ice beside them. But does anyone ask? No. You know why? You tell me, Ed. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Rookies overrate their knowledge, mentors undersell theirs. But the world is changing too, especially this game. It all used to be more true to life, more difficult, and those scallywag youngsters would get the bum's rush. But I digress, and I bet there's something you want to talk to me about, isn't there? Maybe you want to hear a story. Hmm,
Want to see my farm? I got the premium decoration pack.
okay, hmm. Lovely weather, isn't it? Oh, yes, it is. That's not how it used to be. Changing seasons, rainstorms. Now it's just sun all the time. That's what the players wanted. They were fed up with rain. Fancy that. I could tell you lots of stories. Leanne asked me to meet her in the guild house. You know Leanne, right? Leanne knows that you need to belong to our guild in order to get inside. She probably wanted you to join us. Ask about Sheriff Billy. Tell me something about the local sheriff. Do you know that Billy guy? He's been nagging me lately, asking me to admit him to the guild. Him and those two loyal cowboys of his. You know that cowboy Ack and Mad Dog. Although the latter doesn't come here often, but I refuse every time they ask. I don't trust them. But keep that to yourself. What can you tell me about Leanne? I get the impression that you knew her. I do, from way back, but I can't tell you anything because it's not polite to gossip. At all.
Have a nice day, farmer.
Fine, I won't push you. Thank you, my friend. Leanne is a new character in the game. She's back after a hiatus. I think she wants to start over. You see, she's a sort of public figure in Realium, so she values privacy in sensory worlds. Yeah, but now I'd like to take a nap. As I was leaving, Ed flinched suddenly as if he had felt a prickling sensation. I felt a chill.
Enjoying the
I
game?
suddenly felt a strange presence a few steps away from me. I noticed a movement out of the corner of my eye. The air was shimmering the way it does on hot days. It looked like a shadow generated by the game's engine, a shadow of a human. It could have been a bug, or an invisible player. As a game deck, I couldn't ignore these kinds of phenomena. I went back to Ed. Ed was sleeping like a log. Do the job for Leanne, gain access to the guild house, examine
Hey,
the
hey, you want to
digital
join the gang for the
anomaly.
Pumpkin King raid?
Wake up,
Greetings,
buddy.
new player.
Ed, you look like a guy that knows a lot. Do you know any gossip? If you want gossip, you better make friends with Fruity Betty. Now she's a chatterbox. Do you know anything about a player called the Outlaw? Do I know anything? I can't tell you that. The Outlaw is a member of Rusty Ed's guild, just like dozens of other players that asked nicely enough. I guess I could admit you too, kid. Then you can have it out with him like civilized players. I don't know who he is, and I don't really care. Yeah, but now I'd like to take a nap.
Greetings, new player.
Are you the guildmaster of Rusty Ed's guild? I am. It's a guild open to all players of adequate level. What level do I need to be at? In order to join Rusty Ed's guild, you need to listen to 3 daily stories. Could you admit me to your guild? Sure, you listen to my stories and I can see you're not a member of any other guild. Just a minute. There. Welcome to Rusty Ed's guild. Make sure to read the terms and conditions. It's just one sentence. Be nice. You are now a member of Rusty Ed's guild. Thus you get access to the guild house where you'll find tons of attractions. The guild house is available from level 15, so get on your farm and level up. Don't worry about the levels. My guild runs on principles from 20 years ago, when there was no such limitation. The house is open. I've always liked to see it come and go. That's the appeal of old games. Take care, Gramps. Okay.
Hello again.
Ask about the sheriff. What do you think about the sheriff, Betty? What everyone in High Rock does. He's a solid and helpful player. I suppose you don't have an opinion yet. You're still new around here. It was better not to share my thoughts with her. It seemed that she liked to gossip. That's fair.
Enjoying the
Keep your
game?
thoughts to yourself, sweetheart. I'm curious, though. I'm looking for information about the outlaw. I heard that player was here recently. Oh, that new character. Leveled up real quick and holed themselves up somewhere. I'm afraid they might be another fraud. Another fraud. So there were others. We had trouble with this guy, Blackrock. He peddled illegal items and swindled people. The admins banned him at the sheriff's request. Could you tell me something about your life in Realium? Sure, it's not a secret. I work for the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I organize new holidays. Are you saying that you're at work right now? You're on the couch somewhere in the ministry. That's right, sweetheart. We've got a lot of free time here. Currently, we're working on Neighbor's Day. Neighbor's Day sounds interesting. We're talking about Realium, not some in-game event, right? Yes, Realium needs holidays and events just as much as games do. This event is supposed to counteract the most common cause of depression
Howdy.
in free Europe, loneliness. People go out in parking lots and squares carrying treats, then the host will initiate conversations with simple icebreakers. That's a really good idea. I'd like to get to know my neighbors myself. Really, I think it's idiotic, but the office pays us to come up with the stuff and I can play Harvest Time in the meantime. Hold on, sweetheart. Betty leaned over and looked at me conspiratorially. You asked about that player. I know that Rook and the outlaw were doing shady business together, but you didn't hear that from me. Betty winked at me and started arranging her wares.
Enjoying the game?
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Who do we have here? Our favorite twisted player. How fortunate.
Hello. We
We
have
have
a
us
few simple questions for you.
as a Harvest Time player. It will only take a moment, unless you're like Ben. Bo. Don't be like Ben Bo, the Girl Scout. As it happens, I also want to ask you a few questions. Answer the questions and we'll see what we can do. What's the point of this interrogation? We're collecting data. You'll learn more over the course of it. Okay, go ahead. Here we go. Question number 1. How long have you been playing Harvest
What
Time?
a lovely day.
Not long, less than a day. Question number 2. Have you been to the graveyard on the hill? Yes, I have. Alright, listen, here's question number 3. Have you heard about the Tree of Knowledge? I saw a very large tree in deep past world once. I think it was a sequoia. Is that what you mean? Sadly, no. The girl struggled to conceal her embarrassment. Another question. Focus. Have you ever experienced flashbacks that weren't yours? No, I have not. Do you ever feel like someone is telling you what to say, as if they've taken over your mind and will? No, not at all. Felt a wave of intense anxiety, and part of me flipped out upon hearing the question and made me say no. Hey, easy. We're just talking, okay? It should go smoothly now. Give me any number that comes to your mind. 314. 304. What kind of question is that? What are you trying to drag me into? Take it easy. Don't freak out. It's cool. Thanks, that's all. Your turn. Is there anything you want to ask us? What was behind the question about a number? That 314 doesn't mean anything? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We're not quite sure, but we're checking it out. Actually, it's not the first time we've heard such a response from an interviewee. Maya shot her a look and Mia stopped short. But the fact that you reacted quite oddly to that number may mean something. Why are you asking about the Tree of Knowledge? We're collecting info for our clan. It's a top secret mission, you know, so we can't tell you too much. Actually, we don't know much either. If you learn anything, make sure to let us know. Totally. Come back with some solid info on the tree and you won't regret it. The Han clan knows how to return a favor. So how's your clan doing? What was the name? It started with an H, right? The Han clan. The best org in the world with the most profound message, concept, and narrative. It's a riot, dude. Make sure to drop into Knight's Code. That's where our
Enjoying the
headquarters
game?
are. It's so amazing, like everything starts making sense. I'm conducting investigation. I'm collecting information about residents. You answered our question, so we owe it to you. Who do you mean in particular? Tell me all you know about the sheriff. Let me say what everyone says. The sheriff is fast. Maya winked at her friend. Yeah, you should see him. Okay, okay. But you know me. My followers would like to know more. Tell me something more about that guy. So, the sheriff, he's like incredibly fast, you know? And we found out he's like using this cheat. A speed boost, they call it. Just don't tell anyone else, please. It's our leverage against him. A safeguard in case our clan wants something about it from him in the future. And would you believe the sheriff answered 314 too? Funny, huh? Okay, so the sheriff is using a cheat, huh? Sheriff is cheating, that's nice. Um, just out of curiosity, how are we doing over here? So we need 2 green for that. We could get this one. No? Oh wait, no, we don't have 4 red again. We keep getting too many yellow. I need to figure out how to stop being yellow. So we need 2 green for that. We need more red for that. We could unlock the programmer skill. Tempted to go ahead and do that because even if we do that, we still have the 1 blue for that. It would only take 1 of everything. That would lower the red, but you know the Cheetong programming language, so when you check the code, you can understand it. And then we wouldn't need to wait for red for this one because that's a lot of empathy, but we could theoretically get that as well. Yeah, I think I'll do that. The main ones that require yellow are like over here, I guess. That's 3, that's 3. 4, but that requires a lot of others too. Maya scowled at her companion, and that's about it, right, sister? Okay, sure. The women were involved in a lively conversation, didn't grace me with a glance. I stood aside and listened. Do you honestly think it was here, in this graveyard? The ledge it grew on collapsed. That's why there's no trace of it. The cosmic tree, Axis Mundi, the tree of good and evil, the tree of knowing. This symbol is present in every culture. The Vikings, Australian tribes, Christian and Slavic myths. It's everywhere. According to these beliefs, there's a spot where time stops along the tree's axis around its trunk. It allows you to connect with the past and the future. For the Australian Oriente people, the cosmic axis was transformed unknown space into the world and organized reality. Okay,
The weather's perfect.
that's
Just
interesting.
like every other day. Hello. We have a few simple questions for you.
I heard the tree was here in harvest time. It sparked player interest. They're discussing what it means, what it was made for. Keep going. I'm getting all of this down. From what I know, the location where it appeared is now closed. It's a graveyard. Nice. This seems to confirm our theories. Now tell us honestly, what do you think the tree is? I don't know. I have no opinion on that. It's an artifact present in a few games, so it could be anything or nothing. But it is interesting. You're a cool guy, you know? Future favor. I'll let you know. I don't really need coins in this game. Unless you ask for something I have but don't know about yet. It's a deal. You know, I hate gray areas like that. Yes, that's fair. But we really don't need coins in this game, so...
The weather's perfect. Just like every other day.
Hmm. Hmm.
Want to see my farm? I got the premium decoration pack.
Hmm. I don't see the digital anomaly anywhere. Examine the digital anomaly. Don't see a digital anomaly anywhere. It's around here that we started noticing it, right?
Greetings, new player.
Hmm. I genuinely don't know what's up with that.
Have a nice day, farmer.
Hmm. Hmm.
Enjoying the game?
I'm not sure what's up with the anomaly. I'm not sure what's up with the anomaly. Howdy, partner. Welcome to High Rock. Welcome, welcome. Don't see anywhere where we can interact with it, you know?
Howdy, what can I get you?
It says examine the digital anomaly, but I don't see a digital anomaly anywhere. Hmm.
I'm out of fucking order.
Not sure how to feel about
Enjoying
that.
the game? That's all, my precious. Want some more hay?
That's one beautiful horse. Look at that lean profile. That swan-like neck. Those ears are pointing perfectly forward. You know your horses. I'd be happy to continue this conversation once I'm done talking to him. Oh, okay. Well, it was around here that we noticed the anomaly, right? I'm not seeing any pop-ups. I'm not seeing any pop-ups for the anomaly anywhere.
Howdy.
So I'm not sure what's up with that. That's weird. Hmm. This is a guild house, right? How do we go inside the guild house? Please, thank you. Okay. Leanne, how you doing, Leanne? Go upstairs, maybe? Oh, hello. Upon seeing me, the girl tossed her book away and made a few hesitant steps toward the exit. She was frightened. Stay away. Get lost. I stopped. I didn't want to exacerbate the situation. She gave me an appraising look. Are, are you working for the sheriff? No, no, I'm not. No, I'm not working for this man. The girl's face relaxed. That's good, but I'm still not talking to you. I want to help. Trust me, I'm here to help you. I don't believe you. Give me a chance. I bear you no ill will. Let's just talk for a spell and you'll see for yourself. Yeah, right. We'll see about that. I convinced her to listen to me. Now I had to get her to trust me. I'm conducting investigation here and I need your help. She gave me a confused look. What can you tell me about the local sheriff? I don't want to talk about him. Listen, you know that you're no match for the sheriff alone, right? The girl nodded in agreement. Think about it. How would lying to you, framing you, serve my interests? If I'm here, giving you the time of day, my intentions must be good, right? Well, maybe. Stick with me and you'll be fine. 'Cause, you know, my friends are your friends, and I've got a lot of friends with a lot of clout. I didn't know you were a celebrity. So embarrassing. The girl looked at me like a dog that used to be beaten but decided to trust their new owner anyway. Ask about the sheriff. Tell me, what do you know about the sheriff? He's a cunt, for one. He has a pair of goons, too. Ack, usually watching us at the farm, and Mad Dog, usually watching the sheriff's ass. Can you tell me something about yourself? Not much to tell, although I did recently give my supervisors the slip. I'm just sorry I didn't get to see that asshole Ack's face. My dream is to visit all in-game locations. There's a snag. I can't leave without a ticket for the Midnight Express. It arrives this evening. I can get you a ticket for the Midnight Express. What do you think of that? What do I think? That's all I've ever dreamed of. Do it, please. Okay, I'll see what I can do about that. I will see what I can do about that. Frank, do you like trains? You mean like public transport tubes? No, I mean like the old ones that ran on steam. No, no, they depress me. Railway stations and all those games styled to look like they're set in the olden days have a certain sadness about them. Locomotives are dirty, black, and those tracks. Nope, I don't like them. Well, color me surprised, because I thought you would say I like them, and then I would answer that there's this one train that's not interesting, but since you feel that way. Oh, come on, spit it out. There's this game, Harvest Time. Never heard of it. It's the Wild West combined with growing crops on a farm, and it's free to play. Yuck. And there's supposed to be this cool train there, but all in all, it's kinda lame. And they're making a big deal out of it, too, saying how they've got this golden, gorgeously animated ticket to get on that train. Golden. Well, yeah, there's this nice animation that plays as you're tearing it. You can buy the ticket with real money or dig it out of the ground somewhere. I mean, fuck, it might drop from a chest. And then what? Nothing. Use this shitty ticket to get on the train. This excited voice tells you that you're about to see some amazing sights, and off you go. It's supposed to go through all these canyons and mountains, some hills with flowers and shit, but seriously, haven't I seen more interesting places? So it's lame. Well, there's this place called the Monumental Valley, sort of a haven for those who spent a fortune in the game, and when you look out the window you can see even houses floating in the air, but you can't get off the train. So it's lame. Knight's Code. Genre, clan-based MMO game that takes place on floating islands stylized after medieval Japan. Okay, anything else we maybe haven't done yet? I don't think so. But it doesn't exactly tell us either, so not too worried about it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's go downstairs. Let's see if Guy will give us that ticket we saw him
You have
get.
to level up more.
I love loot boxes.
Guy, do you still have that ticket you dug out in front of me? I would like to buy it from you. Listen, I know that you came here to help us, but I can't sell you this ticket. I'll just give it to you. There. Guy handed me a piece of paper that shone with gold. You helped me sell my spoils and bought me so much luck that it would be unfair not to give it to you, wouldn't it? Oh, thank you, Guy. Okay, so we'll go give this to the outlaw. I still don't know what's up with the digital anomaly. That's a little weird. It should be around here someplace, right? I don't know. Okay, let's go upstairs and hand this thingy to the outlaw. If it'll let me talk to the outlaw, hello. Thank you. Here you go. Here, a ticket for the Midnight Express. It's yours. You weren't lying. I mean, you did it. I'm so glad. Thank you. The sheriff could stage an ambush. I'll help you get to the station. Alright, let's meet here at sundown. I can either pass the time at the saloon or continue my investigation. Okay, so who is the sheriff? Sheriff is quick, hasn't been beaten, although many have tried. The popular opinion says he's damn quick. Axe, the sheriff, Orange Folk supervisor, and Mad Dog are the sheriff's most trusted men, though the latter rarely logs into the game. The sheriff is using a speed boost cheat. There's 3 more things we can get for the sheriff. Kinda would like to get all the information. That would be kinda cool.
Oh, it's you.
Leanne was absorbed in a book. At least she seemed to be. About the sheriff. I'm still gathering information. Have you heard anything about a player called the Outlaw? That girl upstairs. I don't know her. I think she's new. She's strange. She just sits there and reads books. So let's see. Who else could we potentially talk to about the sheriff? Let's see. Because we've talked everything for you guys, right? Yeah, so you guys don't have any more dialogue.
Hello. What a nice day.
How are things in High Rock? Sorry, I don't know anything. I'm trying to stay away from other players for now. Do you know anything about the orange farmers? Only that they trade stuff with Betsy. She might know more. She's a talker. You know, I overheard that some players address her in a particular way. Yeah, the password thingy. Okay, that's how I was supposed to buy the gun. Okay, I knew there was a way to buy the gun from her, which I thought was a potential, but okay. So she doesn't really say much. Yeah, and she sells
Hello
guns.
again. Want to see my farm? I got
Okay.
the premium
I've
decoration.
already got a gun, so it's not like it matters too much, I guess.
What
Never
a
did
fucking
talk to this
ripoff.
guy,
I
did
spent so
we?
much money on this shit. Why? Why did you do it to me?
Okay, not sure what's up with that. Let me get the encyclopedia entry by talking to him. Okay, let's see, what else can we possibly do? I guess we could just completely try to max out the farm thingy just for the giggles. I don't know how many quests there are over here.
Welcome to harvest
Hello.
time.
Yes, we will harvest the pumpkins. Pumpkins, pumpkins, pumpkins. Okay. Wild poppy.
Yeehaw! You're attempting to interact with an
Okay,
inactive
and then we
player.
do that. Bam. There we go. And we never did talk to that one
Can
lady,
I
did
help
we?
you, partner?
I just realized that. Okay.
Welcome
Wild
to
poppy.
harvest time.
Gold pumpkins. Right. Golden pumpkins. There we go. And then we'll do the treasure
Howdy.
chest. Get some treasure. And look at that, a treasure chest. Yay!
Welcome to harvest time.
And we got a boost. That's not scripted at all. And then we'll buy the strawberry farm. And then we need to go harvest some strawberries. Which is a lot slower than the pumpkins.
Yeehaw!
And after
You're
that we do
attempting
the
to
stones,
with a
right?
distracted player.
Yeah, we need to buy the pasture, but then we need to uproot the stones. Yeah. It's only like 3 of them, right? 5, okay. 2, and then 3, and 4, and then this one over here. And then we can potentially buy a cow, and that's where we stopped doing it the last time. So I don't know what comes after buying a cow. I'm kind of curious.
Can I help you, partner?
Yes, I did. Is to buy a fence. Yay. Buy a cow. Yes, I will buy a cow this time. Congrats, cowgirl. You've gathered 1,000 gold coins. Now you can buy a cow. That's amazing. If you want the full bovine experience, get a premium account. If you want a full bovine... Okay, so we can't buy a cow, I guess. Very simple. You need to purchase a monthly subscription. You'll find the right form as well as our terms and conditions in your mailbox. Go pro today. By registering, one consents to personal data processing. The game's account could also be linked to a SitHub account. I didn't want that. I'm here on official business, not for fun. I don't have time for this. Would you really pass up the chance to become a real farmer? Yes. Are you sure? Right now you can get 50% off your first month. Yes, I'm fucking sure. Can I get a yeehaw? You can at least get a yeehaw, yes. Right on. You mentioned that you have vanity items for sale. Yes, you can. You know what? Why not? For the giggles. This cute kitty purrs when he's happy, and he's never unhappy. He's a harvest time favorite and brightens every ranch east of the sunset. Sure, I'll take it. Here, kitty kitty, you're now the owner of the cat named McCavity, and this ranch will be his home. You know what the cats think, don't you? Shining with wrought steel polished through endless gardening, these tools are the mark of a true farmer. Show them off when someone visits. I'll take it. See those steel tools gleam in the sunlight? Now you can parade them in front of other farmers. Respect and status, that's what it is. Where's my cow? If you want the full bovine experience, get a premium account. I gathered 1,000 gold coins and I want to get what's mine. How do you buy a premium account? No, I didn't ask. Yes. Wow. Okay, you know what? Fuck off this time. Wow. Okay. The skull of a bison from Dead Canyon. Okay. A pouch of gold coins. Cool. Only 50 something. Another chest. Okay. So that is the end of it. I almost reached the end. I just didn't spend 1,000 for the cow is what it is. Okay. Exit, leave the farm. Okay, let's go over here. I can't talk to you apparently. I think we've exhausted the dialogue over
Don't
here.
be shy. Stay on
We
my
could watch him
field.
some more if we wanted, but we're not going to do that. Beaufort doesn't have anything else to say. This boy doesn't really have much to say either, right? He wouldn't or couldn't talk to me. I accessed his source code and I unlocked it. Now I should be able to communicate with him. My deck couldn't handle that task and displayed a symbolic representation. Pumpkins growing right crazy. Jack was using a speed boost. The pumpkins were probably growing at a normal pace for him, while the other players and I were moving extremely slow. If he wouldn't or couldn't talk to me, maybe he could use text. I hooked up to his chat. Jack, I'm on your chat. I understand you don't want to talk to me. You don't have time, or you're afraid. Let me ask you a few questions. Respond with yes or no. A 1 will stand for yes and 0 for no, so there will be no trace of your testimony. Do you need help? Is someone threatening you? Do you get kicked out of the game sometimes? Do you get kicked out because of exhaustion or fainting? Are you suffering from any conditions in Relium? Are you taking any medications for it? Is the cowboy patrolling the farms watching you? Do you want to leave the game? Are you using some kind of speed boost right now? Are you motionless to hide the speed boost? I'm half tempted to log out Jack, honestly, but I won't for right now. I'll just leave Jack alone. Jack's doing Jack, I guess. And he won't talk to me. Okay, hey, do you have anything more to
Please
say,
don't
Ack?
interrupt their
How to
work.
Gamedec. So I've heard that the sheriff asked for your assistance in catching an outlaw, and you declined. That wasn't very nice. I know you're trying to solve some kind of problem for my people, but you're interfering with their work. I'm sure they understand, which means you're just wasting your time hanging around here. Good day, friend. Am I wasting my time, though? Oh, I can't talk to her now. Interesting. Okay. You know what? I could log him out. Do it. So, goodbye, and that's it. Ha ha. Goodbye. I wonder how pissed off he got. I wonder how long it's been since his last save. Oh, that was probably a dick move, but you know what? It's okay. Probably, maybe. And it got us a red, so yeah, cool. Okay, so I still don't know what's up with the digital anomaly. Did we ever talk to this guy? He doesn't talk to us, okay. So I still don't know what's up with the digital anomaly. What was that? So am I just crazy or did something just happen
You
when we
have to
walked
level
up
up
here?
more.
You guys saw that, right? Huh. I swore I just saw something.
Howdy,
Gravedigger.
stranger.
Howdy,
I'm
stranger. I'm
Hank the
Hank.
Gravedigger.
Okay. I'm new here. Mind if we talk? If you have questions about the game, talk to Handy Joe by the platform. If you're interested in other topics, we can chat. Can you tell me something about the residents of High Rock? No one dies, so I rarely get to speak to them. Besides, I don't like to gossip. I prefer to look at the sky. It's so beautiful. You stand here for days on end. You must see things others miss, like players who aren't here just to play the game. Just a minute ago, my old friend was pestering me for some stuff and got nothing. I haven't seen her in game for months, and now she shows up as Leah Ann. I think it was Leah Ann, and just starts convincing me to. Never mind. Infotainer is higher than celebrity, right? Or is it, 'cause infotainer's here. Sleeves. Infotainer sleeves of what it was. Infotainer sleeves. Okay, so it's just a different version. You know what? I interview a lot of people on camera. I've noticed they don't do well with secrets. A secret eats away at you from the inside like a worm. It's best to get it out. It makes you feel better. Finish your story. She was looking for whales, ones with real money. She wanted to find someone to bankroll her business in Relium. She was asking about cheap bank loans, but I'm not electrobank staff in here. I'm a gravedigger, and I won't talk about work. I'm on leave. To be honest, she looked desperate. You're a gravedigger, not a farmer. How did you get that role in the game? My farm is frozen right now. I need to work a town profession for a year to unlock the town resident achievement. The gravedigger gig happened to be available. The work is peaceful. It's basically world building. And nobody dies since they removed PvP. When it gets boring, I pop out to Relium to buy baby stuff. I can even sleep in game, but my folks grumble about it. Runny nose, you know. This town resident achievement takes some dedication. You have to be in harvest time for that long? For a year? If I'm not in game, players can report my absence. Then the scripts check it and decide if I continue in this role. Last month, my activity dropped a little because of the divorce. I was moving in with my folks. I got reported and lost the role. Sheriff Billy vouched for me. He's the reason I kept my progress. He's one great man, believe me. I've heard so many kind words spoken about this gentleman in town. It makes me suspicious. It's intuition, you see, a feeling that behind the facade there's a monster. That's the lot of good citizens. It's hard to believe they could simply be decent. Folks are always looking for ulterior motives. It's sad. I felt this strange presence that had haunted me before. I knew I had to investigate it. There were two tools I could use. Enter mirror could pierce through the cloak, while Pain Pink launched a painful jamming impulse. Okay, so here we go. Just had to keep talking to people or something, I guess. I opened my deck, launched my enter mirror, and turned it towards the supposed presence. I recognized a human silhouette without a material avatar. The structure of the cloaking coat seemed familiar, but I couldn't say why. After a while, the shape disappeared. I know I knew that if I caught this ghost, I would be able to examine it more closely, maybe even talk to it. I resumed the conversation with the gravedigger. Sorry, Hank, I saw something. You did look like you had just seen a ghost. What do you do in the real world, in Relium? I work for Electrobank. I'm living with my parents now. I'm on their old couch as we speak. I'm pregnant, so I'm on leave. Congratulations on the pregnancy, Hank. I didn't realize you had a uterus. Well, I am a man and I don't have a uterus. Cynthia, my beloved, doesn't consider me manly enough, which is why we got a divorce. I gave her the apartment and she transferred the pregnancy to me? Apparently that is a thing that can happen. Okay. But how? Can you explain? Your wife transferred the pregnancy to you. You don't have a uterus, but you're with child? Where? Man, dinosaurs walk among us. I am not organically pregnant. My boy is in an exuder, an external uterus, at the White Cloud Clinic. He feels my actual movements, hears me like he would in a real uterus. He can sense light if I'm in the sun. It recently got an upgrade. Now my little bud can feel virtual movements and sensory worlds. He sees light, hears sounds, all of it. So I'm lounging in harvest time, enjoying nature and the fresh air. It's good for the baby. That is mildly
Greetings, friend.
creepy, my dude.
Greetings, friend.
Okay, so we got a few more things. A flawless hero seems to be impeccable. Okay. So can we catch the ghost now? Can we? I felt a sudden strong gust of wind. There was the occasional mild breeze in this game, but nothing like this. I
Have
was
a
either
nice day,
hallucinating
farmer.
or I had just seen falling dust arrange itself into the outline of a human being. Just as I expected, my invisible stalker reappeared. I had two more apps I could use to examine his activity, but both were illegal. I could trace the player by performing a safety scan or by putting on Gamedec goggles. The scan was more reliable by withdrawing admin attention. The goggles were safer, but their range limited my field of view. Use the programs that inform you about the ghost localization, catch it, and force it into a duel. The goggles pointed me towards the ghost, but I only had a short while to find it. I had to hurry. I was determined to catch the ghost, so I hurried in the direction suggested by the app. I had the enemy in the bag. I just had to restrain them. The freeze app I had in my deck was the best tool for the task. I opened a window and chose freeze, but my attack was ineffective. The enemy had some sort of security program. There was something familiar about the software. It took me a moment, but I finally recognized it. They were Gamedec apps. I was up for a duel. My enemy didn't wait for an invitation and quickly launched the first attack. The enemy attacked me with web. It was a massive thing, one I wasn't prepared for. It hit me with full power, gave my opponent the lead. It seemed my enemy had access to a standard collection of apps, but so did I. I opened a window with offensive and defensive programs. To gain advantage in a duel, choose attacks your opponent has not seen before and defenses that fit your opponent's attacks. Apps had different speeds and methods of operation. Successful attacks gave you an advantage, while a good defense helped you secure it. Okay, wait for an attack, I guess. I waited for my enemy's move. I was sure my opponent had already chosen an application. Sword Slash. It was a classic as well as fast and
Enjoying the
focused.
game?
This game is so addictive.
Return to Cinder. I wondered if my enemy knew that one. The so-called query redirection. Simple once you get the hang of it. My enemy became the target of their own attack. I must have surprised them, but I knew they would be more careful next time. I waited for my enemy's move. My opponent was preparing another attack. Bow.
You have to level up more.
I used Repulsion. It's a quick type of defense that deflects enemy packets. It was a perfect defense. I wasn't affected at all. Though Jokers named this cheap big fucking gun, plus it wasn't an actual gun, but a deadly burst of packets. It worked similarly to Halberd. The enemy didn't stand a chance. It was a brutal hit. Still, I knew they wouldn't fall for it again. I sensed my enemy grinning in
I need to log
anticipation
out,
for the
but
next
there is
attack.
so much to do.
Gate provided heavy cover. I hoped it would protect me. It was the perfect defense. I had access to tools that could bury my enemy under a pile of personalized ads. Shouldn't mess with infotainers. It definitely made a mess of my opponent's screen, which was the point. Saber. I protected myself with shield. I attacked with shurikens. They used helmet. I disarmed my
Have a
enemy,
nice
which allowed
day,
me to
farmer.
restrain them and check their identity. A female voice spoke to me. Alright, you really kicked my ass there. Let's talk. Show yourself. I want to know who I'm talking to. This silhouette is all I can reveal for now. My avatar is somewhere else. I've been following you for a while using a slightly modified Guardian Angel app. Who are you? Tell me. Relax, I'm a friend. I like your profession and I'm intrigued by your investigation.
Have a nice
That's why
day,
I've been
farmer.
observing you at work. I don't want to say more right now. Not here. Fine, but I don't appreciate being followed and eavesdropped on, and you still haven't answered my question. I'm a friend, and I'll try to prove that to you. As for all the spying, I hope I can make it up to you somehow. You said that you're a friend. Do we know each other? We met some time ago in a different world. I've got a feeling we have more in common than just our profession.
What
Okay, I
a
get it.
lovely day.
You don't trust me and you need to be careful. Let me prove my good intentions and maybe I'll share some information with you. It might help with your investigation. But I don't mean to force my solution on you too early. After all, I can be wrong, right? Finish your investigation and let's meet to discuss our findings, preferably somewhere private. For example, in the graveyard. That's right. After you've completed the investigation and finished up your business, meet me where the tombstones grow, as a poet would say. Do you remember the way? You need to jump into the well or off the saloon roof. Both methods are fine. I'll see you there. Good luck. The mysterious game deck vanished into thin air. A
What
moment later,
a
I received a
lovely
text file
day.
and a private message. I scanned and opened it. You really kicked my ass there, friend. Please accept the enclosed files with my compliments. They are dug out of the depths of the net. You might find them useful. Posing as to Mr. Lepsky, the sheriff became the manager of Nanette's Gardens charity activation program for poor kids. In Harvest Time, it also appears at the head of Nanette's foundation is a player named Leanne. I'd love to speak with you about this case. Remember the graveyard. I'll wait for you there. The sheriff works as a manager for the Nanette Foundation under the pseudonym Mr. Lepsky. In William, Leanne is the head of the Nanette Foundation. Hmm, fascinating. Okay. Do the job for Leanne, meet the game deck in the graveyard. Identify who's responsible for the orange folks' problems. Do the job for Leanne, get back to the guild house and speak to Leanne, meet the outlaw at sundown. Collect clues and perform a deduction. Okay, I wonder if there's anybody else I can speak to.
I hate this fucking game.
Probably not. I mean, we have most of the clues, right? At this point,
Want to see my farm? I got the premium decoration pack.
I wish to
Leanne.
speak with you, Gamedec.
Um, about the sheriff. He works for a foundation. He works for Nanette's foundation under the pseudonym Mr. Lepsky. He runs Nanette's Gardens, an activation program for poor kids. The woman's eyes and mouth went wide. For a good while she seemed to have trouble catching her breath. But how? I'm Nanette. I'm the head of the foundation. I had no idea that Mr. Lepsky was the sheriff. He never said a word. Tell me everything you know about Mr. Lepsky. I've never seen him in person. We met in the game. He offered to help me with Nanette's Gardens, and we struck a deal through Vipper. The program was a burden on our budget. Mr. Lepsky came up with the idea to auction items from loot boxes that spawn when you grow pumpkins. I actually can't say a bad word about him. He made the gardens self-sufficient. The kids from the program have decent equipment, supplements, supervisors, although I have to say that I'm not sure about anything anymore. Thanks for your help. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'll be going back to the Foundation. What do you know about the Orange Folk? Nothing except the fact that they work on public farms and everyone thinks they're weirdos. But how is that connected to the case? Now I understand. If Mr. Lepsky is the sheriff, then these people might be my kids from the Nest Gardens. Oh my god. Thanks for your help. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'll be going back to the Foundation. Tell me the truth. What do you really do in harvest time? Nothing wrong. I'm looking for sponsors that could support my foundation. I need money. You see, I'm running a children's cancer hospital. About the sheriff, well, he seemed rich. That's why he caught my attention. Thank you for your help. I have to go back to the Foundation now. Goodbye. I swear to God, this sheriff is using cancer kids as a cash money and a... Oh, I'm going to murder someone if that's what's going on. Sheriff, okay, so we're missing one for him somehow. Head of the Foundation. In search of a sponsor. Um, Suspect Leanne responsible for the Orange folks' problems. Suspect is a cheater. So I'm assuming we could do multiple thingies, right? I mean, he's definitely the perpetrator, right? I mean, he is a cheater too, but... And Leanne is pretty much a victim. Because she doesn't really know much about what's going on here. As is the outlaw. Because she's one of the children that are being taken advantage of. It seems like. Meet the outlaw at sundown. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Kinda don't like how it's hard to go in here. Who is responsible for the orange folks' issues? Sheriff is a suspect, the outlaw is not, Leanne is not. I'm not sure if it's sheriff or that other guy though. But the sheriff does seem like a bigwig in the thing, so maybe the other guy is just a... Hmm. I'm not sure what other conclusions we could possibly be here. Decisions, trying to figure out what I want to do. Thinking, thinking, thinking. Turtle brain, turtle brain. I think I'm supposed to go to the
Have a
graveyard, but
nice
I
day,
couldn't go
farmer.
to the graveyard through that. Maybe I can go through the graveyard over here. Hmm. No, I can't seem to go to the graveyard here. How do I get to the graveyard? That seems like what I'm supposed to do, right? don't like how hard it is to get inside the saloon. Is there some way to, like, I don't know, wait
Howdy,
until
what can I
sunset or
get you?
something? To meet the outlaw? I can't get to the graveyard. How am I supposed to meet the game deck in the graveyard if I don't get to the graveyard? Am I supposed to make a deduction already? Because I'm fairly certain it is the sheriff. Not sure who else it could be. I guess these two are if this, but... Alright, you know what? We're going to go ahead and go with the sheriff. Going to go ahead and go with the sheriff. Decision time. Okay, jumping down this... Okay, there was a mysterious game deck waiting for me in the graveyard. I need to pay him a visit. Okay, now we can go to the graveyard. Okay. Okay, now we can go to the graveyard. Okay. Okay. Excuse me.
Welcome, Gamedec.
Welcome, Gamedec. Hi, do I need to perform a ritual or exorcism to make you reveal yourself? Right, let me exit Guardian Angel mode. Wait, how do I do that? I think it's
Hello,
here.
I am Kenzu.
We met in Twisted and Perverted. I was conducting my first case there. Right, we've met. I remember you were chasing some crooks. Tell me more about your investigation, Ken. Did you manage to find the cheaters that spoiled your game? Online, yes, but you know, Chief, it's not the same as catching someone in Relium. I tried to use this program, Investigator, but it's not so easy. I followed them around and tried to find out where they live or drink. Step by step, program by program, deduction by deduction, I've become a game deck. What are you doing in harvest time? Following the cheaters? Yes and no. Remember those chicks in TNP? Knight's Code members. I took notice because they were talking about the Tree of Knowing. They're here now and they're asking around about it. It's important. I've met the local sheriff too, and I'm sure he cheats, and I hate cheaters. So I laid low, hidden, and started snooping around. Then you showed up, so I thought we might join forces. Guardian Angel is a proper program with game decks. Where did you get it, and how did you learn how to use it? Yeah, getting the hang of this thing isn't that hard. You just need practice. That's what I'm lacking. There was a dealer on the dark web. He sold me the app. It cost me a fortune. Your guardian angel works differently than mine. Mine can't be detected, but I could feel yours. Yeah, that dark web jerk said if I pay more, he would sell me the full version, but I didn't believe him. He pissed me off, so there it is. You said you had some information concerning my case. Yes, I think there's something fishy going on. The orange folk use a cheat that helped them get loot boxes. Yeah, it's some sort of speed boost. Yes, but you know, Chief, that could be any kind of hack. Small time or heavy artillery. The sheriff, that Billy guy, uses a similar cheat to win duels. It makes sense. Sadly, I don't have any substantial evidence. I would like to get some. I think the sheriff controls the work done by the orange folk somehow. That Act guy and Mad Dog are involved with it. It's some kind of slavery, Chief. What you're saying makes sense. You didn't strike a deal with the sheriff even though he pushed very hard. That was smart. Maybe it's a good idea to get him in Relium. Find out who he really is. Yes. We need to get the sheriff. The sheriff's made himself the Lord of High Rock, forgetting he's in the game. The orange folks' problems are his doing. Somebody ought to shove that gold star down his throat. Yes, we need to get him. All fucking some. That's got the investigate. I've got the investigator, that program that tracks people down to Relium. You just need to get in physical contact with the avatar of the person you're looking for and hold them for a while. I know, I've tried. There's a problem. What kind of problem? It's like a thin layer of digital air between your hand and another avatar. Maybe that's why it's easier to cheat with a speed boost here. I've searched the code and it seems that barrier caused the birds to vanish. I mean, they're there, but it can't be seen. It's that layer of air. I think there's a safeguard against the app, Whether it was done upon player request or of their own accord, you can't just touch anyone here, so you can't run the investigator by just touching someone. I thought it over and I've got an idea. Do tell. Can you hook up the investigator to a bullet and then shoot someone? The bullet will get inside the avatar and stay there long enough. You're thinking like a game deck, Ken. That's exactly what I was thinking. Ken looked at my weapon with approval. I see you managed to get a piece. As should do. Yeah, we got a piece. We're going to shoot the sheriff. We're going to shoot the sheriff, but not the deputy. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. I took a bullet from the gun's cylinder. I opened the investigator window and linked the program to the bullet and my avatar. Done. Damn, Chief, watching you work sure is something. Now you need to challenge the sheriff to a sunset duel and shoot that douche. It's getting dark. We should go. I'll assist you as an invisible protective spirit. You can thank me later. I assume I have no say in
Stream
this. You'll
Elements
follow me whether I
said,
want it or not.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I'm involved in this as hell. I want to know how it ends. Maybe I can learn something. Maybe I can help. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good. Okay, have him stay close. I might need an invisible helping hand. Stay close. Great, lead the way, Chief. Okie dokie, let's go get the sheriff. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go shoot the sheriff. Miss Gamedec, quick, they're hanging Stanley. What? Who's hanging him? The sheriff and his men, Ack and somebody else. I don't recall Harvest Time having a hanging mechanic. Sounds of a bustling crowd were coming from the saloon. Let's hurry up. Why am I suddenly having some lag? Come on, computer. You've been doing fine so far. What do you mean hanging? What happened? The sheriff got pissed about something, but I don't know what. He summoned the people and riled them up. They even have gallows. The noises of the crowd subsided with only occasional shouts of get him to the scaffold. Guy kept glancing nervously at the square in front of the station. It's starting. Lead the way. Follow me.
Ranchers, witness a triumph of law and order.
There's no place for scammers or scoundrels in High Rock. Yes, it's just a game, but most players take this world seriously. It's a home, a place of respite, meditation, and honest work. And this person committed fraud. Lots of fraud. The truth about him will soon see the light of day. We are even closer to the truth. Mad Dog, Ack, you know what to do with him. We have to do something, Chief. Stanley's your client, isn't he? I challenge you to a duel. That's how you say it, right? Game system sent a message to the players. A duel was about to begin. Look, we've got ourselves a daredevil. I'll put a bullet in you with pleasure. No one's ever beaten me, and you won't either. The presence of the orange folk gave me comfort. I'm sure all my predecessors had fired the first shot. That's why they lost. The sheriff was said to be the best gunman in High Rock. I couldn't allow myself to make any unnecessary movements. The sheriff adjusted his hat and widened his stance. I was breathing calmly. Everything was under control. I needed the element of surprise. Ken was known to have good ideas. I nodded slightly in his direction. Ken approached the sheriff and waited for my signal. He was wearing an invisible skin, so the sheriff didn't see him. He stood motionless, a jaded expression on his face. He looked as if the duel was a mere formality to him. This shot could decide the success of the entire plan. I started to feel anxious. I focused on my opponent's shadow. It mimicked his silhouette, revealing elements not visible from my angle. I didn't notice anything special. The sheriff slowly lifted the edge of his coat to reveal a holstered revolver. The stress intensified. I felt how hard my heart was beating. I waited. The tension was rising. Looking me straight in the eye, the man slowly shifted the weight of his body to his other leg. Sweat was running down my forehead. My heart was pounding so hard it made my chest shudder. The tension was unbearable. I nodded towards Ken. Ken kicked the ground, throwing sand in the sheriff's eyes. This was my chance. Ha ha. I fired a shot. The sheriff looked at the wound and logged out momentarily. I was hoping that the investigator managed to get a read on his location.
The investigator is I am Kenzu. Let's go find the sheriff.
Miss Gamedec, that was amazing. You gave him a proper ass whooping. Thank you for saving my dignity. I nodded and winked at Ken. It was a team effort. Actually, since you've beaten the sheriff, shouldn't you? Yeehaw, partner. Congratulations. You've triumphed in a sunset duel. According to the rules, you can now assume the mantle of High Sheriff in Sheriff in the town of High Rock. That's what's up. Many games incorporate a duel mechanic, like in a western. You and your opponent face off against each other, and whoever is first to draw, aim well, and shoot is the winner. Well, I've got a handful of tips on what you should be doing to come out on top. The first fundamental thing is obviously your aiming skill, but that tends to be relatively straightforward in games. Anyone who's played a few matches of any shooter knows how to make the foresight align with the backsight and the purpose of various sight types. What you don't know comes down to our neural responses. It's a fascinating thing with research dating back to the 20th century. In experiments conducted at that time, researchers discovered that the neural speed of the person drawing first is lower than that of the person drawing in response to their opponent's move. See what I'm getting at? Reaction is faster than action. Now, as far as real-life situations go, as in those involving a real body with its inertia, weight of the weapon in hand, it turned out that reaction speed being faster didn't translate to victory, as too much time was lost in trying to spot when the opponent reached for the gun. We're talking fractions of a second here, mind you. But, wait for it, things are different in games. In sensory worlds, digital bodies usually offer no resistance. Weapons are much lighter, and our brains react more efficiently when they don't have to look out for the well-being of our corporeal bulk, which, let's be honest here, is nothing but a burden. To be more succinct, in games, the neural speed of the person reacting to an attack is much higher than that of the attacker, a fact that produces tangible results. My advice then is as follows. If you want to win a duel, don't rush to attack, especially if you see that your opponent is calm. Consider my advice and trust your neurons. They'll do their job. Cool. You know what? No reason not to. Great, I'll become the sheriff. Yippee! Fantastic! Like all other players, I received a message from the game system. Yeehaw! Tasha Diaz is the new sheriff of High Rock. The special sheriff skin will be available to collect within 3 days of your account being verified. We are now a sheriff. Now we have enough thingamabobs to potentially get the re-educator. But we still don't have enough green. We could also get mind influencer if we waited for another red. But I kind of want to go ahead and get re-educator, because that is also another achievement. Get the maximum profession tier and at least 2 pass. I don't know if mind influencer would count for that, so I wanted to go ahead and get that achievement. Along with the new role, you'll receive the legendary Horn of Plenty premium pack. Give the set to the orange folk. I don't need it. Maybe you guys will find it useful. Wow, thanks. That's really something. I'll see you at the farm, Sheriff. Yee-haw. Don't let go all to go to your head, Sheriff. I'll let you bask in the warmth of the golden star dancing cloud. The man opened a deck window visible to both of us. Alright, let's see if the investigator attached to the bullet did its job. Now I don't have enough red to do a scalpel, which could be good. So that's both requires 4 red. This one doesn't require any red, it's just a lot of green. And this one requires a lot of blue and red. So yeah, red is going to be a blocker for a lot of these, red and green. I looked at the report. The progress bar stopped at 100%. There was an address below it. It's one of the mushrooms. Living quarters for the builders of Warsaw City. It's below the city level, low city level. What a trip. He's probably getting up from the couch now. If he's figured out we tracked him, he'll bolt. We gotta go. Want me to pick you up? Sure. Yeah, I'll be waiting at the apartment. As you wish, partner. See you there. Miss Gamedec, I still want to talk about something important. Sure, what's on your mind? The boy froze. He was standing motionless and staring vacantly into the distance. The orange folk started disappearing one by one. Kid? No, leave me alone. Leave! All members of the orange folk had left the game. I needed to do the same. I opened the logout
Howdy.
window. Hee-haw, partner. Leaving already? Don't you want to visit your farm before you go? It's probably the last chance to see this place. Nah, Poppy, I've got more important things on my mind. I'm going back to reality. I'll be seeing you then. Come back around sometime. I clicked on the logout screen. It was time to visit the sheriff in his lair. We're going to shoot the sheriff for real, maybe? We're going to shoot the sheriff for real? For realses? I hadn't been so close to the Undercity in a long time. The smell of rotting plants, smoke from bonfires made by those living in the ruins. Yeah, I need 4 for that. 4 and 4. 4 blue and 4 green. The volatile smell of fumes from machines clearing old Warsaw, all were trying to penetrate the veil of oblivion to bring back my childhood. Ken came to pick me up with his new mobile. We went to the mushroom, one of the places where Polish builders have lived over a century ago. On the way, Ken talked a mile a minute. He was excited like a fan during a game. We touched down on a narrow parking lot by the door of the place indicated by the investigator.
This is the moment. Right, Chief?
We'll get the bad guys and kick their asses. I knew being a game deck would be more thrilling than good bad. Fuck, I feel like a real detective. But you're the one with the experience, Chief. Lead the way. No, we absolutely do not go in with guns blazing. That's how you get seriously hurt. Caution, my friend, this is not good bad. You can get seriously for real hurt. Well, actually you can get seriously for real hurt good bad, can't you? Anyway, teach him caution. No, not with guns blazing, Ken. We don't know what's inside or how strong the door is. If it's reinforced, all we will do is alert. You're right, cautiously, with some guns blazing. I go in, you cover me. Before I could answer, he threw himself against the door. He was strong. He hit it with so much force he smashed the lock to pieces. Get him!
Please.
You found
Don't
us.
come any closer.
Amazing! It's awfully empty here. No one's using the couches, or the beds for that matter. Where are the other children? Kit told everyone to log out. He was livid, so some kids hid and are waiting for it to pass. They'll come out when they're no longer afraid. Who are you, by the way? My name's Camellia. In the game I was known as the Outlaw. It's... it's good we managed to work things out. You've managed to get here. I feel silly for not entirely believing you. In harvest time, you were the only person who stood up to the sheriff. You tried to run. That took guts. Respect. I was terrified, but I so wanted to see what was in harvest time outside our town. They show off these amazing things in each update, and when Kid wouldn't let us, will I be allowed to see all of harvest time now? Of course, you'll be able to sightsee to your heart's content, and you won't have to hide anymore. Where's Sheriff Billy? We call him Kid. He's in the office upstairs. I saw him deleting some stuff from his computer. That means he hasn't escaped. Perfect. We'll enter his office, guns blazing. I have to take care of some things. Please be careful with Kid. The sheriff. Don't trust him. Oh, I won't. We're just gonna put a bullet in him as soon as we see him. What a Frankenstein job. These couches were welded together by some low city whiz. No amount of money would convince me to use them. No one was using them at that moment. The sheriff had enough time to wake up all the children. Everything was connected with shared wiring. There was probably a single computer overseeing it all. Probably. Probably.
Hey, boss. That Gamedec is here.
Kids, take cover. We've got a bum invasion on our hands. The guy bit the tip of his tongue. He was in the mood for a brawl. An electric knuckle duster flashed on his clenched fist. Look, Doug, it's that Gamedec from Harvest Time I told you about. Kid was right. They did track her down. The fuck you want? Okay, now I really wish I had, Now I'm really glad I did get re-educated, actually. Gentlemen, we are in an apartment that was the scene of a crime. Children were forced to perform illegal labor and given illicit psychoactive substances, as well as made to use forbidden programs that speed up virtual time. I gave them a nasty smile. In total, your sins will be spend up to 30 years in prison. Fuck me, Ack. I told you the cops would show up. Let's bounce. Hold on, Doug, it's just a Gamedec. I was hoping good mouth off, bum. It gives me a reason to use a more direct method of persuasion. Hell yeah. Abused kids, that's what the... You should have tossed him over the fucking ledge, bro. Mm-mm. Chief, that was amazing. You're my hero. I looked at the children. There was fear in their eyes and sparks of satisfaction. Come on, let's find the sheriff. He was the only kid that didn't get scared. He seemed overly excited. Miss Gamedec, oh wowie! Okay, I think I will go ahead and get this one. Scalpel, you know how to communicate with metabots and how to stop hemorrhaging or stabilize a wound. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get that one. We still need one for this, but we'll also need to get 3 empathy for the Century Surgeon. I've never seen anything like that. Only gamers have those wham bam animation. They had no chance, and they're strong, scary, but they were scared of you. You have to go up. He's upstairs. Oh, I'm Stanley, by the way. I mean Tom. I forgot to tell you. I was afraid, but you did fine. You can handle Kid, too. You showed them. We knew that you must be good with all those likes under your profile, that you would find us. I heard his jaw crunch when he got hit. And yesterday we had no dinner, and they laughed. Well, who's laughing now? Because the investigation had to lead you here. I knew it. And I knew I didn't have to say anything because you would figure it all out. I mean, you can tell who's bad and who's good here. They were dirty and hunched over like any villain in a game. If someone looks like that, you know they're bad. I knew you would figure it out. That was epic, like the raid event, but it only comes once a year in harvest time because it's too epic to have it more often. And then there are wild horses stampeding to hide the raid. People say wild horses are an omen, but they neigh and stomp, and an omen wouldn't neigh, right? Everyone knows omens don't neigh. Ken lost it. Stanley, what? Where's the sheriff? Oh, upstairs. I think he tried to run away from you. Chief, let's be quick, shall we? I was letting Tom, talk. Kid's excited. His life's changing. The crates had the Nanette Foundation logo on them. They were dirty and covered with dust. My hand stuck to the lid. I looked inside. Inside were cheap vitamins and supplements. They were all of questionable origin. Was this the only sustenance these children could expect? Man, bruh, just not cool at all. It looked like a children's farm for leveling characters, except harvest time is about loot boxes, not the level of your avatar. Bunk beds, so the work was probably done in shifts around the clock. Wonderful business idea. The crates had the Nanette Foundation logo on them. They were stacked crookedly, and some of them had been dumped on the floor. I looked inside. Cheap game pills and infusion liquids. As far as I could tell, there was more virtualia pharmacologia here than food. I left the mess alone. Yo, Miss Gamedec. Damn, you look just like you did in harvest time. No one does that. Man, Tom hired quite the character. I literally LOL'd. It's cool you came, but be careful. Outsiders are fucked here. It's dangerous. You seemed out of sorts while you were playing. How are you feeling? Once I logged out, I basically fell on my ass. I was so out of it. But that's like normal. Happens to everyone. It's cool now. You said this place was dangerous for outsiders. No one comes here because they want to, like ever. They have to be brought in by Doug or Ack. One time, a guy in anti-G harness wandered in here. Doug kicked his ass so hard he looked like a bad Hexel. You've probably dealt with him already, but Kid is upstairs, and I reckon Ack and Doug have nothing on him. Where's the sheriff? Yo, he's upstairs. I told you. Do adults have like 0 skill points in listening? Hmm. Ken stopped me when I was about to open the door. Chief, I know I may look like a total pro, but I've never caught anyone, in Realium I mean, nor interrogated anyone. Any tips before we go in? First of all, the investigator led us here, but we don't know who's behind all this. Let's get the guy who acts as a sheriff in the game, interrogate him, and find out what's going on. You need to make him want to confess to what he did. Provoke or push him until he says something he shouldn't. That's very smart, Chief. I'll try. I'll leave the talking to you. I will listen and learn. Hands up, motherfucker. Prepare for justice. He realized that was too much. Sorry, Chief. I got carried
Hey.
away.
You're out of luck, guys. The boss is gone.
He heard you coming and jumped out the window. He told me to stay and clean up here. The Undercity was over 100 meters below. He couldn't have jumped out of a mushroom window and survived, unless it was a suicide. It's just some kid. It's good that you're here. I'll go check on your friends. He headed for the exit. Stop bullshitting. I know you're the sheriff. A proud smile spread across his face. But I almost convinced you, right? I can even get one over a game deck. Who are you, by the way? A low city kid like the ones downstairs. I'm just not as naive and defenseless as them. Nobody else could have wrapped their head around the idea. The setup was so tight, a fly couldn't squeeze through, whatever that is. He's proud of it. Of course, everything was going great until the punks called a game deck. I see that you believe everything's working perfectly here. How exactly does this thing work? Using slave labor? What, are you going to take all these kids home and take care of them? You and your kind little heart didn't give a fuck until somebody paid you. And they paid you because they're making money. Instead of doing drugs and roaming the walkways without supervision, they're here together, learning how to make money. I'm proud of that. One kid felt so bad here that she tried to run away. Okay, her plan was strange, as she lay here all along, but that screams of desperation. That's right, slave master. If they're so happy, then why are they running and hiding? Where are those kiddos anyway? Use your brain, idiot. The kids can leave any time they want. The door's open. You would notice that if you had used the handle. And what are they going to do? It's a mushroom. In order to get out, they would have to go down to the Undercity. Walk among the ruins to the nearest tower and climb to Low City using a ladder. It's damn dangerous. Please, all they need to do is ask. I'll get them a cab and off they go. Yeah, they run away, but only inside harvest time. They don't want to leave this mushroom. They want to stay and keep playing. As long as they're here, they need to follow the rules. If I let them slack, they won't learn discipline and the program won't benefit. Kids crowded together and working in a dilapidated hovel below even the lowest of Low City's levels. Are you really proud of this? They're brats from the Low City walkways. We feed them, give them a place to sleep, access to nature, fresh air, on a farm no less, so. You force them to work, you son of a bitch. You're stealing their childhoods. We're going to kick your asses. Walkways are dirty and dangerous. Kids are starving, and these are the childhoods we're stealing from them? Come the fuck on. We teach them to earn and sell their loot. For one, to keep this place going, buy game pills from the Foundation, we're their only chance. Your kids are being forced into loot box farming. In the same way all employers force their staff, we teach them the value of work. If they want to stay, they need to earn their keep. It's called child abuse. They're street brats. Do you think they'll do what they're supposed to if you leave them unsupervised? We need to keep an eye on them. That's how we make money. We can feed them and give them access to the game. Everybody wins. Chief, he's not showing any remorse. I feel in my gut that he's not going to learn unless we graciously beat the fuck out of him. This isn't how we were supposed to serve justice. We've come here to solve your problem. The kids called us because they were miserable. Didn't they tell you they want to play more? Because usually they do. They have it better in harvest time than they would on the streets. We all just want to make some money and escape poverty. These children are overusing pharmacological substances, stimulants, and you're turning them into junkies. What exactly do you think they've been doing on the walkways? At least here they only take game pills and some vitamins. No nasty stuff. Believe me, I would notice. They wouldn't be able to work. You made the kids use a speed boost cheat. We all use it sometimes. Why do you think nobody can beat the sheriff in a duel? Anyway, the kids slack off, then use a cheat on themselves and their plans to catch up and make money. Well, we all gotta make a living. Ken's face turned red. What did you say? On themselves. But that can accelerate the aging process. Chief, that can cause Adelheim syndrome, accelerated aging. The organism works at full power and it gets worn out. That's messed up. What's the alternative? Starving in Low City? Better to get old a little faster, but actually get to live. To survive. Don't you get it? Remind them of the destructive effects of the syndrome. Adelheim syndrome can have irreversible effects in children, growth disorders, endocrine gland disorders. It could be disastrous for them. They can experience lifelong chronic pain. They'll get old much faster, which means they'll live shorter lives. Do you understand? At least they'll be happier. They'll actually have something that's theirs. We don't force anyone to work for us. Low City does. I took out my walktail, opened a command window, and dialed Nanette's number. Let's see what the head of this operation has to say about this. Hello there, Gamedec. Is this a moment you would like me to return the favor? Listen, Nanette, I'm in the mushroom right now. It's one of those 100-year-old structures abandoned by the builders of the polis. I know what mushrooms are. Well, have you found anything interesting in there? Yeah, the headquarters of Nanette's Gardens. It's a dump, a stinky, creepy slum. What? But how? I rented this nice place. The kids are being forced to grind for loot boxes constantly. It doesn't look good. I had no idea. This cannot go on. I'll take care of it right away. These children need care and attention. Just please, don't inform the police. An official investigation could paralyze my foundation. I wouldn't be able to help those kids. No, Nanette. It all happened when the children were under your care. But I didn't know anything. You should have known something. That is your business as the head of the business. You should have known. I'm done with this discussion. If I were you, I'd forget about Nanette's Gardens. I need some information. Tell me, Nanette, what is Nanette's Gardens exactly? What do you do? It's a type of play therapy that combines work and fun. We rehabilitate kids from Low City by teaching them collaboration and empathy. Harvest Time is ideal for that. It's free, lets you work in the fresh air, experience nature, watch plants grow, even if only virtually. Who's responsible for supervising the Foundation? I am, obviously, but I entrusted Mr. Lepsky with the Harvest Time division called the Nest Gardens. He's a very capable manager. I'm currently working on our next project, a cancer hospital. Too many sick children, too few sponsors. I don't have time for other things. Lepsky promised to take care of the kids, and I thought he kept his word. The reports show his division is doing better and better. I talked to him today. He admitted to playing as a sheriff to look after the kids the entire time, harvest time included. It seemed like a good idea to me. Where are the headquarters of Nanette's Gardens? I mean in William, not harvest time. I rented a modest place in the host tower right above Low City. I can't afford more, but it's clean, spacious, even has some natural light. What about the financial aspect? Is the Foundation supposed to profit from that? Absolutely not. After all, we're financing a bigger part of the program ourselves. We donated couches, we send them NutriFluid and game pills, and even cover a part of their living expenses. We're a foundation, not a company. She seems to be genuinely outraged by my question. I was a professional writer. Yeah, she's just naive. She should have looked more into who was running the organization. She should have had more. She should have done a better job. Is all it is. Further questioning seemed pointless. I could hear it in her voice that she had no idea what was going on. That's all. Thank you, Nanette. Thank you for telling me this, Gamedec. I am once again asking you, please let me fix my mistake and take care of these children. We've heard what the kid had to say. What do you think, Ken? I'm not sure, Chief. We learned in harvest time that's the sheriff who's responsible for the kids' problems, and the sheriff is this punk right here. He's not even trying to hide it. We need to separate the kids from him. Regardless of whatever the fuck you think, you don't have a choice. If you call the police, these kids will end up in juvie or on walkways. I would say the latter. You're going to leave them alone? In Low City, they'll be much worse off than here. Unless you want to take them in and raise them. No? Well, fine. I know how to take care of them. We should call the police. They need to fix this mess. Right. They'll be taken care of. I was starting to feel like a hero, but then I realized that I don't know anything about kids. Good call. Alrighty, Chief. I'll sense them and take care of everything. Ken opened a privet window and chose a number. His lips started to move, but I couldn't hear anything. Kid headed for the exit. Where do you think you're going, punk? You're the one responsible for this whole mess. So what? I'm a minor. You wouldn't do anything to a minor, would you? How about we fuck him up anyway, Chief? Introduce him to the holy punishing hand of justice. I'm itching to beat the crap out of him. I got tired of listening to him talk. The boy felt absolutely no remorse. He didn't feel anything. I drew my gun and aimed it at Kid's head. Parts of his brain painted the wall. The force caused an eye to pop out of its socket. He looked surprised as he slumped to the floor. Oh, fuck. That was heavy. Very fucking heavy. Ken had to suppress a gag reflex. Maybe, if you had let him live, he would have kept doing it. People don't change, but I doubt the police would understand. Let's roll before they get here. The crates in the office appeared the same as the ones downstairs. Most of them weren't opened. On some of them I could see shipping details. I scanned the chips on several random crates. It was charity. The Nanette Foundation donated them to Nanette Gardens free of charge. Judging from the delivery dates, it was a common practice. They were always collected by Mr. Lepsky. Someone else would handle this. There was an ancient computer on the desk. I wondered what he had on his computer. There was nothing on it, not even an operating system. Kid had deleted everything. No worries, Chief. Even if we don't recover the data, there's plenty of evidence downstairs. I suppose that's true. Alright, I guess we better go on and bounce. Will it be fine from now on? We won't get logged out anymore? Can we still play together? Are they going to kick us out of here? They aren't, right? Ma'am, what will happen to us now? Who's going to take care of us now? You won't leave us alone, will you? The police will be here soon. They will take you to a better, safer place. You won't have to work. The police? They'll separate us. You'll see. It'll be the same as with Alex. Remember when they took her? Yeah, she never returned to the walkways. I don't want to go to the police. Calm down. You felt terrible, remember? That's why you hired a Gamedec. I solved your problem. You got what you wanted. What do you say in a situation like that? Well, thank you, Miss Gamedec. The children fell silent. I gotta say, it feels pretty strange when they just stare at us without saying a word. Our first case solved. We should talk it over, Chief, but maybe not here. Why don't we discuss our strategy tonight? Your place. Let's roll, Chief. The police will be here any minute. Okie dokie.
It's good to see you.
Good evening, you two. Welcome home. The time is perfect. Temperature normal. Ken, meet Bliss. She's my major domo.
It's good to finally meet you
She's
in real
cool,
life.
Chief. Hi there, Translucent. Kenzo, a good bad player and one of the few players in the world who can play for 15 seconds at the 19th level of pain. He's been the most efficient attacker for the last 2 seasons. Ken looked at me, content. She knows everything about me. Intellectual personality? Great choice, Chief. Would you like something to drink? Sure, but what should we have? Whiskey? Yeah, we need to rinse our neurons after what happened in that mushroom under Low City. But let's focus on our next investigation. Did you notice I said our chief? Did you notice those two trippy girls in TNP? The ones that were chatting people up. They seemed strange, so I talked to them. It turned out they were recruiting people to a clan in a different game. Wait, it gets better. This clan believes in some crazy ass stuff. They're also obsessed with the number 314. I think they're a cult. So you see, he looked at me as though he was waiting for questions. What is the Tree of Knowing? Well, I'm not sure yet, but I'm really interested in finding out. You see, this goddamn tree is what somebody used to destroy my career. They're never specific about the tree. It's some kind of artifact. Apparently, it only appears once in a while. It's a big deal for them. They say the tree gives them the truth and inspiration and sends them signal things. Kinda seems like they get high a lot. Suspicious. What's the deal with them and the number 314? I feel like I've heard something about it before. At first I thought it was just a reference to the number pi, but there's more to it, Chief. I gotta say, it it gives me the creeps. You know, it's like whenever I see this number or even hear anything about it, something happens. Don't fucking laugh at me. I'm not. Don't neglect it. You're feeling something, that's a fact. It might just be your emotions, but it might be something else too. Worth investigating, right? That's what I thought. 'Cause you know, Chief, I kind of believe there might be something mystical going on here. It's like when I see 314, it feels like a sign that was put there especially for me. Like I was special. Strange, isn't it? What if the clan knows I'm interested in them, and they reprogrammed my walktail and my lenses? Worth investigating. What do you know about this clan? They're called the Han clan. Apparently Han means book. It's in their emblem, a book in front of a tree. They play MMOs, keep talking about meditation, observations, and stuff like that, even more than about fighting and territories. I mean, you know, Chief, when they fight for real. They know how to play. But as soon as those girls realized I had money, they told me I was special and that my spiritual path leads to the clan. Suspicious. Has somebody hired you for this investigation? Not really. I'm working on my own. You do know that Gamedec's get hired, discuss their remuneration with the client, and only then begin their investigation, right? This one's an exception. Well, the second exception. The first was harvest time. I hired myself to find out who killed my career. Somebody's got to find the culprit. Are you in, Chief? Alright, this might be too difficult for you to handle on your own. Awesome. We'll be like Good Bad Team, but in Realium, and in all the other games in the world. Why did you become interested in them? During that game, you know when I rage quit, those fucking trolls weren't the only thing I saw in that space rip. There was also a tree. I mean, what was that about, right? But when I heard that the clan worships a Tree of Knowing, I figured it might help me understand. I did some online research, and it turns out their sacred Tree of Knowing looks exactly like the one I saw during the game. That's my lead, Chief. My lead to finding the fuckers that ruined my career. Enough about the clan, Ken. You've done your first detective case. You should be proud of yourself, Ken. Chief, it was amazing. I feel like the king of the world. I think we should always work together. Ken finished talking before I managed to cut in. No problem, Chief. That's why we're a team. Together we're even more awesome than we are separate. So what? Do you like my Bliss? Go on, ask her a question. Alright, Bliss. What's more real, matter or information? Matter is a catch-all that describes an illusion. The reality is but an emanation of mathematical rules. Particles are mathematics. It's all information. Ken put his hands around his head, widened his eyes, and pretended that skull was exploding. She's brilliant. What's it like to be an esports player? As in a good bad player? Well, you need to be a bit of a masochist. When the pain is at 10, it's like being operated on without anesthesia. At 15, some players start tripping when the endorphins kick in. I can go as far as 19. It's hard to describe. Heaven, hell, both at once. They say Peter Crash kites can go up to 20 thanks to meditation and some other wizardry. Me, I feel like I like to feel everything. It turns me on. You seem to know yourself pretty well, kiddo. You're honest. It's impressive. You can lie to others, but not to yourself, Chief. Listen, I see this whole game deck thing really interests you. Would you like to hear more about this job? Sure, Chief, I'm all ears. I guess I'll listen too. Well, it has no benefits, really. No pension, no vacation, no sick leave. When there's work, you make money. When there isn't, you starve. Sounds wonderful. That's because you're young. But sure, have a go at it. Just remember what I told you, because what seems wonderful at first might turn out to be a completely different kind of wonder, but it's better to try and find out, I guess. Yeah, something like that. Let's have a drink. Not sure if I can drive my new mobile after all those drinks. You can stay here for the night, Ken. Thanks. Something told me you would offer. I hope I can spend the night. Ken finished talking before I managed to cut in. In bed, oh, ara, ara. In for a penny, in for a pound. Um, let's get fucking kinky. Bliss, join us. I looked at Ken and he nodded. We'd like you to stay with us, Bliss. Bliss smiled, dimmed the lights, and put on some romantic music. Ken first took off his. Okay, how? Okay. I was going to say, like, wait a second. How far are we going on this? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. It was a really pleasant evening. It was a shame Ken had to go. Ken wanted to meet and talk about his case. We hadn't discussed the time and place, though. Okay. Warsaw City. I got a text from Ken. Hi, no idea why you turned off your walk-tail. What are you, a stegosaurus? Let's meet at Yeti's coming tonight. It's low, really low, the roof of Undercity. I'll be waiting for you. I came across something interesting, but no point talking about now since you're not there. See ya. I didn't know what he meant by saying that my walk-tail was off. He could have just sensed me, but sent a text instead. It was strange. As usual, the computer recognized me. Get this, stealth and drama as usual. Mushroom shootout, a bloody gang war. A bloody shootout took place in one of Warsaw City's mushrooms. I began to scan the text nervously. A young man's body had been found. According to the police spokesperson, the corpse was missing its head. The massacre was done with a large caliber handgun. Virtual couches, bunk beds, and the net foundation crates were found at the scene. The investigation is in progress. I skimmed through the text to see if the police had any suspects. They didn't. If this kid was already exploiting children like this as a teenager, what crimes would he have committed as an adult? People don't change. It's naive to believe they mature and go through some inner metamorphosis. If I hadn't bashed his head in, he would have grown up to become another low city mobster. That was that. This recording is missing the first 5 seconds of the conversation. Replaying the beginning is not possible. Actually, I thought we'd finally meet in Relium too. Oh, Relium. Miss Doucette, haven't people wasted enough time on meeting in person to fulfill formalities? True, isn't it? To meet, we would both have to get from A to B, find parking, make our way to an establishment that provides suitable safeguards so that no one could spy on our business using a drone or a camera. You're right. Of course I am, my dear Miss Doucette. Gives us 100% guarantee that no one else will eavesdrop on us or pry into our business. Not that we have anything to hide. Of course not, and I assure you there's no reason to be ashamed that your clinic is still not doing very well. That's why I wanted you to take over the Nanette's Garden program in harvest time. Trust me, I would be happy to. You'll take good care of it, won't you? Absolutely, ma'am. Your children will be taken care of and provided with progress-stimulating exercises, just like they have been. Couldn't we still meet in per... I'll be honest, Miss Doucette, as I can see this thing keeps coming back like an advertising drone in Low City. I'm a disfigured man. Oh, I use a prosthetic face. But that's what regenerative medicine is for. Not for everyone, Miss Doucette. My DNA doesn't take kindly to that sort of procedure. What about cleansing? I still cannot afford it, but I treat the defect as a learning experience. It shows me what pain is, and it makes me want to help others. Mr. Lebsky, I really feel sorry for you, but it's rather strange that we never... Don't you have enough to worry about with the cancer hospital? Yes, the hospital is sick, like my patients. That's why I've dedicated myself to it and the gardens. Let me help you. Why don't you leave Nanette's Gardens to me? You can get a break and I can do what I'm addicted to be honest, which is helping others. You realize it's sort of addiction. Yes. I'm sending you the documents. I just need your IN and that's it. I'll take care of the kids in the gardens, and you can focus on your hospital. Get some rest, Miss Doucette. My. Interesting that that's not an actual... Hey there, you lucky devil. This is your personal ticket to the Midnight Express. It entitles you to one ride on Harvest Time's fabulous train. Instructions: board the train, tear the ticket, and marvel at the brilliant animation. Travel to any station you wish. Don't forget, getting off the train invalidates your ticket. This is a one-way ticket. The developers of Harvest Time wish you an unforgettable experience. Okay, yeah, I think we read all of those. Yeah, yeah, okay. Adelheim syndrome. First detected in 2195 by Stanley Chichowski. He worked at Nantronic Arts Internal Services in the sensory world of dreamspace. It accelerates the player's aging process as a result of introducing illegal, virtual time-compressing software into a game. The first victim of AS was Bronislaw Adamski, known in dreamspace as Bruno Adelheim, who showed strong symptoms of game addiction. In B. Adamski's autopsy, it was determined that his biological age was around 95, despite the age of 40 being listed in the register. B. Adamski developed the aforementioned cheat and implemented it in DreamSpace, which allowed him to grow an impressive chain of factories. Within 3 virtual decades, he became the wealthiest man in the game. In Realium, he was a poor bachelor who supported himself by selling DreamSpace bonuses to wealthy players. The mechanisms through which game time affects the player's temporal metabolism are still being examined. The hypotheses currently being explored include DNA telomere shortening, mitochondrial DNA aging, autoimmune mechanisms, synaptic nervous system affecting the rate of cell division, and others. No coherent theory explaining the phenomenon has yet been formulated. The problem with determining how Adelheim syndrome actually works is the inability to conduct human experiments with the aforementioned cheat. Test subjects would have to be exposed to a program hazardous to their health, which would be unethical. So far, experiments on animals introduced into sensory worlds and exposed to time acceleration programs have yielded no tangible results. I don't think we've read this one either, the dark web. Today we'll be taking a closer look at this seemingly simple yet mysterious topic, the dark web, the web of darkness. To explain this phenomenon, we have Lee and Now with us from Warsaw University. Good morning, Professor. Good morning to you, sir, and good morning to the audience. Right then, the dark web is a fascinating topic indeed, at least from a psychological point of view. Why is that? Imagine, if you will, a human psyche, then separate it into consciousness and subconsciousness. Take everything you like and accept about yourself and make it part of your consciousness. Your subconsciousness will in turn serve as a deposit for everything you don't like, despise, hate about yourself. Is there a lot of it? I'm not sharing that. Now imagine humanity's psyche and repeat the process. Take everything dark, frightening, generally unacceptable, albeit real, about people and make it part of subconsciousness. How much of that stuff is there? A lot. More than in the consciousness section. I'm not sure. No. Let's summarize then. There are nearly 20 billion people living in cage-like cities whose ABBs keep them separated from the aggressive ecosystem. To somehow cope with that reality, many have basically transferred their lives to the net. Frick Noir Heavy Industries has recently announced that their efforts to terraform Gaia, a planet in the Sigma Draconis system, have been successful. It has triggered immigration to the new, clean, mutation-free planet, though naturally only for those who can afford the ticket. With pharma nanolabs releasing their BLBs, we've discovered that immortality is within our reach. If we can afford it, that is. The Interscope Corporation created Rendans, synthetic brains, and Mobriums, mechanical bodies, which create an opportunity for attaining a digital immortality of sorts. But, again, only the rich could benefit from it. Blue Whales Interactive encourages, surprise, only the very wealthy to have the company make them a brand new human being, a so-called diginet. This expanded the human right to procreate and give rise to a new set of ethical controversies. People without money realized that they could neither afford a better life on a new planet nor longevity. It dawned on them that they would die without any prospects and having experienced very little joy, with the pastimes of the rich being unavailable to them. Do you really think this doesn't breed anger? Well, nature hates a vacuum. New solutions made invisible to those in power emerge wherever there's a feeling of injustice. People find a way. They create an underground market for commodities, services, trade. But how do they manage the financial aspect? We don't use cash anymore. So many transactions can be traced. This is where the sensory world comes in. In-game currencies, items, and so on. Do you think that those goods are traded exclusively by wacky gamers? These digital currencies and items have real-life value, and the transactions made using them are much harder to track. To sum up, are you saying that the dark web was created out of anger? No, I'm saying everything that exists casts a shadow. The shadow cast by humanity is enormous. The dark web is the manifestation of this shadow. You spoke about the shadow cast by the poorest among us. What about the richest? Do they cast a shadow as well? I believe theirs isn't even bigger than that cast by the poor. Are you talking about Lex Occulta? My good sir, if Lex Occulta really exists, I assure you we will not find it on the normal wet net or the dark web. But you think it exists? Next question, please. Yeah, we hadn't read that one. That's interesting. I don't know why these have gears as opposed to. And there's a lot on the harvest time we never did get, so I'm not sure how to feel about that either. Hexel, a fractal pixel of a three-dimensional screen. Hexels can make flat screen act like a window depending on the angle of view one can see different fragments of the three-dimensional landscape behind the screen. That's interesting. Tree of Knowing. Do you honestly think it was here in this graveyard? Yeah, and we read that one, right? That's pretty much the conversation. No, we haven't read this one. It's a little similar to what the one girls were saying in the gossip, though, right? The cosmic tree, the axis of the world, Axis Mundi, the tree of good and evil. This symbol is present in every culture. The Vikings, Australian tribes, Christians, Slavic myths, it's everywhere. I have a fantasy about it. Of course you do. According to the creeds, time stops on the tree's axis. It lets you connect with the past and the future. I've heard about that. For the Australian Arrant people, the cosmic axis is a pillar that transforms unknown space into a world, an ordered reality. I'm familiar with that legend. Want to know my theory? It's called a hypothesis, my dear, a hypothesis. You know what it is? No. Well, it's that the tree of knowing represents the human nervous system. That's a stretch. No, it's not. Graphical representations of the structure, the mythical tree of knowing, that is, look very strange. The crown is ridiculously small, while the trunk is long and has a multitude of small branches protruding from it. The crown is the brain, the trunk is the spinal cord, and the
Stream
branches
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
are peripheral nerves that connect to the spinal cord. Yes, the tree's root in turn represent all the remaining peripheral nerves, the ones going all the way down to the legs. Fascinating, isn't it? Nope. But wait, that's not all. The concepts of past, present, and future are uniquely human. What do you mean? Everything we see reaches us with a delay. You see a tennis ball that is coming toward you at high speed. By the time its image reaches the ocular interpretive center of the brain, it will have already moved. The brain perceives reality kind of like astronomers see the stars. It sees what's already happened, but it's aware of that. Interesting. So the brain knows where the tennis ball was and must create a projection of where it's going to be in a moment. If it were to just operate based on its past image, you wouldn't be able to hit the ball back. Do you get it? What's your point? The impressions of past and future come from the brain. It's the brain that creates them. These concepts don't matter to a rock. It doesn't need them. They're needed by living cognizant entities. I'll go further. When you're trying to remember something, you activate the same areas of the brain as you would when imagining the future. The brain, like the axis of the world, Axis Mundi, generates the past and the future. Furthermore, like the world axis of the Arent, it arranges unknown matter into organized matter. After all, the brain creates the image of reality as reality doesn't have an inherent appearance. So the tree of knowing is our nervous system. Yes, a place that generates past, present, and future, a place that generates the image of reality, and that name, the tree of knowing. I mean, our nervous system ultimately functions as a tree of knowing. It's used for cognition. Quite fascinating, isn't it? Yes, quite indeed. I'm interested in something else, though. And what would that be? The cosmic tree appears in different places across different games. How is that possible? Games have their own engines, use proprietary software. You know, a talented hacker could. But why? For what purpose? From what I've gathered, it's just there. It doesn't do anything special. Supposedly you can experience an epiphany while being near it. That would be something. If it proves false, though, then this artifact is nothing but a pathetic and pointless stunt. Like our lives? Like our lives, my dear. I think that's all the new ones. I think. I really don't like how this is. See, it's like I try to scroll down, but sometimes it doesn't let me scroll down. I don't know. Did we ever read the one on Viper? The name is a portmanteau of virtual presence. Viper generates a simplified virtual environment that can be used instead of telesense calls. During a Viper call, the users meet via virtual reality to speak without witnesses. Unlike calls made via net menus or game chats, Viper calls guarantees privacy. That's kind of cool. Sensing. Yeah, that's the call thingy. New mobile, Rindan. Yeah, that's the digital brain thingy. Yeah, I think we may have a new corp organization though. So we haven't read the one for Interscorp Corporation. This international electronic company created the Brahma game, perfectly recreating Relium, the world of Vishnu, a compromise between the needs of Zonets accustomed to Relium, and a reality offering them superpowers. The Interscope Corporation is also a maker of Mobriums and Rindans. Lately, the corporation has started closely cooperating with Blue Whales Interactive regarding the Pygmalion technology, invented by BWI. Yeah, okay, cool. I think that's all the new ones. So turn desktop mail. By joining our guild, you've agreed to receive our email newsletter, which is why this went right into the spam folder. No other mail. Checked what was going on in harvest time. Ranger were writing of concern. Your uncle left you a farm, a nice piece of land. You've yet to touch a hoe. Shame on you. Visit your farm, get your hands dirty, feel the softness of strawberries, lose yourself in nature. You would make. I do love strawberries. Rancher, your cows are crying, your pumpkin patch is drying up. Will you stand idly by as your animals suffer and crops go to waste? Earn gold coins, breathe in the fresh air, smelling of nature in the Wild West. We're waiting for you. Deputy, you took it upon yourself to wear the star symbolizing your commitment to the High Rock community. They're waiting for you. If you don't show up in town within the next 3 days, your star will be forfeit and the inhabitants of High Rock will be left inconsolable. I was kind of curious how they did that. Like, so in that case, who gets to be sheriff once that happens, right? So I guess each game has their own like three. What was more exciting than expanding one's fleet? That much hyped Vulture X sure was tempting. A fantastic exploration vessel with a medical bay, a hangar with a scouting ship, strong armor, a crew of bots at your command, all for a bargain price. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and see what happens. Pricey but reasonable. I bought it. I was the proud owner of a Vulture X. Beware, space pirates, the void adventure takes to the stars. I would be able to explore new systems once they were added to the game. Okay, that doesn't seem to have much to do with anything, so whatever. We buy it just to buy it, I guess. Anything new on the news? Anything new on the news? My name's Gina Gordon. This is the latest news. Outrage at Nanette's foundation. The founder of the organization, Nanette D, is suspected of forcing children into slave labor. This has been Warsaw City News, your source for up-to-date domestic and international news all day long. Oh, we know she wasn't responsible, but that's okay. Bliss, how you doing, Bliss? Can I please interact with Bliss? Hello? Okay, so that doesn't do anything cool. How about the chair? Okay, so we've done all that. I guess we'll leave the thingy and go to Low City, and we'll go meet him. Okay. Where? Oh, there we are. I was gonna say, where are we? Captain, the case can't be that simple. But it is Corn. The boy was shot by. With all due respect, sir, these beacons don't make mistakes. Well, this one did. If that's true. Do you realize what kind of position this puts us in?
This man is dead, Cornelia. Nothing we do will change that.
I understand, Captain. What you need to understand is that closing the case this way will reflect badly on our organization. That's neither your business nor responsibility, Sergeant Delia. The man was interrupted by a voice coming from the communicator. Captain, there's a doctor here. His name is Pax, and he wants to... What? We don't need that dipshit here. Sergeant Delia will return to this later. I'm coming, Rama. The outrager looked at me angrily. We don't let civilians in. Move along, please. Sergeant Cornelia, Academy grade, acceptable. Oh, this is good. What were you doing with that eel in the... Shut your mouth and come in. Fucking info jerks. Now I'm kinda curious what she was doing with the eel. What were you doing with the eel? The outrager frantically flipped through the data on the infolia. She didn't pay attention to me. Forget it. I've checked all the regulations and there isn't a single one that would force me to speak with you. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. Okay, can you tell us what you're doing? I'm inspecting the MCC beacon. So you need to move your hands like this. Will you remember, Mac? Yeah, it's similar to opening a window. And how is the inspection going? The beacon's broken. The beacon looked like a random hookup after 16 hours in bed. Useless. Is that good, Martin? I could try a different approach with this junk. Leave that to the scriptwriter, my dear, but you're killing it. I'm sorry, but I can't. Beat it, dickhead. Again with this flying therapeutic shit. Better than your holo movies, asshole. Alright, let's go, Mac. We'll come back when it calms down.
You're here to piss me off, aren't you?
A virtual projection of a bird perched itself on the Mobrium's shoulder and stared at me with its huge black eyes while sharpening its claws. Hey, moron. My name is Fabio, 'cause I'm fucking fabulous. Okay. Sounds good. I guess. I don't know. I don't have brain pictures, so... The malfunctioning MCC beacon has been dragged down to the pavement and was clumsily swaying on the drift field. Check technical name. I opened the device logs. The beacon's technical name was... I opened the window that monitored gun functions and started looking through the data. The last shot was registered the week before, aimed at a rat climbing up a nearby tower. The rodent was hit, fell off the wall, and did not return. The beacon's gun hadn't fired once since then. Dual mask. Sorry, Professor, but could you tell us again how exactly this therapy works? I have to admit I didn't quite understand your explanation. Oh, pardon me, I always go too fast and my students get confused. I'm not your student, sir. No, that's a pity. So about this therapy. Yes. 2-mass therapy is the latest creation of the Ease Your Mind Company, EYM for short. It's been developed exclusively for the owners of Mobriums, and to be perfectly honest, I'm skeptical about this solution. You said that already, sir. I would like me to explain how it works. Yes, sorry. 2-mass therapy is offered to people who have experienced severe psychological trauma and suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. EYM has built a program, or rather a therapeutic game, that reaches quite deep into the patient's psyche. Could you say more? Yes, the basic rule of therapy says that it should allow the client or the patient to deal with the reality, together with its challenges, stresses, and problems, on their own. They should be able to maintain a certain balance between regression and aggression, which means regression is a return to childish behavior. But isn't that healthy? It is, but not when you're faced with an important decision. This is not the time for thumb sucking and daydreaming. You know what I mean? I do. Now then, aggression is the opposite of regression, excessive stress that leads to an unhealthy confrontation, such as inflicting pain on yourself or others. What does it have to do with two-mass therapy? Well, two-mass control the client's stress level. As long as it's optimal, they don't intervene, but as soon as its value crosses a minimum or maximum threshold, one of the two masks is activated. The patient can only choose her names and appearance. Everything else is controlled by the program. And how does it work? Well, let's assume the patient's stress level has exceeded the maximum threshold. The corresponding mask, let's call it Bobby, activates and three things happen. First of all, the person talking to the patient begins to see Bobby. That's a clear sign that the therapeutic program has been activated. Secondly, the patient's consciousness is transferred to a mini virtualium, where they learn how to deal with excessive stress in controlled conditions. It's like a combat training room. So we could say that the patient gets switched off. Yes and no. Bobby is a program that synchronizes with certain areas of the patient's psyche. This way, the person talking to a patient can receive clear signals about what led to them switching off. That's exactly what concerns me about this therapeutic program. Those bobbies can act quite strangely. Instead of explaining what caused stress for the patient, they make people around them uncomfortable. Still, it's the client that goes through the therapy, not the people around them. It's not that simple. The patient's family could be in pain too. Besides, bobbies sometimes break through to volitional areas of the psyche and start to manipulate their interlocutors. Personally, I advise against this kind of therapy, and I don't know why Uniformed Services, the Outrangers to be specific, have decided to purchase this program. There are better, well-tested options. Maybe because bobbies can take the forms of animated animals. Maybe, or maybe because EYM has won the tender by tanking the price. You said that the program had been developed exclusively for the owners of mobriums. Why is that? Because of the mini virtualia. Only owners of mobriums can switch off in the middle of a walkway and almost immediately enter a virtualium. Organics need couches for that. That's fair. But what does the second Bobby do? The one that activates due to excessive regression. When the second Bobby activates, the patient enters a virtualium where they can grow up and face challenges while remaining in a pleasant state of regression. In a nutshell. Well, I like what I'm hearing. You've convinced me. I don't like it at all. Believe me, you shouldn't mess around with a person's psyche at such a deep level as Two Mass does. It reminds me of the cases from the game called Abyss. I don't advise it. Outrangers. Let me tell you, Kurzisiek, there are no real men anymore. No, there aren't, Emily, unless we're talking about the Outrangers. Yeah, they are supermen. I wish I knew one. Well, now's your chance because I've invited a real green one. You didn't. Lieutenant Adams, you can stop hiding now. Please join us. Oh, wow, a real ranger. Please have a seat, but do sit next to me. God, look at that armor. It's getting hot in here, isn't it? Hey there, stud. Hello, ladies. Lieutenant, please tell us a little about yourself. You can start with your address. Wilma. Have you looked at the man? Okay, where do I start? The Outrangers are a paramilitary organization started in 2073. A bit less historical, a bit more personal, please. Emily. It's an international organization working in close cooperation with the Mutation Control Center. We are trained and prepared to penetrate areas beyond the ABBs. Penetrate. Interesting. I'll have to agree with you on this one, Emily. Usually we fly over the jungle, but sometimes we perform foot patrols, which are extremely dangerous. There are also rescue missions. When some reckless tourist goes on a trip beyond the ABBs on their own. Exactly, ma'am. We also perform maintenance on MCC beacons, fetch data from them, and protect the residents of the polis's lowest levels. It's so romantic, I'm absolutely fascinated. Or in lust. I can give you my address if you still. Yes, please. Mm-hmm. An international organization established in 2072 in order to monitor mutating fauna and flora outside the ABBs and in Polis undercities. It cooperates with the Outrangers organization. See also MCC beacons. MCC Beacons, the Mutation Control Center announced a new type of beacon today. The latest addition to the family of jungle guardians is named Jaguar and features a new scanner with an extended range from 20 to 35 kilometers. It should be mentioned that scanners used by MCC beacons are not simple radars, but devices able to detect genetic mutations. They could be described as big flying noses that identify aromatic molecules. It's worth mentioning that they also have remarkable eyes that observe a wide range of electromagnetic waves and can spot the smallest organic particles. Do you remember when one of the beacons detected the Culex pipiens toxica mosquito by capturing a part of its wing with a bottom camera? Well, Jaguar's cameras will be 3 times as perceptive. This beacon is a lot tougher than the previous one. Not only will it withstand fierce attacks of bats and birds, but can also more effectively defend itself thanks to not one, but 3 plasma guns, claims Colonel Jar Osol. Let us remind you that while MCC beacons keep watch over vast stretches of jungles and forest between the pole as well as over undercities, it's still extremely dangerous to venture into those places. Long-range scanners, high-quality cameras and microphones, quantum noses capable of differentiating 4 trillion smells. A plasma gun with adjustable power and caliber, in a nutshell, a must-have in every household. Okay, let's try removing the battery. These are very user-friendly devices. I studied the manual engraved on the armor, pressed some sensors, waited for the panel to move aside, and watched as the battery slid into my hands. The beacon began an emergency system shutdown. I watched it turn itself off and walked away. Okay.
What the fuck did you do this time? On second thought, I don't want to know.
Okay. Sidewalk graffiti was not a common sight. That one was made with permanent paint, so the colors stayed vivid despite attempts at heavy cleaning. Under a large inscription that said analyze it, there was a smaller one. The end of iteration is near. Was it? Really? That was how ward drivers marked the city system control networks they had opened. Huh. Not sure how to feel about that, but okay. I'll leave that for right now. Sticky trash can. The garbage can looked disgusting. When I got closer to it, the stench hit my nostrils, which immediately made my throat swell. I had to suppress my gag reflex. We're going to search it. I reached inside the can, trying not to touch its sticky edges. I failed. Just below the top layer, I reached some sticky liquid, probably the same stuff that ran down the sides of the bin. I plunged my hand deeper, pushing through things I didn't want to picture. The tips of my fingers finally reached a warm metal object. I pulled out a metal box and wiped the slime off. It was a Metabot battery. That got me interested. A Metabot battery? Interesting. Wonder what's up with that. Oh, what's over here? Another trash can. The garbage can was fixed in plastic concrete as if it was saying, I'll stay here forever. It was filled with cheap game pill packages, disposable drug dispensers, and bottom shelf liquor bottles. Did I want to contemplate garbage? Maybe in the next life. I put my arm deep inside the sea of waste. Some leftovers from overcooked dumplings stuck to my sleeve. Not only did I not find anything useful, but the wet dough left a greasy stain and a bad smell. The old tourist terminal looked ridiculous there. What were these people supposed to do? To go to different poles? To Gaia? I wondered what the piece of junk could offer people from the lowest layer of the polis. Welcome. Please know that the tourist console belongs to the city reistic systems. The offer presented by this device is outdated. Feel free to use the holoscreen standing alongside it to get the latest information, including on tourism. I wonder what that piece of junk could offer. Okay, so that just repeats. Okay. Okay. Then there's another blocked thingy over here. Pax, is that you, you piece of shit? Fantastic, the last thing I need. Pax, you son of a bitch, get the fuck out of here. Calm down, sir, I need to do a scan. Why not decapitate him while you're at it? You're good at that, aren't you? Mr. Bestelides, it was a long time ago, a stupid mistake. I'll just wait for the Metabot to finish. Scan a corpse? Why the fuck would you do that? A standard procedure. Yeah? Where were your procedures when you were diagnosing Michael, you piece of shit? Where were your Metabots then? Leave the machine alone, man. You know how much it's worth? I don't fucking care. That guy seems like a real asshole. Okay. Not sure what's up with that guy. I walked up to the edge of the sidewalk. It was a good place for the ad drone to spot me. Bored with your existence, not getting enough sunlight on the lower levels, treat yourself to a trip in the Eco-Logos bioestates and enjoy the warm sunshine for an entire day. The bioestates are located within ABBS. Eat natural meals, touch natural materials, discover exotic arch flora. The Eco-Logos bioestates are not responsible for any complications caused by intense contact with nature. Afraid? Learn more on our website. It was a standard advertising drone. Even though it operated in the lowest layer of Warsaw City, it was in good shape. Well, drone, I need to use your resources. I am owned by AdvertPol X. I cannot give subsystem access to unauthorized persons. I see that you have large media audience base. I could enter into an advertising contract with you. I don't know about that. Hmm. Mutation Control Center Beacon. What a zeitgeist. An AI-equipped guard that protects us from mutated plants and animals. City network access helped with this kind of thing. Reistic Systems admin credentials helped too. I had to find the right name. I scoured the data in search of signatures that fit the beacon. A few caught my eye. I entered the name and got the Medbot's frequency. To reset it, I had to overload its system. And to do that, I needed adequate network resources. I entered the name. Okay. Um. Hmm. Hmm. These places are described as interfering. It has something to do with harmonic oscillation. I didn't quite get it, but I knew how to look. I gained access to devices connected to the city reistic network. Bizarre name. I issued some commands and the system displayed all surveillance drones within its range. Okay. Use city network resources. Filter by location. I had hoped I had done everything right. At that point, it seemed so. Use city network resources. Filter by location. 47. It worked. I had access to the beacon. I tried moving the beacon. Nothing. I changed through the device view, but it didn't look right. I must have entered the wrong beacon name. I must have entered the technical name incorrectly. I was hacking the wrong device. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. This is very annoying. Hmm. 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 Where does this start us off at? Okay, so this starts us off right here, I see. Hmm. Probably for the best.
What is it this time?
Cornelia. Nothing we do will change that.
Then the doctor comes up. Do you know what people like me can do to anyone who obstructs her work? Have you heard of the re-educators? Don't bother, I know the law. We both know I'm not under your jurisdiction.
We can't just close the case. Not like this.
Okay, anyway. So let's, go up here.
A civilian. What do you want?
Oh, this is good. Just make it a bit sexier, Mac. Miss Brutt's line was a bit rough. You're interfering with my... The woman flexed as if she was advertising new brand of slimming cream. Investigation. Was that good? Ma'am, we don't talk like that. That would be unprofessional. That was amazing. I would even ask you to lower your voice to a sensual alto, but they'll moan about it, 'cause Miss Brutt has a different timbre. Can't you see she's had enough of you? Give her a break and I'm sure you'll get better footage. Now shoo. You might be right. Come on, Mac, let's step away and discuss the set design. I've got two new ideas. Alright, boss. Thanks, pal. We'll go ahead and
What
help
is
the
it?
tank rid. It was a huge mobrium. I had never seen a machine like that before. The Outranger controlling it was busy with the MCC beacon hovering in front of her. How do you think Ken died? I don't know, but it wasn't the beacon. The cat may know something. It's got access to a part of my psyche from which I'm currently separated. I would like to take a look at that beacon. Is that okay? MCC beacons are serious gear, scanners, weapons, AI. You have to be authorized to tinker with them. Oh, okay. Okay. We can't get Brain Fixer because that's like way over there. Probably won't be able to do that. We probably shouldn't have interfered. So you know what? Because we're just crazy, we're just going to... I guess we shouldn't have interfered. I was hoping maybe we could get access to the other ones since we are already, but no. It's not working apparently. I'm not sure what secret we unlocked by not interfering.
This man is dead, Cornelia.
Okay, yes, we know he's dead.
Nothing we
We
do
know
will
he's
change
dead.
that.
And then he comes and the doctor comes. And apparently this doesn't do anything, but do this right here. And she stopped talking to us, and then we'll wait for these guys to finish, and then she'll get mad. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-doop-doop. I wonder if I can just still do this even though they're doing that. Real quick. Okay, so that just repeats. And then she gets mad. And they go away. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're here to piss me off, aren't you?
Yeah, so that should unlock something there, but I'm not sure what it does. Okay, let's go over here. Try this right over here again. This time, maybe let's try to do this right. This one. City network resources, 47. We want to do this one. Hey, fly, shoo. Shoo, fly, don't bother me. Shoo, fly, don't bother me. This one. City network resources, filter by location, 47. And then we want um, this one, this one. It worked. I had access to the beacon. I gained access to the drone. Yay! I opened the system panel. Oh shit, I can fire a test shot? Do I want to do that? That could be fun. Okay, so we successfully hacked that. That's pretty cool, I guess. Okay. Dooba dooba doop. Come on. No lag, no lag. No lag, no lag, no lag. Please, no lag. Yeah, I'm really not sure how to how to feel about that. Um, could you show me the contents of the contract? It's a standard contract, but its exact contents cannot be disclosed to the public. The rules are quite simple. The contractor has 24 hours to fulfill the contract. Should the contractor fail to advertise the project specified in the contract to at least 4 other users, the contractor will be charged with a contractual penalty. The device fell silent and displayed a message. Advert poll X your local ad provider on the global market or STHIDK. You type something, you fucking slot machine. Good, let's sign the contract. Fantastic, please provide your IN. I took out my walktail and issued a command to sign the contract. Wonderful, the current campaign is for the Brutal 99 low caffeine drink. Sure. That's great. Access to my resources. Okay. Cool. I guess. Do I have the access to the resources? I guess I do now. Let's go over here.
What the fuck did you do this time? On second thought, I don't want to know.
Let's go ahead and get the med battery out of here. I'm not sure if we'll need it or not. Okay. We can only do that because we are a scalpel, which is interesting. Beowulf, the Outranger's vehicle. They must have arrived in it. Outrangers have their quirks. For one, they adore fresh air, so the windows of their vehicles are always half open. They also dislike circuitry, so I wasn't surprised to see an ignition slot. The key was missing, though. The driver must have had it. On the pilot seat, I found a familiar box made of steel. A trophy case. Every kid knows what they look like. The window was slightly lowered, so I managed to reach into the cabin and feel the box with my hand. It was closed with a latch. I tried to pry it open like they did in all old Hollow movies. Something clicked, the lights on the box lit up, and the alarm went off. An unauthorized de-encapsulation attempt has been detected. Warning, possible environmental contamination. Content decontamination procedure initiated. The box hissed as if it were preparing a cocktail. The indicators lit up, and I heard the muffled sound of an explosion coming from the inside. If there was any evidence inside, I must have destroyed it. Well, that's nice. That happened, I guess. Um, Freg Noir Heavy Industries made this drone model for military and police use. They're used for scanning dangerous and suspicious areas. They say they're also able to detect mental constellations characters. Okay. See, network access helps with this kind of thing. This is an MDK drone, right? Rami, I guess. The right name was the key. I had to find it. I browsed data. Few caught my attention. City network resources, filter by location. 47. Okay, city network resources, location. 47. City local resources, location. 47. I received a notification about being granted access. It worked. I gained access to the drone. I looked around. There were several cameras on the lamppost, but their lenses were smeared and their joints immobilized. One glance at the body confirmed what I feared. None of them could have seen what had happened. But if I gathered all their data, reflections and smooth surfaces, shadows, and so on, I would be able to piece together what happened to Ken. I decided to play with the machine. Hacking cameras. Use the drone to gather data on each of the cameras, then complete the data to get a complete recording of Ken's fall. Okay, so I just have to go to the cameras, I guess? Okay, and I see. And the lines lead to the cameras that we haven't gotten to yet, so okay. And the other one's over here. Okay, and there's one more somewhere over here, and then we have to follow the line. Okay. So somebody comes over and shoots him. Oh, okay. Leave the drone. Okay, that's interesting. Hmm.
What?
An outranger was leaning over Ken's body. He was pale and clearly disgusted. Is there a way I could convince you to let me examine this body? Did you hit your head or something? It's a corpse and I'm an officer on duty. Ever heard of regulations? Want me to face disciplinary action? I'm a specialized officer. A reed. Ring any bells? I need access to the body. Do you have any idea how it will end for you if you keep making things difficult? I don't need red tape problems. Go on, do what you want. The man handed me a pair of super thin nano gloves. Put these on. You don't want your DNA and fingerprints all over the body, jackass. The dead body is a terrible sight. It's a memory of someone who once lived. A hideous, untrue, fake memory. The guy's face, as if carved from plastic, was pressed against the wet pavement like a strange, silent object. The gaze of his open eyes was angled unnaturally. Nobody's face should lie on the ground like that. The face of a corpse, maybe, because that's no longer a person. Ken. Hmm. I looked at his chest. It looked like a small gunset shot exit wound. I pressed on his chest in a few spots, then tapped. Weird, it sounded hollow inside. The sound near the wound should have been flat due to extravasation. His arms and legs were splayed awkwardly. It was like he had been doing some weird mid-air stunts before hitting the ground. Gently I lifted his hand. I was stunned. The skin on the inside of his palm was clean, not even a scratch or a bruise, everything in perfect condition. I checked his other hand. Same thing. His skin should have been torn if he fell and froze in this position. His calf was clean, no bruising. I checked the other leg and it was the same. Ken's pant leg slowly slid back down, covering up the cold, exposed body. It looked like he had been struck by lightning, but the marks were off. I rubbed my eyes and took another look at Ken's arm. Nothing. I was confused. I rummaged through his pockets. He had no personal items on him, not even a walk-towel. The sideways facing eyes had lost any expression or gleam. They resembled those of a poorly designed impact. The face, pulled taut by the sidewalk, looked to be smiling crudely. I had an inexplicable hunch, parted his lips and put two fingers in his mouth. A stiff tongue, dry saliva. I shuddered. There was nothing else there. I grabbed Ken by the shoulders and started to gently turn him over. He was heavy and oddly resistant. One of the holographic wings displayed disappeared into the pavement. His head bobbed and was about to collide with the pavement. I noticed something flashing immediately behind it. I released one of his shoulders and grabbed his head, saving it from hitting the ground. I finished turning him over and slowly put the head onto the ground. Only then did I glance back towards the flash, but there was no sign about it. Modern firearms produce enough kinetic force to easily blast straight through a person. I reached out to touch Ken's chest area. I retracted my hand, freshly smeared with blood, and wiped it off on the guy's coat. He was my friend, so he wouldn't have minded. Translucent bat wings protruded from Ken's clothing. I wondered if it was AR or a hologram. I turned off my glasses, but I could still see them. A holo. To create such an animation, Ken had to have an illusion, an illusion generator, with him. I couldn't see it anywhere, so I turned to the Outranger. Do you see these wings? Take a guess, ma'am. That's why I keep fiddling with him. I can't find the illusion that generates them. Did he swallow it? I slid my hand under Ken's chest again. I felt the cracks in the pavement under the exit wound. I pulled out a metal object. I tore it from the pavement and took a closer look. It was a bullet. Small caliber and antique. Titanium core. Probably fired from an aged rusty Rex type rifle. There were lots of them in Low City. Not much blood, just a few stains that looked like splatter. Suspiciously little considering it went straight through him. There was a bloody hole in his coat, and his back too, it seemed.
I can tell fact from bullshit.
How do the beacons work in general? They scan their surroundings, looking for a new plant and animal species. If a beast comes close, they shoot. These here have special tasks. If anything tries to fly or crawl up to the lowest inhabited walkway, beacons have to shoot it down while adhering to all safety measures. People live here. There are two dangerous species around these parts. The toxic fruit bat, a seriously big bastard, and the Rattus mordax veninatus rat. The rats got clever and don't try climbing up anymore. The bats are dumber and charge sometimes, so the beacons shoot one down occasionally. They fire plasma, that's why there isn't much blood. Blood is no good, trust me. It attracts a shitload of trouble outside the ABB, and honestly, it ruins the view here, so you get it. Maybe the beacon misfired. Does that happen? No, they're advanced artificial intelligence, way smarter than humans. A person could make a mistake, but a beacon? No chance. Believe me, I designed them myself. The victim supposedly had an anti-G harness on. Where is it? They say the captain took it off and secured it, but I didn't see that happen. It's probably in Beowulf, which is probably the thingy we accidentally destroyed. Okay. Can you tell me something about the girl in the large mobrium? Tancred Brett. The infamous Tancred. She rescued some rangers on one of the patrols behind the ABB. She paid an awful price, but now she's a legend. She was only put into the Mobrium recently. She shouldn't be on duty yet, but firstly, they're making a hollow movie about her, and secondly, she wanted to be. She has therapeutic programs installed that sort of take over communication if she becomes too stressed or relaxed. Supposedly it's to hasten her recovery. The man lying dead here, Ken Zhao. How do you think he died? I know what it looks like. Bat wings, the undersea below us. The captain was here first, and took the anti-G harness off him. That's what he claims, at least. I didn't see it, but trust me, it's not the beacon that killed him. It must have been a weird, very weird incident. I don't know. I can't make anything of it. This death must be a damned misunderstanding. And the sight is just inhuman. It's disgraceful that he's still here on the wet walkway like a bag of human bones. Okay. Beacon hypothesis. Ken was flying above low city walkways using an anti-G harness. He was carrying an ilgen that generated an image of membranous wings. An MCC beacon mistook it for a bat and shot him down. Ken lost a surprisingly small amount of blood. Ken has a gunshot wound on his chest. The plasma shot doesn't leave much blood because high temperature scorches the blood vessels. Vin and Vera claims that beacons don't make mistakes. The Outranger is convinced that AI couldn't have mistaken a bat with a man clumsily disguised as one. The beacon's logs haven't registered a shot being fired. The last shot was fired by the beacon a couple of days ago. Didn't fire in the last 24 hours. Accident hypothesis. Ken was flying around using an anti-G harness. Maybe he's looking for something. He might have even found it, but his harness broke and he fell down. Didn't notice any damage caused by the fall in Ken's body. Didn't know what Ken was doing before he died, but his model looked like an awkwardly twisted NPC model. If Ken came to Low City looking for something, then he didn't find it, unless it was information.
You're not supposed to be here. Who let you in?
A well-built man was loitering on the sidewalk and giving the doctor menacing looks. My name is Tasha Diaz. Just what we needed, a game deck. Who let you in? I'm a game deck and I have a right to be here. If you have any doubts, check them against the regulations. The man narrowed his eyes. Who doesn't love losing control of the situation? A wonderful feeling. You and this doctor seem to hate each other. The man snorted, clenched his fist, and the metal parts of his glove creaked. You think so? Where did you get this from? I heard your argument. The man nodded. Pax and I have a history. It's not one with a happy ending. I'd rather he left. Why do you want Dr. Pax to leave? The man frowned and shuffled his armored boots. He brings back some painful memories.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Hmm.
I'll have to quit smoking at some point in the future.
Goddamn asshole. The man cursed under his breath and repeatedly tried to pull us out of smoke with trembling hands. The cigarette fell to the ground. Fuck. He glared at the soaking wet tobacco as if deliberating whether it was worth picking up. He shrugged and pulled out another cigarette. Fuck all this. He only noticed me once he lit up and inhaled deeply. He sent me a quizzical glance. I have a few questions, and I wanted. Pax raised his hand. He took a fresh pack of real nicotine cigarettes out of his pocket. From another, he grabbed a lighter engraved with a Asclepius's cane. He lit up lazily and took the smoke in, tasting it. I'm burning to hell. Sadly, my fire is being doused by a certain problem. There's a hideous toad roaming around here, interrupting my work. Toads, huh? The only thing I remember from their low city patrols is the contempt they showed to the inhabitants. They pretend to care about us, but only thought of us as city dwellers. Screw them. He looked at me with a mix of amusement and pity. He wanted to say something, but a coughing fit interrupted him. Once he had it under control, he took a drag of his cigarette, as if nothing had happened. To tell the truth, you don't look too well. Are you all right? He smiled crudely and inhaled more smoke. I feel excellent for a guy who'll soon rendezvous with the Reaper. Are you? Are you dying? Not at the moment. I'll fire up the engines in about 3 months, then I'll fly away. Too bad Gaia isn't the destination. He looked at the Medibot and exhaled smoke, barely stopping himself from coughing. Assuming the diagnosis is correct. He coughed but kept the smoke in his mouth. The cigarette paper started soaking with red. He grabbed the wet bud and looked at it with disgust. He tossed it into the abyss below us and lit up another. It probably is. So, what's wrong with you? Stem cell cancer. No cure. Believe me, I'm a doctor. But you're a doctor. You could sense your friends. I'm sure they would. He stopped me with a gesture. A BLB is the only thing that could help me. Can't afford it. Too many debts and I'm tired. No more of this. Seems like you and the captain go way back. Yeah. What happened between you two? What's your story? He took a puff and exhaled through the nose. He ruined my career. It started over a year ago. I worked in the Warsaw City Central Hospital. I had a respectable position, second-degree specialization. We got a call to the ABB, a bite or a sting. I went there with the team. Landed right by the barrier. An outrager unit led by Basilides was scrambling. Basilides. The victim was a civilian, the captain's partner, Michael Sosnowski. He took a long drag, staring into the distance. When he finally exhaled, a pale blue cloud enveloped him. Something bit him on the neck. He went into shock. His airways were closing up. We call it firing up the engines. For your trip to the other side, I mean. The outrangers kept shouting it was a type of gadfly, Hypoderma bovis toxica. Typically, all you need in such a case are serum, an anti-shock kit, and water. But something was off. The gadfly's bite leaves a swollen lump with 2 red patches around it. And there was a lump, but not a lot of redness. And I saw that lump start to blacken, as if necrosis had already started. I had only ever seen wolf spider bites progress that fast. What puzzled me was that there was only one bite mark, and spiders leave too. I knew I would have to cut off his head if it had been a wolf spider, otherwise he would die. Spiders sometimes lose their pedipalps fending off wasps or other damn things. I concluded it must have been a wolf spider cripple and made my choice. He took a puff and spoke in a whisper. I loaded this Michael guy into the ambulance and he literally lost his head before the captain's eyes. He survived, but bacilli sued me. I checked later and found that Sosnowski had pheromone injections done to protect against insects, but not against arachnids. What injections are you talking about? He tried to hide his bewilderment. It's like a vaccine. Makes us exude pheromones that keep away the nasties behind the ABB. Everyone has a standard set done in childhood, but to go past the barriers you have to have them all. Didn't you learn that in school? His eyes narrowed as he puffed his cigarette, as if trying to remember what he had just said. The bite mark was destroyed by decapitation, and the blood from his head machine washed, so there were no solid leads in the investigation, and eventually the court ruled there wasn't enough evidence, so it went cold, but the stench remained. I was let go, and since I wagged my tongue a bit too much, I couldn't find any decent jobs anywhere. So you see, that is our story. He looked at the cigarette butt smoldering between his fingers and tossed it away. I saved his boyfriend. Was I right? I don't know. What's it like working at the bottom of the polis? It may sound dramatic, but I would say, with a knife to the throat. Shootouts happen here, so I need to patch up gang war victims. There are still lots of valuables down there to fight over. Maybe this man got caught in the crossfire. He sighed, exhaling a cloud of smoke. I could help you with this green problem. His shifty eyes looked up at me. Really? Would you do something to make the captain leave? Provoke him to hit you or something? Or find something to discredit him? I'll try. Pax nodded and sighed with relief. Thank you. I would like to use your Metabot. He squinted and asked without taking the cigarette out of his mouth. And what do you need it for? Gramps, you don't want to make my job hard. Those who try always regret it. Understand? I closed my hands into fists ostentatiously. He looked at my hands and burst out laughing. Seriously? What, you're going to kill me? He chuckled as if I had just told him a good joke. Gave me a pat on the shoulder. Some ash from the cigarette fell onto my arm. You would be doing me a favor. I wouldn't have to pay for my euthanization. I could even show you how to punch to get this over with quickly.
Calm down. I need to scan the body.
What is it this time?
Did you know that Dr. Pax is terminally ill? So there is some justice in the world. Let him experience what the death of a body really is. Maybe then he'll understand how valuable life is. There will be no then for him. He can't afford it. He's truly going to die. The man's face froze. He stared at me and blinked as if I were shuffling folders in his brain. Hell, girl. All right, I forgive him his sins. He rubbed his eyes and smiled sadly. I forgive him everything. We're square. Us too, Gamedec. So you and Pax, what happened? The man rubbed his eyes and sighed. It was a little over a year ago. Our unit was on patrol duty behind the ABB. My husband Michael was with us. There weren't many dangerous species in that area. Well, except for insects. They're everywhere. Michael. The man looked down and grunted. He swallowed and straightened up. A gadfly bit his neck. Hypoderma bovis toxica. It got really swollen, so we quickly evacuated. Then an ambulance arrived, and Pax was in it. He was arrogant and confident. The fool said that wasn't a gadfly, but a Brazilian wandering spider that lost his fucking pedipalp. What's a pedipalp? Each spider has two. They're part of the mouth. They plunge them into the victims and inject digestive juices. Despite our protests, Pax ordered decapitation to save Michael's life. He lost his body because of that moron. Now he's an involuntary Xeonet. Keeping his head alive costs a fortune, and we can't afford to regenerate his whole body. It's too expensive. With one decision unsupported by any evidence, this prick turned our life into a nightmare. The man cleared his throat. So yeah, this is our history, my friend. No happy ending for me. And since we don't see a way out, well, never mind. How did Ken die? However terrible it may sound, it seems that an MCC beacon mistook him for some kind of bat and fired at him. I need to access your drone. Do you now? And I need to access to an anti-gravity shower and some good tea. And you know what, Gamedec? I won't get that either. See this body soaking on the sidewalk? He had parents, you know. What would you say to his mother? That you would like some good tea? I don't know what I would say. And don't bother with guilt trips. She isn't here, is she? What does that say about her? I'm sorry, Captain, but shouldn't the Outrangers try to divert suspicion away from the beacon? What are you implying, girl? I think that you're deliberately taking this case in a strange direction. That's a serious accusation. You shouldn't make those without strong proof, and I assume you don't have any, do you? Someone's blackmailing you. That's the only rational explanation. He gave me a harsh look and opened his mouth to say something, but then he stopped, grunted, and rubbed his eyes as if deflated. By all the mutations, I'm so tired. Who's doing it? Why do they want to blame the Outrangers? Leave it, girl. I'm not telling you anything. I heard that your exoskeletons are so ridiculously slow that kicking your canned asses is like shooting fish in a barrel. A mosquito's buzz. You wouldn't know that sound, but believe me, whatever gets close splatters on my slow armor like a bug on a windshield. Do you think your people treat you seriously? I mean, first they would have to even understand what you're saying, and I've seen their faces. No trace of intelligent life down there, if you know what I mean. It seems that your armor isn't the only thing that's a bit slow. I'll show you, Gamedec. Suddenly I realized I was wrong about their armor. I saw a flash, my teeth crackled, and then I came the pain.
What is it this time?
Fuck it. Fuck all of this.
I've obtained some material that will solve your problem. Great, I'm in your deck, Gamedec. Now can I have access to the Medibot? Making some careless, I don't give a shit. I owe you one. Okay, thank you. The Medibot, the pillar of healthcare service. They say doctors become obsolete because these things could easily replace humans. The device has two multi-joint limbs, but certainly had some more manipulators up its sleeve as well. Information panels keep flashing on the lid. It was a clunky old model, sturdy and trustworthy. I uncovered the Medibot's charging socket, took the MCC beacon battery from my pocket, and plugged it in. The power cell's charging gauge flashed green. Getting disinfected after some dumpster diving felt like a good idea. I gave the command. The Medibot aimed its flaps at me and sprayed me down with aerosol. As if by magic, the mist removed any dirt from my skin and clothes. Moments later, I already smelled like a sterile doctor's office. The dialog box told me the last patient to be scanned by the Medbot was Samuel Pax. Clicked a button that displayed the report. All it needed was a cursory glance. A chest x-ray revealed a tumor situated in the primary bronchi, along with multiple metastases. The Latin-written diagnosis didn't leave any hope. Stem cell cancer. He even gave the estimated time he had left. 6 months, 12 days, and 9 hours. Wowzers.
Anything else?
I glanced at the battery level. I had to choose wisely as each use of the Medibot required energy. Hmm. I select the blood test option from the panel. Something whirred inside the Medibot and the indicators lit up. One of the Medibot's arms approached Ken's neck and pricked a vein. I heard the sound of pistons whirring. The display said the blood had congealed but had been drawn and was being analyzed. I need to check the results when they were ready. I selected the brain scan option. The Medibot turned on something akin to a floodlight, casting a faint light, and began the procedure. The device screen reported that the procedure was successful. I looked at the data. Before he died, Ken had strongly stimulated visual, interpretive fields, and a distinctive pattern of bridge activity. Only one state could produce this result. Devitalization. Looks like Ken died while playing. I gave the command. A thin metallic tentacle slid out of the Medbot's arm and up Ken's nose. After a moment, I heard the quiet, high-pitched sound of a surgical drill. The Medbot's tentacle slid out of the dead man's nose, sprayed the tip with disinfectant foam, and tucked it inside the apparatus. The dialog box said the device had collected the sample. The device beeped and activated the scanners. Kev's skeleton began to appear in one of the windows. Normal skeleton, no fractures or...
Anything else?
Ken has a gunshot wound. Yeah, I mean, it's not... It's nonsense, right? No signs of fall damage. Suggests he died when his body was devitalized. Hmm. 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 I'm not completely sure how to feel about this.
This man is dead, Cornelia. Nothing we do will change that.
quit smoking at some point in the future.
I have a few questions and I wanted... Okay. And then we'll do that. And he tells us this. That must have been tough. That doesn't really add much else, does it? Doesn't look like it. Okay,
Calm down. I need to scan the body.
I looked at the readouts. There were no signs of psychoactive substances, be they complex or chemical. Pox. The device displayed a long list of complicated messages. At the end was a summary of the particularly odd sentence. The neurons in the analyzed sample exhibit symptoms of brain nerve cells subjected to devitalization. Can't seem to talk to him about the results. Not sure how to feel about that. Game hypothesis. Ken was killed with a weapon from a game inside a game. For a moment I saw something weird on Ken's arm, something like a magical wound. Ken looks like he was devitalized before he played, as if he was playing a game. There no Ilgin. Hmm.
Fuck all of this.
You're not supposed to be here. Who let you in?
Running investigation, I have some questions. What happened to the art of conversation? How about introducing yourself first, lady? No, then I'll look myself a game deck. Fantastic. Pax die of a history. It's not one with a happy ending. I'd rather he left. Pax is dying, bruh. Don't have the gangway hound to break into that. Don't know how I can potentially get him to do it.
You're bothering me. Go away. Anything else? I can tell fact from bullshit.
Maybe if I actually talk to him first about it, he'll tell me about it.
What is it this time? What is it this time?
I can't reach into the trophy case because I don't have Gangway Hound, which is that one.
We can't just close the case. Not like this.
You're no better than a duck.
I think we've pretty much exhausted all the options, really.
You do recognize me, don't you?
Her facial who are you? You don't know me? How embarrassing. Mac 4, actress and first model to pose in Immobrium. I thought my fame was... Never mind. I'm getting ready for a role. We'll be reenacting the story of Tancred, one of the Greens. I hope I do well. I'm here because of that guy's death. Did you see? Do you know anything? No, Martin told me something cool was happening in Low City, and I could do research for my role, so we came. Poor guy was already dead. What do you think about the Outrangers? Interesting question. Until now, I thought they were just nature-loving simpletons that hated technology. But get this, the famous troublemaker, Rama Matan of Sydneyland is one of them. That guy knows how to party. See for yourself. She blinked her metallic eyelids and sent me a link to the article. I don't mean to offend you, but I honestly don't know if I'm talking to a robot or a woman using Immobrium, so could you... Excuse me. I am human. My brain is sitting in the belly of this beautiful Immobrium. But I understand your confusion. This one's a per shell. They're made to order. It captures my real features. Cool, right? That is kinda cool.
Yes, I am that famous director. No, I don't have a role for you.
The guy was skinny, wore massive glasses with a secondary active pair on his neck and some brightly glowing digital lenses in his eyes. He kept looking around impatiently as if looking for something beautiful, ugly, sensational, inspirational, that I didn't know. Yes, I'm that famous director. No, I don't have a role for you, though visually you'd fit right in. Only important stuff, please. I'm busy. That big green mobrium and the Outranger inside it. Can you tell me something about her? Tancred? Fascinating story, could make for a great Hollow movie. We're getting ready to film a feature on her. That's why we're here. Problem is, she has therapeutic programs that activate upon feeling strong emotions. Then she becomes hard to talk to. How long have you been here? Well, a while. Still, should have come sooner. They say some guy fell from the sky. That's what I heard, at least. That's why we're here, actually. Guy falls from the sky, Rangers arrive, Mac and I receive word and come too. Darkness reign in the ruins of Warsaw below us. Great setting for a Hollow movie, right? Damn right. Don't have to change anything, really. But it's always been that way. The story matters more than the scenery. Effects, animation, makeup. It's so easy to get that stuff done that the damn AIs could handle it. We have a shortage of stories that don't tickle some vain instinct, but move you to the core. Dialogues, characters, that's what I'm after.
I'll own the important stuff, please. I'm busy.
Don't be embarrassed. I'm used to fans
Okay.
watching me.
So how are we doing on the information here? Still are missing 2 here. No blood. Beacon hypothesis. Accident hypothesis. Still missing 2 there, and we don't have any data for that one. is weird. I opened the list of available ads and picked a sequence that might alter Tancred's emotional state. Ooh, that's interesting. Open the list of available ads. Okay, that's interesting. So, is Tancred okay with me now? I don't know what the different things they're supposed to be for.
Fuck all of this.
Doesn't seem like
This
we get
moment
any
is beautiful, isn't it?
different dialogues with it.
I'm creating art here.
Hack this thingy. Okay. Check beacon systems. I can shoot the Metabot? Fuck it. We're shooting the Metabot. We can shoot something else other than the Metabot? Now this is certainly interesting. LOL, we shot a Metabot. Holy fuck, what was that? Not sure, I think it was the beacon. Weren't you looking? I was, yeah, the beacon fired. It must be faulty. How can anyone live like this? I'm not sure what the purpose of that is. I wonder if we can... Really wish we could do that. That would be nice. We can't seem to access that for some reason. We need a lot more red. We don't have that much red. Is there anything specific I could do with the drone, maybe? Doesn't look like it. I think the drone was mainly for the cameras.
You're no better than a duck.
Fuck it. Fuck all of this.
Yeah, one of those fuckers busted the medbot.
You do recognize me, don't you?
Anything else? You're bothering me. Go away.
I think that's pretty much all we can do, really.
What is it this time?
Yeah, I think that's all we can do. I don't think there's any way to get any more... we're missing data, and I don't like that, but... We're missing an entire option over here, and I don't know how to feel about that. Don't know what data we would be missing right here. Ken was flying above low city walkways using an anti-G harness. He was carrying an Ilgin that generated image. I mean, that's not possible, right? Because we saw on the hollow thing, right? Hmm. And nobody, I don't think anybody used the beacon to shoot him, right? Just flying around using an anti-G harness. No, didn't notice any fall damage. Somebody saw Ken fall, and it did look like he fell, but it doesn't look like it was the thing that finished him off. Must have taken some drugs and misjudged distance. The Occam Razor, no, because we saw someone come up and shoot him. We know the fall wasn't the death, so let's go with this one. Something about the game was killed with a weapon from a game inside a game. That's crazy. I'm going to go with nonsense on this one. And then I'll go with I believe on this one, I guess. So I don't know what else to do on that. Okay, so that gun thing is probably how we get the one thing to walk away. That's probably what that is. Don't have enough information for this. So I don't know what's up with that. Hmm. It was an absurd accident. A beacon mistook Ken for a bat. Somebody shot Ken. It was only a smokescreen. I think that's what it is. It's the murder one. But it's bugging me that I don't have any data on this. It's bugging me. Hmm. 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 Okay, hmm. I think the main thing I'm missing is that one thing. But there's that entire thing that we don't know. I mean, that couldn't be a possible thing, could it? I don't know. I don't know what secrets Tancred is doing. Hmm. It's also bugging me that we can't seem to do that either. Hmm. I don't know why we're not even moving forward, because I feel like... Hmm. I don't know. That's bugging me, though. That is seriously bugging me, and I don't know how to... I just... Hmm. There's one path here that we don't know because we don't have the data. And I don't know how to get the data. An accident. It was an absurd accident. A beacon mistook him for a bat. All because they generated by an Ilgen. Okay, fine. So we'll just go with this one. I guess it's bothering me that we don't have the other one. The other one potential, but I don't know how to get it. I just do not know how to get it. The woman had a keen look and a mysterious smile. She came over to me and her smile widened. Oh, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. Sorry it took so long. Excuse me, where are my manners? Senior Specialist Hiru Hamalau. I'm the insurer of the deceased. I looked at him, waiting for him to break the silence first. Either way, I'm sure you've already found your answers. They may be incomplete, but we should probably check Ken's psychoscan, don't you think? It so happens I have it right here. It was the first thing I did when I got here. I wanted to give it to you. Let's call it a reward. Let's just sign the so-called paperwork and you can go home, okay? I nodded and Hemalau displayed a window with my documents in front of me. I stamped my eye in. Fantastic. Here's your scan. There you go. You can go home now. Same way you got here. Working with you was a true pleasure. Oh, okay. Go back to your apartment to read the psychoscan. You're already here. Brilliant. Did you find what you were looking for? Perfect, perfect. Now be on your way. Why are you so jumpy? I'm not jumpy. I just want to fly home. As do you, isn't that right? Go on, quickly now. I wondered what his deal was. So what, are you leaving? We're still talking, though I'm being rushed. She looked straight through Hemalau and sent me a glance that showed disgust and concern. People do say that game decks have many work-related disorders, but hey, no judgment, we also struggle. I opened my mouth to speak, but something suddenly tugged my arm. My legs buckled, the world spun, and I felt a rush of heat in my shoulder. Oh no. Oh shit, we got shot? What? Hey, can you hear me? Are you okay? My shoulder was numb and swollen. Someone had applied gel dressing to the spot where my sleeve was ripped. Hiru Hamalau. We were talking when it happened. She might have seen something. Where is she? Sorry, Hiru who? The victim's insurance agent. Real uptight, she was hanging around here, remember? You must be in shock after getting shot. There wasn't anyone like that here. I would remember a stranger hanging around the crime scene. I'll look for the shooter in the bar. Just be careful. It may look like a scratch, but the shockwave of a subsonic bullet is no joke. Your deltoid muscle is really swollen. Subsonic? Did you hear a bang? Neither did I.
Laws and regulations are there for a
Your
reason.
name is Cornelia Delia. Quite peculiar. What's it to you, pal? I didn't choose my name or my surname. It's from the Rejuvenation era. I guess it's fine, but I hate Cornelia. It was my grandma's name. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. You flew here with an entire unit. Is there anything I should know about it? I wouldn't call us a unit yet. We still need to work some things out, and I'm not sure we ever will. So far, it's a group of mavericks. The drone operator is a spoiled kid and an unbelievably expensive skin. Captain Basilade struggles with his own demons, and there's Tancred. What did you mean when you said that the captain struggles with his own demons? Let's keep this between you and me, but he's been acting really weird. Work used to be the most important thing for him, but now it's just a hunch. But it seems as though he's struggling between his duty and emotions. No, not like that. He seems conflicted between services and family, but I may be wrong. I'm not a telepath. Either way, something's eating him, and it's sad. The drone operator is using an expensive gin skin. Can Outrangers even use those? They can. It's actually safer that way. And yes, it's terribly expensive. I've never seen one like this before. I'll send you an article. Ken Zhao's death. What's your hypothesis? Why, did you hear the story the captain's trying to shove down our throats? That beacon bullshit. Are you suggesting that the captain is deliberately obstructing the investigation? The woman's face turned gray and she made a quick hand gesture as if she were brushing dust off her armor. I didn't say anything of the sort. I'm sure the captain is acting in accordance with applicable regulations. I smiled to myself. She was recording our conversation. I could see you recording this. Are you afraid of something? I'm not I just... I don't want to be in any shit with my supervisor again. So what do you think happened? He was shot, that's certain, but not by a beacon. A human did this. Oh, there it is, the gunshot hypothesis. How did we... Okay. Um, yeah, because the gunshot was the wound of death. Shot, yeah. Somebody shot Ken while he was hanging around near Yeti's crossing. There was surprisingly little blood from the wound. There's a gunshot wound on Ken's chest. Ken might have been caught in crossfire gang violence. Ken was lying when the shot was fired. Because he was still struggling around when that happened. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. I'm glad I managed to talk to her and get that figured out. That's good. Computer, you're not having issues, are you? Do I need to save or something and just come on now. I know this game is heavy on your graphics, but come on. Okay. Let's see.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Okay. Let's see. So we will go over here and use the bar entrance. Heavy doors and a hologram imitating an old burnt-out neon sign. I wondered if the eye was broken on purpose. A Gamedec walks into a bar. We need to pay to go inside. A price typical for mid-city clubs flashed on his glasses. I'm here on business. I work with the Outrangers. Do you want me to tell them you're making my life difficult? When I mentioned the toads, a few people looked at me disapprovingly. Can't argue with the authorities. Go ahead and fix your goddamn sleeve. I'm in a hurry and I need help. Someone just ran in here wearing a jacket with a red hoodie. Where did they go? What did they look like? Ran in, you say? I didn't see anyone. Ken Zhao died on the walkway in front of the bar and... Ken Zhao? No way. And he's dead? You're kidding, right? The guy's amazing. They were going to add holopics of him to cereal packs. Damn it. Cereal? You must be a big fan if you know stuff like that. He was the man. He used to say that we have to break other people's rules and stick to our own. Now that's my life fucking motto. Your hero cut himself off from the sleeves as soon as he became famous. He only came back when he found himself out of luck. But he did get on to the top. One of our own. So believe me when I tell you, friend, that all sleeves loved him. All of them. Especially Ramona. Loved him loud and clear. I'm sure he felt very precious when she came down on him yesterday. Good one. The man froze and his glasses flashed with light. Oh fuck. It's on the news. He's dead. And the fucking toads say we can't leave the bar now. God damn it. Yeah, so I need 4 red to get those. 4 green and 4 blue. So it's pretty much a 4 situation, except for this one, it's just a 3. Why are you still standing here? 4. I told you I didn't see anyone come in. I saw someone enter right before I did. You guard the door and collect entry fees. You must have seen that somebody didn't just enter, they stormed in. Shut your mouth. We didn't see anyone. You're not one of us. Get it? Nobody's going to tell you anything. Everybody can see everything around here. If you drink, get high, and talk like us, we'll know. If you treat us like shit or it turns out you're a fucking virtual loving troll from Tick, we'll know that too. Gain the witness's trust, trolls or sleeve. Find the person who shot you. Okay, Proximity apps were a common thing in bars once. They were meant to show what the bar offered. More bars stopped using such apps because speaking with the bartender was assumed an essential part of the experience, and here it still worked. Want to drink but don't feel like speaking to the bartender? Nobody should have to speak to that guy. Click here. A mechanical arm will soon deliver a beverage of your choice. No fuss. Beers, stouts, porters, lagers, IPIs, APAs. Whiskey, malts, grains, pot stills, bourbons, rye, vodka, Polish, and Russian. I clicked whiskey. The screen was so slimy my finger might have slipped. I'm not sure which option I actually chose. People at the bar nod approvingly. Their faces were solemn. Their sleeves bore signs of numerous repairs. He came to me and extended the glass in one jerky movement. With a second arm, he aimed badly and spilled alcohol over my trousers. Some of it even got into the glass. Not much, though. Fire! At your service, shithead! Wow. Okay. Dooba 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 doop. Captain Basilides. Tragic accident happened today on the other side of the ABBs. A man has been bitten by an unidentified arthropod during a routine outranger patrol. When the rescue team arrived, Dr. Samuel P. made the dramatic decision to decapitate the patient, who turned out to be a civilian. Unconfirmed sources claim that the man, Michael S., didn't have the required pheromone implants that protect the Outrangers against mutated fauna. The same sources suggest that the victim was closely related to Captain Barnabas B., the commander of the Ophiad Patrol. The captain had initiated court proceedings regarding the decapitation of Michael S. The trespassing of the ABB by an unvaccinated civilian will be, to quote Harold Orion, the Outranger spokesman, investigated internally. Stay tuned for sports and esports now. Don't go anywhere. Martin 32. The first question for our guest, the controversial director known as Martin 32. Forgive me, I cannot pronounce his full name. Martin? Yes. Are you ready for a flurry of questions? Always. Is it true you like pierogi? I love pierogi. What is your best film? How I Unleashed the Second Media War. The worst one. That one is yet to be made. What do you love? Mobriums. What do you hate? AI. It's despicable when inanimate objects try to imitate people. You've never made a hollow movie with digital actors. Ganesha forbid. What do you strive for? Perfection. Your biggest blunder. Let me think. I've got it. Nahum Stein, the lead actor in Stars and Stars, came on set in a full suit whose middle layer would have non-Newton liquid, which is a kind of liquid that solidifies on impact. That day we were going to shoot a scene where Jessica Bond punches him in the stomach. She's a powerful woman. So what happened? The night before, Nahum was showing off in a bar wearing the exact same suit that he had borrowed from Jasmine, our costume designer, without my knowledge and very secretively. He was so wasted he couldn't see the leaks from some of his stomach pockets. I think I know where this is going. We started shooting, Jessica hit him, and he bent over and spat blood. The crew was panic-struck. A doctor with a Medibot were on set. We always have one when we shoot violent scenes. The robot put some pipe in his mouth, stitched something up, and in the end the scene looked so good it was actually better than all Stars and Stars. In fact, it's in the extras, and we made more from that than from the Hollow movie. So it wasn't really a blunder. No, not really. Anyway, I realized then how fragile life was. Tancred Brett, news from beyond the barriers. Today in the Kempnau forest area northwest of Warsaw City, there was a tragic accident 3 kilometers from an ABB section. A team of outrangers patrolling their assigned quadrant got a distress call from a group of tourists who ventured beyond a barrier without valid pheromone implants for this season. The team arrived at the scene within a minute using a Beowulf-class transporter, and the group of 5 tourists were surrounded by a pack of lynx, the lynx fulminans species, and a flock of Ara toxica parrots. Visibility was limited by a swarm of bees, wasps, and mosquitoes. The squads proceeded to extract the tourists while firing at the aggressive animals. Everyone was saved, although 3 were seriously injured and 1 person lost an arm. As it turned out, the Beowulf, damaged in battle, could not carry everyone, so the commander decided that the transporter would take the survivors directly to the hospital while the squad reached the ABB on foot. It was a very difficult and dramatic decision, made after a brief consultation with other team members. The tourists' recklessness and their body and blood odors alerted other nearby animals. The outragers forced their way through the jungle, continuing to fire. While they were aided by a summoned MCC beacon, the animals continued to grow in number. At the request of the Outrangers headquarters, we will not disclose the personal details of the squad members. We were authorized to reveal only one, Sergeant Tancred Brett. During the continuing battle and march through the wilderness, another Outranger team was called as the commander realized that due to the amount of aggression from Warsaw's fauna, they could not make it to the barrier. More and more were wounded until the only one fit for fighting was Sergeant Brett. The commander and other squad members report that Tancred single-handedly gathered those who couldn't walk into a single clearing where transport was supposed to arrive. She then covered them, and when she ran out of ammo, she engaged in melee combat with the still incoming lynx, parrots, and other animals. Her body was butchered, even her augmented armor worn by outrangers on patrol outside the ABBs didn't help. The extraction unit arrived at the last moment. The survivors were taken on board the Outranger vehicle, while the remains of Sergeant Brett were carried into a medieval transport where machines performed a decapitation of the brave Outranger, saving her life. Sergeant Tancred Brett has been nominated for the Crimson Heart Medal, the Outranger's highest honor. We know that her life and the lives of the squad members and tourists are not in danger. We salute the brave Outrangers and are grateful for their commitment. And to the reckless tourist, a word of warning about forays beyond ABBs. They are extremely dangerous. If you don't have the appropriate implants, it's like asking for death. Stock market report coming to you after the break. Anybody else that we haven't seen yet? I don't think so. Oh, Rama Matan. Speaking of Australian millionaires, did you hear the news about the Matans? I didn't. Tell me. Their youngest, you know him, Rama. A well-known mischief maker, that one. He's only young biologically, though. He got himself a BLB recently. Yes, I know. And not a BLB, but a Mobrium. They stopped reproducing to protect themselves against losing their fortune. Anyway, picture this. They threw a party in the High Sky Sphere, the largest and highest in Sydneyland, obviously, and wholly owned by the Matans. God, how I'd love to marry one of them. Hang on. The party, right? Drones flying around, champagne for 3,000 credits a bottle, the social creme de la creme, an opera singer. What was her name? Sophia Turnberg? Yes, her. And she's on this hovering anti-G stage. It's like a dream. The music, the applause, and everything. And you have frames made of actual gold flying around, displaying masterpieces of that painter. What is it with me and names today? Emmanuel Rex. That's it. His art is a bit unsettling, right? It looks like realities passing through each other. It was actually a charity auction. I think they raised money for extending the ABB barriers to areas belonging to Aborigines or something. The ocean flooded quite a lot of land there, you know? Now listen to this. One of the drones that poured champagne was actually controlled by Rama. I hear he's quite tech-savvy. It looked like the machine was just flying around pouring drinks, but it was taking photos and recording the unsuspecting Gus. The son of a gun put it all on the screens at one point. Suddenly, the audience sees Mrs. Turnberg's terrible armpit wrinkle, because you know she's a natural and doesn't do any plastic surgery, with a caption that says, gross. Rex's ear wrinkle, cause as artists often do, he wants to age with dignity, with his words. You've got to be kidding me. The Matans are idiots. They know as much about art as Aborigines do about astronomy. He said that. Seriously. Seriously, but that's not all. Lady Hamilton, she was there too. She sure was. That sneaky bastard Rammy recorded her too. First he zoomed in on her nose hair, then showed what she had said. What do you think? When will that old fool realize that Taha is cheating on him? Wait, but Taha is the wife of Rama's father Romulus, right? And she's cheating on him? According to Lady Hamilton, she is, and these are just 3 of some 20 tasty bits with which Rama treated his guests. He managed to turn everyone against each other. Then Delia Matan, the family matriarch in charge of the Empire's assets and liabilities, told his grandson to... how did she put it? The woman basically banished and disinherited him. She said that he had to spend 10 years living like a low city commoner, deprived of luxuries and exposed to dangers and hardships, or else he would lose all claims to the fortune. And then she banished him from Australia. And if he lasts 10 years, then he'll come back into her favor. But do you realize what 10 years without luxuries must mean to a dandy like him? It's gotta be hell. Okay, so I think we've read all the character ones. We don't have all the ones for Ramon, of course, but I think we've read all the character ones. Did we get any new of these? I don't think we did. But again, it's kind of hard to tell because they don't always notify us when we do. I think the AA one is new, isn't it? Artificial intelligence is everywhere around us, and customer support specialists and guides that show us around museums, even in obby coins that speak to us as caring illusions. People often mistake AIs with actual humans. Why is it like that? Let's hear what Professor Logan Ramsey from the Warsaw School of Applied Psychoneurology has to say about this. Professor? Artificial intelligence simply did not exist in the environment in which Homo sapiens developed. Therefore, we have no choice but to anthropomorphize the bots that smile at us. When we see lively facial expressions, we automatically assume they're the results of emotions and intentions. That's why we create AIs like humans. However, there is a profound difference between a human and an artificial intelligence pretending to be one. Is it really that profound? Yes. Would you care to? Yes, I'll explain. Humans are self-aware beings. They know they exist. It doesn't matter whether you're an organic, a zoonet, or a diginet. That is, whether you have a full body or only a brain, organic or synthetic. Awareness of your own existence is extremely important. Does that mean that even the most advanced artificial intelligence is not aware that it exists? From a metaphysical point of view, it does not. And that means, when you look at your hand, your leg, or your reflection in the mirror, you think I am. Artificial intelligence won't do that. But AIs have sensory organs. They see with cameras, listen with sensors, which constitutes the next major difference. What is it? Imagine being in a completely soundproof room with no windows. Inside there are huge books with instructions. If a card with a specific Chinese sign slides into the room through a special slot, you need to respond with a different specific sign from the thousands also stored in the room. Should we assume that I don't know Chinese? Correct. You don't know what the characters mean. Suddenly, 3 cards with 3 signs slides into the room. You suspect there are people outside, but you can't hear or see them. You look at the signs, memorize the order in which they slid inside, then browse the instructions and realize that such Chinese sentence or word, you cannot tell which it is, has 10 different possible responses. Since you have no idea what they're asking you, or even whether they're actually asking or just saying hi, you pick randomly and answer with a sequence of signs of your choice. The people outside, they might be amused, they might be outraged, they might nod. You won't see that. They answer with another 10 signs, so you browse the instructions again and respond accordingly, with no clue about the meaning of the words I answer to or with. Yes, after a year of these conversations, you've memorized most of the instructions, and you're able to quickly respond to all sorts of sequences of signs, but you still have no idea what you're talking about. Very interesting. This is the so-called Chinese room, a thought experiment that demonstrates how artificial intelligence works. Their facial expressions, tone of voice, words, and gestures are just cards they slide through a slot without realizing what they mean. They're nothing more than memorized patterns of response to the cards we slide into their room. That is, our words, gestures, and faces. Unfortunately, artificial intelligence does not assign meaning to the words it utters or gestures it performs. Neither does it understand what we say. Somehow, that's scary. Sadly, AIs are nothing more than the Chinese rooms I described. Incredible. And as we established earlier, they don't even know they exist. That actually sounds like a pretty good way of describing AI, at least as I understand AI. Home. I don't remember home being one. Holo movie, a holographic three-dimensional movie. Most of the holo movies made at the end of the 22nd century are interactive and can be experienced from within by observing the action through a 360-degree field of view. They can be watched in AR through standard glasses, in a seated or standing position, or virtually on the net. The aforementioned interactivity means that the viewer can make key decisions for the holo movie's characters. Modern holo movies are made both in Realium and in Virtualia. Some are produced exclusively in digital environments and hire digital actors. Advanced artificial intelligence. That sounds pretty cool. Vogger's batteries. Energy storing device widely used around the world ever since the invention of Vogger's batteries by the Frecnoir Heavy Industries conglomerate in the 2130s. Its working principle has remained a subject of speculation, similarly to anti-G tech. X-ray analysis suggests that the batteries might use nuclear fusion or fission. It's impossible to dismantle a Vogger's batteries outside of Frecnoir Heavy Industries specialist laboratories. Although experts in internal economic law speak out against the way Freck Noir Heavy Industries keeps their technology a secret, for reasons unknown to most lawyers, the conglomerate still hasn't disclosed most of its patents. Isn't that interesting? I think that's all the new ones we've got. And there's still a lot, of course, but I really wish it was easier to use this, because see, I don't even know what's up with that right there. Is my hand just shaking or something? But it seems difficult to use this codex. Sleeves. Sleeves. Where did this name come from? Those who don't visit Low City don't know that modern clothes, which fit everyone perfectly regardless of their size, do not always work properly. The first thing that usually breaks in cheaper models of jackets and sweatshirts is the buffer regulating the sleeve length. Sometimes they snap and the sleeve gets way longer than it's supposed to be. Obviously, the enterprising boys and girls from Low City don't want to look like scruffs, so they fix the clothes in any way they can. They fashion unruly buffers with buckles, wrap their shoulders with straps, use patches, metal fasteners. This led to the creation of a certain fashion for strengthening, even reinforcing sleeves. Though created out of necessity, these unusual sleeves became one of the most distinctive features of low-layer badass apparel, and that's how the term sleeves came to be. Oh, I was kind of wondering about that, to be honest. That's interesting. It means people who know what real poverty is and how to deal with it, because there's definitely a difference between those that do and those that don't. Toughened by life, they've seen the shadows of existence and are not afraid to peer into the darkness of the Undercity. So no, we shouldn't be afraid of sleeves. They're like bears. If you get out of their way, they won't bite. Most of them, anyway. That is pretty interesting. Okay, so we've read that one, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So, we sided with the trolls in the first chapter, right? So we're going to side with the trolls now. So let's see, how do we do that, I wonder. It wasn't the prettiest graffiti in the world, but included an interesting question. How do you enhance your psychedelic trip? There was a code with a media file download. Euphoria, excitement, ecstasy, visions. Select your neural drink based on your preference and mood. Plexes are safe and leave no hangover. The fine print warned that the plexuses offered were safe as long as the machine underwent regular maintenance. The box looked to have been battered and hacked multiple times, and certainly not serviced, although I could have been wrong. Ken in front of his team, looking into the distance with a twinkle in his eye. He never made such faces. Must have been a hollow montage. A broken frame revealed the insides of the poster. I know that system. They stopped using it because any teenager could modify it. There's nothing lamer than a pro gamer, I added, remembering how broken career affected Ken. At least it could discourage someone. I heard some people giggling and turned around. Amused trolls sitting in the corner of the room were commenting on my modification. The poster showed paid observation terraces in the upper layers of the polis. It encouraged the viewers to go there and get some sun. It wasn't bad advice. Down in Low City it was always dark, which messed up people's internal clocks. Vitamin D for a price of a hot dog. I digitally added some horns, mustaches, and tails to the happy people on the hollow pick. A troll seed nearby grinned, exposing his teeth. Not bad, though Dix would make it even better. The poster showed the newest brain fix model. Upload a Plex and experience an upgraded reality. The ad was on point. I looked around. A man standing next to me saw what I was about to do and grinned. Just don't overdo it. Plexes make sleeves fall for the dumbest tricks. On the other hand, they upload it so often that making sense of the simplest sins is beyond their, you know, intellectualistic capabilities. I nodded in reply and modified the message. Now you can get any Plex for just 10 IQ. The man grinned, exposing glowing blue teeth, then went back to his group. The harvest time ad. Experience the Wild West with its wildlife, plants, and air. Return to nature, scavenge, shoot, and farm. It's free. I wasn't sure what to write, but after a while I settled on a second job that will earn you no money. Looked good. A troll that was passing by judged my shoulder and winked.
What are you staring at? Never seen a woman with wrinkles?
The creases on her face indicated the mocking smile she bestowed upon me was her normal grimace. I'm from Low City. I've seen it all, even warts. But yeah, seeing a youngish woman not hide her wrinkles is surprising. Sometimes I approach girls and imply we're the same age. The looks on their faces. Priceless. Let's get to it. What do you want and how much? Ken Zhao. Did you know him? Pretty somber guy. Didn't drink or use, but had recently started hanging around the bar. He wasn't a troll and never bought from me, so no. But let's get to the point. While you're here, you should buy something. I can get you to any state of consciousness. Let me guess, forgetfulness and trust. Most of all, I need information. What, are you afraid of drugs? She smiled irreverently. Um, I don't mind if I do. I don't usually refuse a good time. Most sleeves share your opinion. Can't blame 'em. If I was stuck in Rillium all the time at the bottom of the polis, I would go crazy. Anyways, the locals don't talk about drugs that way, and they don't ask for info. You're Aspie, right? I'm a Gamedec. Gamedec's a very convenient cover-up. It lets you ask questions without raising suspicion. I was joking about selling. I only possess drugs for personal use. Here's a token of our friendship, a stimulant that should help in your investigation. It also stabilizes your mood and gives you a bit of cheerful motivation. Have a nice day, officer. Okay. Um, what was Ken up to? Ken returned to the bar. After losing the game, Ken started spending a lot of time in Yeti's Crossing. People tripped over his legs, but in reality, in general, it didn't seem to bother him. Do you know Ken Zhao? Well, did you notice anything suspicious or unusual recently? All the time, girl. Did you see a person with a red hood running into the bar? Well, yeah, he's totally spaced, bruh. Freeze or I'll fucking shoot you and no judge will convict me. He pointed his massive arm at me. It was tipped with a barrel. Or a soda siphon, I wasn't sure. Are you the one that's shitting all over the toilet? Admit it, shithead. Welcome to Yeti's Crossing, the best joint in the gas tower. Who are you, creature? I'm not carrying any weapons. My name's Tasha Diaz. I'm a Gamedec. You really bloody are. What would you like, kind lady? Maybe something stronger. Who are you anyway? Judging by your physique, bartending wasn't your first job, was it? God forbid. I'm a combat robot. Unit YT fucking C at your service. The Admiral named me Rick. Pickle Rick. So that's why I want you to call me. I had my battle modules ripped off and replaced with dispensers 2 years ago. Gotta say, all these shitheads piss me off. So what do you do here, soldier? Tend the bar? Admiral. Yet Admiral yet ordered me to pour drinks, but that's only my cover. My real job is surveillance and Admiral's protection. He's not aware. It's a secret mission. I love the Admiral. How about you? Do you love him? You must love him. Everyone does. I, for example, completely adore him. What can you tell me about your commander? The robot speakers play sounds of shooting mixed with human voices. Is that you? Rick, watch out, fire from the right. The Admiral will always make it, because I'll always save him. He's safe with me. The Merry Fairies assigned me to some other fucking commander once, but I came back to Admiral. Yet forever. Okay.
You're armed, but obviously not used to taking orders. Detective?
At Gamedec, are you with Tix people? Sometimes, but mostly I'm the HR lady, with the warm image of a corporate AI. People don't like to think a program dictates their careers. Now, why don't you do me a favor and spike my employees' drink? Amphetamines would be best, but any drug will do. It's that gloomy guy at the bar, Martin Aiden. What do you want to do this for? And why? Why? I'm bored. Because I can. What for? To fill the void. Someone will troll Martin. It's inevitable. Better me than someone else. See, at work I'm a nanny. I listen to complaints, but the AI makes the decisions because it sees more and analyzes more quickly, though without understanding. So I utilize my people's skills after hours. It's like a hobby to broaden my horizons. I experiment, observe, and you believe this would help him. No idea. Like I said, I'm expanding my horizons. He's been like this since BWI system recommended total sobriety. Goddamn here and now. No brain fix, no entertainment virtuality. So he just sits there. You can't even talk to him. Where do I get the speed? If you want me to spike his drink, give me the means to do so. Oh no. Your profession requires you to be independent and improvise. Get it yourself. In this locale, that should be easy. Although you could also play him some music from his childhood. It'll remind him of his youth, and I'll dig around in his problems. The AI must have had good reason to recommend sobriety and beryllium to your subordinate, don't you think? Yep. He's supposedly addicted to plexuses and virtualia. It's the kind of disorder we're about to start normalizing, like we did with obesity. I don't know if that's true. It's what the machine said. I think jumping into the imaginary is sometimes therapeutic, and the here and now is overrated. Anyway, now I've got the chance to see how a depressed person reacts to stimulants. That's very concerning, but I'm here for a different reason. I'm looking for someone who ran into the bar a moment ago. And you think I'll just tell you because I'm kind and helpful? How cute. Typically I get paid to talk to people. Okay. Who had the motive to kill Ken? An old combat robot wasn't a surprising sight for anyone in the bar. Apparently people of low C are accustomed to the defective machines. It seems that many of the bar guests are regulars, sleeves.
You're still here. Why?
'Cause I can be. You got a problem with it? Let's see. The man sat huddled, sipping whiskey with a concerned face. Leave me alone. Speak if you want, but don't expect any answers. I waited for my chance, and when some guy accidentally pushed him while sitting down, I put the sample from the dealer in his drink. A man with reinforced sleeves noticed me doing it and frowned. I needed to go tell Miss Caroline what I did what she had asked.
Tell me everything.
I
To
gave
make
the
you feel
stimulants to
better.
one of your employees. You've done well, thank you. What do you want to know? Did you know Ken Zhao? Determined, volatile, with terrible planning skills. He would make a great nurse or kindergarten teacher after training. He's the reason why Tick and I are here and not in Virtualia. Did you see most of the trolls sitting in Brillium? He had been over it lately, and now? It's unfortunate. Although the problem is gone, I don't know if Tick will get his entourage back. How did Tick react to Ken? He was mad, of course, but truthfully, he was elated to have someone pay so much attention to him. Didn't you notice what a narcissist he is? Tick did what he wanted, and Ken took notice of everything. He was always around, following. It was an ideal situation for Herman. I would send Tick to therapy, but he would have to go through detox first. Flush all the plexuses, breathe some fresh air. Someone ran into the bar not too long ago. Did you see who it was? I was focused on analyzing Martin's behavior, but let me think. I heard the door shut. The guest commented on the rushing and the ass. They needed sexism awareness training. I think you're after a woman. Okay, that's nice to know, I guess. Let's see what else we can interact with.
Beat it, troll.
A money transfer window flicked over the table. Slick parted his lips in a smile, collected the cards, and ordered them to shuffle. He looked at me. Get lost, troll. Don't insult us, Slick. We don't know that girl. The player looked me up and down. She's dressed like a musker and has time to bug me. At work. The clothes don't match you guys, but the attitude does. Friend, if you don't want me to treat you like a troll, prove you're not one and get rid of those bums. No, I am a troll. They looked like they were waiting for somebody to turn around so they could stick a kick me sign to their back. We're busy with this chap at the moment. Wait for your turn, Chief. It wasn't him moving to the beat, rather the music seemed to flow from his motions. He must have been using an omnichord. His eyes were shut and his lips parted. Did you see? I only see music, unless some asshole comes over and annoys me. You aren't even dancing. Alright, what kind of music do you like? I don't listen to music. Too much emotion. I like thinking in silence. So you're deaf. My condolences. You're a patron at this bar, meaning you can request a song. Just one. I wouldn't be able to stand any more from an amateur like you. And just so you know, when you're talking to an artist performing their piece, the right response is, I like your music. Those animations around you are made by the Ilgin, right? I've never seen anything like this. Can you show it to me? He flinched but then straightened for a moment and pointed to the fist-sized camera below his sternum. He went back to making music. I moved my hand across the projection. Heavy bass roared out of the speakers, a bit out of rhythm. The speakers roared with low sounds. The rhythm disrupted somewhat. The trolls hanging around burst out laughing. What are you doing, you idiot? It takes years to play the omnichord, and this one has interactive areas. No touching. Hmm.
How about a bet?
This is a source of the feed that's being sent to posters, displays, and walktails of the guests, and through it to glasses, be it specs or eye lenses. This machine decides what ads, news pieces the guests will see, yet installed his own overlay on it. Not very sophisticated, but the system itself looks pretty outdated. I wondered what I could find there. They have generous hearts and leave even more generous tips. These regulars get priority service here. Bane's, capital SKR, Cone, Carnage, and 11-bit. Frank Bentley, Frank Noir, Lar, Liam Osborne, Master Carotine Knox, and Glider. Why does this Paradise Beach skins say about him? The author made an effort to describe several characteristic groups of male skins and their psychological meaning. It seemed like she didn't really know people, but that didn't stop her from adding numerous 3D pictures of the said skins. She focused mainly on the hip area. Accidents and happy hunting grounds and statistical analysis. It was a visualization of statistics from one of the most dangerous games ever created. The number of deaths and necroses was shocking. Muddy Rain, the story of a local heroine. The story of a woman running and living in the lowest layers of Warsaw City who dedicated her life to fighting muddy rains. Judging from the weather outside, it was a futile fight. The feed soaked with sounds of a downpour and raindrops splashing on the walkways. I wrote a post saying that I am at Yeti's Crossing and made a positive remark about trolls. Trolls are cool peeps that enjoy a good laugh and know how to party. They're the ones that bring color to this odd joint. I didn't have to wait long for comments to appear. Trolls seemed to like my post, but Sleeves started throwing insults. Okay. Is there a problem? There is. The downstairs of the bar belongs to us. You're a nobody, junkie. I pushed myself between the fighters. Calm down. What is it, you virtual louse? Can't handle me on your own. You found yourself a bodyguard. I could fuck you up so bad you wouldn't be able to stand up, bitch. And this one here came to protect the weak. That means you, bastard. I'm not his bodyguard. I don't want anyone to get hurt. That includes you. So to protect me, you're siding with him. Typical troll bullshit. You won't fool me. This bar is your spot, right? Do you want it to be yours alone? Or do you want the Greens to come here? There's a body on the walkway in front of the bar, still warm. Go back to drinking, trolling, or whatever it is you do here. One corpse is enough for today. Get lost, fools. We don't know you. Beat it. It's all good, bro. Everything's suddenly more colorful, even dreams are so. The author of Women Who Run with Wolves wrote that when a woman dances, her body and soul unify. I didn't know if I was doing it right, but it felt good. I'm looking for someone who ran to the bar a moment ago. Our client's wishes are our command. Let me check our footage. There you are, fucker. Instant number 203 playing. God damn it, data removed. I'm really sorry, kind lady, but some shitheads just deleted this material. What? Who deleted it? I'm tracing the prick right now. Here, the command was sent from the bar system. No data on the shithead, though. Users shouldn't have access to my memory. Fucking treason. My throat is dry. Why don't you pour me a glass of local brew? And I get soaked. The Tower Beer, best brew north of Villano, coming right up. He pulled a glass out of his body and poured the beer with his upper arm, spilling it on me, the floor, and one other guy in the process. There you go. Okay, then.
You seem troubled. Want to talk about
Did you
it?
forget something? That wouldn't be very reasonable. I want to suggest to your employee to use the brain fix. Not a bad idea. I don't believe that machine has been serviced. Let's see what happens. She leaned toward the man and gave him a motherly look. You've held off using the brain fix long enough. Go ahead. Go on, boy. Go use the brain fix. I'm gonna follow him. I want to see what happens. How you feeling, bro? You got your brain fixed? He smiled at something Caroltine said. His face was calm and
Tell me
relaxed.
everything. It'll make you feel better.
Okay.
We don't sell information here.
Pat, I saw
I
what you
can
did
get
to
you
the
a drink.
posters. I should tell Rick you've been shitting all over the toilets. He would murder you. He's obsessed with cleanliness. Look at the trolls. They're giggling and talking about the posters. Tensions between them and the sleeves are down. The poster scribbles are a small price for peace. You think so? Maybe. When he glanced at me, his digital lenses flickered and settled on a blue color. Do you drink tea? How did he know my favorite type of poison? Do I have it written across my forehead? Bartender's intuition. No, you scanned my personality and saw me a blue type. That's what you did. I'm here for information. I would like to... I don't deal in information. I have something to quench your thirst. Game pills, and there are couches upstairs. You want it? We have it. There's a combat robot behind the bar. Granted, he's not armed, but he seems... defective. He's delusional, thinks he's on the battlefield. If he wasn't defective, I wouldn't have been able to take him from the unit. He's just junk. A souvenir. You served? PMF. Know what that is? Private Military Force. Crystal dust. I did it for the money. I was young and stupid. Took me some time to understand that. It's the same everywhere. Corporations, money, fighting on different levels, but always fighting. Either you accept that or find refuge in binge drinking or playing. I accepted it and came back. I get rich off cowards who can't do the same. You're right. Escapism makes sense when you have your shit together. Otherwise, it's just an escape that doesn't solve anything. I thought someone was observing me. I looked around. Nothing. A confused combat robot around a bunch of drunk people. Aren't you scared he's going to hurt someone? Robots are reliable, even the defective ones. People are more insidious. He looked at the torn material on my arm. Even if he had a gun, Rick would never shoot an unarmed civilian. Can you tell me something more about Yeti's Kronk coming? Have you never seen a bar before? We've got booze. Maybe not top shelf stuff, but the sleeves drink loads and are alive, so it can't be that bad. If you like being online, I have couches and game pills. I installed them for the trolls, but our guys use them too sometimes. Who are our guys? I should have said locals. The sleeve people or sleeves. The salt of Lower City. Thick sleeves, tough guys. Didn't you notice them? Still the same bunch. A little drunker than the rest, but also more resourceful in life. If the trolls prefer Virtualia, why do they come to the bar? If you used exploits and cheated in games trolled in general, would you want that to be traced to your address or a public place? They're obnoxious, but they usually stay upstairs. They pay for anonymity. Business is booming. Who else visits this place other than trolls and sleeves? Regulars, residents of the surrounding towers, meaning those who can't afford the clubs above. I want to find out why Ken Zhao died. He deserves that much. I need every bit of information, even the things that may seem irrelevant. There are the cheap clanspeople too. They're with the Han clan from Knight's Code. Lots of rich people in that organization. Our guys hope they'll be able to make connections and get out of here. Do you doubt that? It's a free country. You can dream all you want. But doing it through clan connections, I can't see that happening. Someone just ran to the bar. Did you see them? Of course, let me just rat on one of my regulars. Want to know how I evade taxes too? You evade taxes? I started doing that the same day you started in your first promo. Now you know the date. Ask me more. You know there's a guy at the door hounding people for entry fees. If you're dumb enough to believe him, you pay for being naive. Did he fool you? No. So then there's no problem. Your robot spilled a drink on me. His aim ain't the best. If people like you spent more money here, maybe I would have enough to fix him up. You could serve me another drink. Half of my last one ended up on the floor, and on my clothes. Do you know Ken Zhao? Everybody did. He learned how to play here as a kid because he didn't have a couch at home. He was nice to everyone but destroyed them in-game. No wonder he offed himself. He had been different ever since he returned. Quiet, serious, hardly talked to anybody except that weirdo Pan Santor. He was annoying, kept pissing everyone off, so eventually someone got him. That's it. He couldn't control himself. He would yell at Tick and the trolls. You could tell he wasn't doing well. I don't know where the stereotype that bartenders are easy to talk to came from. The trolls abandoned Tick. Ken's efforts were successful. Most of the trolls stopped visiting sensory worlds with Tick. Ken was in a bad place. Ken has changed recently. He mostly kept to oneself, looking quite depressed and had a really short temper. An old combat robot wasn't a surprising sight for anyone in the bar. Okay, so that's yeah. At some point, Ken stopped taking revenge on trolls. Something else caught his attention. The person that shot me was a woman. For the so-called patrols, the bar is like a second home. They go there to play games and access the network. Seems that many of the bar guests are regular sleeves. Seems that the Han clan has many wealthy members, but that doesn't apply to all of them. The ones from Low City aren't doing so well.
You seem troubled. Want to talk about it?
Don't think there's much else I can do. So Slick is the guy for the sleeves, I see. Do you know Ken Zhao? Have you seen him? Not only does she bother us, but she's also friends with the asshole who follows us in Virtualia. I can't stress it enough. Bugger off. I'm a Gamedec. I need to, and I'm head of marketing. What really matters is that we don't know you. Bugger off. Ken harassed trolls in the Virtualia.
We're playing Find the Worst Loser on the Dance Floor. I'm betting on that one.
Our pumpkin, you've made a hell of a mess with this bar. Play with us. The rules are simple. You answer a question honestly or perform a dare. It's gonna be lit. I didn't want to share any information with them. A professional habit. Dare. There you go. Do you see that table with a hollow of an older guy? Insert that chip there, then talk to them. What's inside this chip? A tiny appearance mod. He'll be fine. Clothes do not make the man. Neither does lack of clothes. It's not like we're asking you to fuck up somebody's game. We went easy on you because you're new here. It's just a little joke we do. Okay, so we have to do a hollow table with an old guy?
You wouldn't dare do anything in front of witnesses. Corporations always work in secret.
I'm not from a corporation. I'm a game deck. A convenient story for a spy. But I keep constant watch over my surroundings. I know you've been asking about me. If he really kept constant watch over his surroundings, it was worth talking to him. I won't power your AI with my brain. I have a heft and disruption software on my walktail. You can't snatch my brain, corporate scum. If I wanted to hurt you, I would do so and nobody would care. Look around you. I only want to talk, okay? The group seated at the bar, presumably trolls, twisted their mouths in grimaces of disappointment. That's what all you corporate pigs say. I exposed your operation in this place. They sent you after me, which means I'm on the right track.
Get away from me, spy! I refuse to power your AI with my brain!
Not sure exactly what they're wanting. Because they said a hollow table with an old guy, right? Or is this the guy? The man at the table has killed them all. He was snoring. Oh, this guy. When I nudged him, he just mumbled something, went back to snoring. The voice was coming from a speaker at the table. The hologram looked exactly like his skin and twisted and perverted. You're a hologram, and you still get to have a body, a very attractive one at that. What are you doing here? I didn't want to kill them all to be alone. There were 3 of us, but only 2 remain. Panasantor had a stroke. Kill's not taking it well. I knew if he wasn't playing, he would be at Yet's. Here, the sleeves treat him as one of their own. So what happened to Panasantor? I thought it was funny when his granddaughter kept yelling that his heart couldn't take gaming that intense. She was right. He played with some esports guy and overdid it. The couch reported a loss of consciousness, but it was too late when the ambulance came. Do you know who he played with? I broke into his medical records, but there was no mention of it. I thought Kill would tell me more, but you see how it is. You mentioned Panasantor's granddaughter. She might know more about what happened. It's nice of you to care. I was hoping to find her here. She often hangs around with the sleeves, but she's nowhere to be found. If you see her, tell her to come by. I'll send you the surveillance footage so you know what she looks like. There. I wanted to talk to Kill Them All, but I couldn't wake him. He's always been like this, unnaturally fast and smart, and then half asleep from exhaustion. It gets worse as he ages. I remember when he realized he couldn't last a whole match anymore. It was sad to see. I think the shock broke him. I'll wait till he comes to. That's all I can do. It'll take a few hours, but I want someone to be there when he wakes up. I thought holograms and bars were for displaying games and such. Wouldn't it be easier to sense kill them all? As usual, the walktail didn't wake him, so I found him via the cameras and projected myself inches from his face, but he didn't even flinch. Breaking in was easy. These holograms are an age system from the now gone strip club. They used to play animations of strippers on these tables. At first I went to the wrong table. I scared a guy so badly he spat all over himself. It was hilarious. Want me to hop to another table and show you? Some guys are playing cards near the DJ. Over there, see them? They very rudely announced they didn't want to talk to me. Assholes, I'll teach them a lesson. He vanished before I was able to respond. Hey darling, we were meant to get a drink, remember? Of course, though in your case it's going to be a virtual drink, right? Yes, it will. Just like yours. I won't let you leave this table, else you'll wander off again. People used to play games of imagination, role-playing. I'll play with you and imagine a sizable glass in front of me. God, it's so nice to be in the company of an intelligent gal. We spent time gazing into each other's eyes. It felt like a blissful eternity. I blinked as if I were waking up from a dream. I remembered why I was there. I shook myself and looked at him apologetically. He understood. I bowed, smiled, and walked away. I'm sure he didn't take his eyes off me until the smoke enveloped me.
This is a serious game you're interrupting.
Get away from my table, troll. Or should I tell yet who broke into his system?
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Do it, and then I'll play the recordings of your games in slow motion with perspective from your lenses and post it all online. Interesting. What would these recordings show? He gulped. These are intelligent people who can analyze mistakes on their own. They don't need help. They could do it now while we talk, right? Someone shot at me in the street, then ran inside the bar. They wore a jacket with a red hood. Did you see them? She just bumped into me on her way in. Cam Grosny. It's funny, I think a piece of an MCC beacon fell from under her coat. Cam, was it? Where can I find her? She ran to the toilets. She's probably hiding from you or that yet. She got under his skin too. She sells drugs and that harms his business. Do you know Ken Zhao? Everyone knew him here. Was a local god. They believed he would make it. Do you know how many sleeves bet he would win that last game? A god. Yeah, right. Tell me the truth. You want the truth? Fine. Ken was beating himself up for letting everybody down. He was too embarrassed to talk to us. I tried cheering him up, but he wouldn't listen. He would rather drink. I saw him stagger out of the bar earlier today. Ken committing suicide. Likely? Unlikely. Did you know he had problems getting into games as a kid? Changing his skin made him panic. He was a 1 in a million case. If that was true, he wouldn't have gone into esports. Stop making shit up. And what am I supposed to say? That I knew him from birth and lately I've had to watch as he isolated himself and hit rock bottom? Yes, Ken committing suicide doesn't sound improbable. Why was Ramona angry with Ken? Ramona is with the Han clan. She meditates more and more, or whatever it is they do. She kept urging me to join, but I didn't want to. Ken ridiculed her for it. I had to separate them because they started fighting. I don't buy it. Tell me what made Ramona mad. Ramona really is in that clan. She often complains that they're a bunch of idiots. She believes those truths of theirs, but she's irritated by the secrets and prohibitions. She's always been straightforward. When she got mad that her grandpa was playing with Ken, she went off so hard the whole bar could hear her. My table was shaking from her voice. I'll go see Kill Them All. Maybe he woke up. I heard your conversation. You're looking for answers. Let me introduce myself. My name's Nahum. Do you want to know the truth? About what happened? Sure. Only about that. If you pick the fragments that suit you, you won't find the truth. You need to open yourself to the whole of it. Right now I want to figure out what's been going on with Ken Zhao lately. Can you tell me anything about that? He was very stubborn about getting to the truth. I heard he got very far. Meaning where? This information is available to the clan members. Join us and accept the truth. It will show you Ken's path. Right now I want to find out who ran into the bar. It wasn't that long ago. I can't see the door from behind the counter, and I haven't noticed any new faces in the club. I did hear some rumors, though. I could share them with you if you joined us. It would mean that I can trust you. Then what is the truth that I need to open myself to? It is hidden, though visible to those who can see. What's important is the path.
Midnight Audios said, Peeps.
Hello, Audios. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. It's the attention to here and now to recognize the signs and ciphers of existence. The truth is hidden, but you're the one that sees. Not yet. What matters is that we're all equal in getting to the truth. Have you never seen things that are hard to explain? People who possess knowledge they don't have a right to possess. Errors not predicted by the system. Our leader says that everyone comes across signs. You just need to be able to notice them.
Midnight Audios said, "Hope you're having a great stream."
I am. Thank you very much for asking. We're still not completely sure what we're doing. We're just fumbling around, but we're getting somewhere. Probably. Maybe. Lately I've been seeing more and more things that are hard to explain in a rational way, and you haven't ignored them. You're looking for answers. That's how you set out on the path that leads to the truth.
Stream Elements said, "Their body slowly falls into the depths of the lake, forever."
Thank you very much for the lurk, friend. I am glad you're enjoying. Stay safe, please. You came here seeking knowledge. You pay attention to details. We do the same. Join us and let us help you. You convinced me. I want to join you. That's a wise decision. You won't regret it. Now give me access to your walktail and we'll discuss the signs you noticed at a joint meeting. You want access to all of my data, the whole feed, visual and sound. This way we'll be able to find the signs you have missed. The most effective way of learning is that based on our own experiences. I have a knack for persuasion. Take me in without the data and I'll bring lots of acolytes to your clan. You'll have all the signs you want. I can't give you access to my walktail. It has
Stream
data of my
Elements said,
fans.
"Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
If I betray their trust, nothing will come of it, you know? Fine, provided that we say we've recruited them together. I'll send you a message with the time and place of our meeting soon. Now that I'm a member of the clan, can you tell me who ran into the bar? I don't know who it was, but I know where to find them. That someone was in a hurry. They ran upstairs where the couches are. Some people on the stairs got upset. I think they were pushed away. Do you see the advantages of belonging to the clan now? You can always count on your brothers and sisters. It seemed that the moment I turned around, he started looking for more recruits. Okie dokie. Oh, interesting. Kill them all is considered part of the sleeves. That's interesting.
This is a serious game you're interrupting.
Okay. I wonder if we can do both. That's... Okay, I need to wake him up somehow.
Virtualia are much more convenient.
Do you have an idea on how to wake up our sleeping beauty? I would like to talk to him. Before he gave up his life as a pro, he tested stimulants on himself. They kind of worked, but not for long enough to continue his career. But you probably don't have anything like that. What if you gave him something to jog his memory of the good old times? He and Panasantor used to play a lot of happy hunting grounds, but you didn't hear that from me. So can I not get maybe like another roofie from what's her name? Maybe if we get another roofie from what's her name, we can do something with that? Hey, can I get another roofie? Can I get another roofie, man? Or whatever it is you're giving me?
Make it worth my time.
I heard you just arrived at the bar in a great hurry. What were you doing on the walkways? Where I go is none of your fucking business, secret agent. Look at my clients. You can tell they got their drugs a while ago. Tell her I've been here long. Yep, sure. She's been here. Since always. Anything else? Kinzao. Did you know him? Pretty somber guy. Didn't drink or use, but had recently started hanging around the bar. He wasn't a troll and never bought from me, so no. But let's get to the point. While you're here, you should buy something. I can get you to any state of consciousness. Interesting that went back to this conversation. Not sure why it went back to this conversation. But hey, we got the pill again, so that's good. So we can probably... Not sure why it went back to the we did that, but hey, we got a pill, so maybe we can give it to this dude. Spike his beer with a stimulant. I dissolved the stimulant into his beer and shoved the straw under his nose, then I poked him. The man drank the beer half asleep. After a moment he opened his eyes, yawned, and smacked his lips. I noticed that some slaves sitting nearby were listening in. Came to learn from the legend. There's already been one young man here before you, an esports pro, a bit more handsome than yourself. Someone ran into the bar not too long ago. Did you see who it was or where they went? Nothing like that happened, though I might have missed it. I'm sort of embarrassed to admit I might have dozed off a little. This wouldn't have happened in harvest time. I shoot faster than that. Runaway cowboy. You should play with me sometimes. I'll show you true reflex, not to be confused with reflux. God damn it. You said something about a young man before me. Kent knew about our successful past. He even knew I was once the sheriff of harvest time. Did I tell you about this game? I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you skip that story and tell me what Ken was up to? Careful there, kid. Maybe one day you'll stumble across an old man with a revolver and virtualium. I'm really fast when I'm well rested. This shithead Ken waited till I fell asleep and made friends with Panasantor. He didn't have to wait, Kill. You're always asleep. They could have woken me up, you know. They played together and had some secrets. Ramona didn't like it either. I visited Harvest Time a while ago. High Rock, to be specific. I think it has a different sheriff. High Rock, my last asylum. My attention span is too short for other games, but gun dueling doesn't take much time. Did I tell you already? Down there I was still the man. Call it a Legends rest home, but I was respected. I cared for that town and put punks in their place. Then this guy took it from me. He wasn't even that good. He just realized I get weak fast and challenged me when I was barely standing up. I know that he beat me when I was half asleep, but still, something died inside me that day. Something snapped. That's all I've ever been my whole life. A player. I hunted. I played matches. I was good at it. I don't know how to be anything else now. You can still play. Millions of people do it, just on an amateur level. At least you have a friend there. And his cheats, right? Well, maybe. We could pop into Paradise Beach and whistle at some babes. What do you say? You mentioned Ramona. Could you? She's Panasantor's granddaughter, but we all raised her together, so she's kind of mine too. I taught her how to speak up on goals, you know? We taught Ramona how to hunt goals and happy hunting grounds. A slave standing nearby nudged his friend and pointed at us. They were listening in. Goals, my dear, are folks that don't know what they want. Virtual castaways, grazers, easy prey. Got it? She never liked beating around the bush and could spot a goal from a mile away, or lure one. We staged a draft for a deputy sheriff in harvest time once. I logged out so that it seemed like I didn't know anything about it, and the girl robbed 5 applicants, and they thanked her afterward. She vanished after Panasantor's stroke. She didn't have the money to buy him a BLB and make him young again. Girl took it pretty hard. When I got up from the table, the man was already falling asleep.
Go away, or I'll start hacking you.
I lifted the projector case and quietly inserted the chip I got from the trolls. Trepanator's character vanished and was replaced by that of an exotic dancer. What the? My skin is now a woman, a naked one. I'd recognize her. She's from the old strip club catalog. He ran his hands over the skin's smooth belly and smiled with content. All right, she's pretty good. Roused by the flashing hologram, Kill Them All opened his eyes. Nice tits, son. But, what are you do? It's me, Trepanator. My own friend don't recognize me. Did you do this? But now you look very attractive. Stunning. Slightly embarrassed, his face turned red. You're nothing to scoff at yourself, but so, Trepanator. Wow, man, did I mention you had great tits? Yeah, you did. Whatever. Since you're awake. Alright, you can stop staring. I didn't want to be naked. My eyes are up here, idiot. He covered his breast with his hands, and when that didn't help, he turned around. Yup, nice ass too. Kill Them All lets out an appreciative groan and went back to sleep. More people started looking at Trepanator the dancer. Someone at the bar whistled, Hey baby, dance for us! He turned abruptly and the audience applauded his new body's sudden motion. For the love of God, are you all insane? I'm not a... I returned to the investigation. A Sir Trepanator would be fine one way or the other. Oh my. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That was brilliant. You deserve to have your round. What do you want from us, truth or dare? Dare, truth. I want to ask you some questions. Did you know Ezra Kenzao? That jerk used to troll us. We couldn't do anything. Wherever we went, he was always there. Trolling trolls, can you imagine? A couple of days ago, he just stopped. If he started bothering someone else like he bothered us, then it's no surprise he got killed. But honestly, for us it's good news. Starting tomorrow, we'll be playing with Tick again. What does Tick do? Herman? He says he used to work for a corporation like us, just a bit higher. He wrote scripts for AIs or something. Lots of dough, early retirement. But I think there's more to his past. He just doesn't want to admit to it. Something really screwed up. There's gotta be a reason he got so wacky. If you do some digging, you can find out some stuff with Yet and Rick. Never mind. He's a troll now. He's the man. The pranks we pull. Sometimes he plays therapeutic games to clear his head. I think it was bad for him when we took a tour around the world thanks to a card from that jester. Then we ended up in TNP. Yeah, he went even more nuts than usual back there. He's a good guy, just a little fucked up in the head. Aren't we all, my friend? Anybody that lives long enough will end up at least a little fucked up in the head. Some time ago, a person ran into the bar. Did you see them? We saw Ramona, though she was trying really hard not to be seen. But we know that when slaves sneak around, it means that they have something to hide, and when they do, we can use it against them. Exactly. She hid upstairs, which probably means she's playing. When she leaves her couch, we'll check where the hell she's been. Okay. How are we doing? We need to get info from Khan? Okay, I'm bad with names. Which one's Khan? That's Slick. It's DJ. Khan. That's Shetty over there. Khan's... Wait, Khan? Yeah, he's the paranoid dude.
I refuse to power your AI with my brain.
How do I get information from Khan? He's refusing to talk to us. Oh, hello. I heard you were asking people about the person who ran into the bar. I spoke to some friends and I think I can help you find them. I'm telling you this in confidence because you're one of us. Someone very frightened stormed in and ran upstairs where the couches are. Do you see the advantage of being a clan member? You can always count on your brothers and sisters. Oh, thank you for the information, my dude. So I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get more information from Khan. I got information from the sleeves, right? Need to go upstairs. I need to get upstairs. That's a very special area. People are in game, their bodies on couches, unsupervised. Their belongings are by the couches too. I'm not going to bother anyone. I'm a Gamedec. I'm conducting an investigation and I have to get in there. I want to talk to someone. A Gamedec. Okay, I'll let you up there if you do me a small favor. It'll prove to the patrons you're trustworthy. Get rid of Cam Grosny. Don't hurt her, just remove her from the premises. Why do you want her gone? She sells drugs and gets half of my customers high off them. Not enough. Lately, she's been pushing everything, apparently even some nasty fake L-pill. She's a treacherous she-troll. She competes with Herman, Tick, for leadership among the trolls. If you remove her, Tick will surely be happy. And nobody, or almost nobody, will be mad at me, because you'll be the one to do it. Okay. She usually hangs around the toilets, a fitting place for a scumbag. Ramona Hicks, the Huntress. It seems that Ramona has predatory instincts. She can sense people who are undecided, weak, or broken, and she doesn't treat them too kindly. Anyone talking to her shouldn't sugarcoat things or beat around the bush. In a Loop 3D film, there was a girl sitting at a bar table. She was focused, stooped over the pink exoskeleton of her left arm. Using a tool similar to a screwdriver, she was adjusting the exoskeleton, apparently trying to suppress the tremor in her hand. I had seen it before. people using bad game pills or poor helmets tended to have neurological problems, usually limb trembling. The exoskeleton had a walk-towel hooked up to it. It was lying on the table. She glanced at it constantly, watching some charts. I could tell she knew what she was doing. I looked at her face. There was some fierceness and determination in her expression. Anger. Her aggressive makeup did little to cover her fatigue and pale complexion. She was very thin. Her hair stood up straight and was dyed pink and yellow. I have a hot little piece of gossip about the Toads. The Outrangers. I love it. And it's a romance. You're joking. A virtual one. No way. Oh, yes, and on top of that, some embezzlement. Tell me, I'm shaking. So there's this captain. Let's call him B. We don't want to deal with courts, slander suits, and all that stuff. Right. How about Bob? Do you like Bob? Bob is fine. So Bob has a lover. Outranger Bob found love. That's so romantic. And this lover of his, let's call him M. Martin. Martin is. So Martin is a zonet. All he has left is his head. Even less, actually. Poor guy. He had an accident. I can't tell you more or they'll fire me. That's fine. As you can imagine, this head has to be cared for, nursed. It's a lot of work. Basically a full-time job, plus it costs a fortune. I see. And our captain got this money, somehow. Was his salary not enough? According to estimates provided by various gossipers, the captain's outranger salary may not be sufficient to cope with such a burden. Plus, recently Martin, was moved to a netrium, minus the head. That's even more expensive. It's getting interesting, right? The captain guy has always had an impeccable reputation. He's a decorated and respected disciplinarian. Then suddenly a lot of the Outrangers' weaponry and some augmented armor disappeared from their storage. You know, this kind of equipment is really sought after by all kinds of mercenaries, and these people play well. Maybe someone broke in. Maybe someone broke in. Maybe. But you see, the Netrium, poor Martin, the captain's sudden wealth, and then such a coincidence. Spuds, I would love to find out the truth. But without it, all we have left is gossip. Right? Right. Okay, I don't think we'll get any more on Jeffrey Haggis, because it's probably something with the thingamabob. We've already got everything we can on this one, right? The disappearing extras, yeah. No, we haven't read that one, have we? Testers experience intuition, believe it happens. Yeah, I think we have. There's only one on Kinzao. We read that one. Starlit, continue investigation, gain more info. Robot Rick. I'm an ex-SEAL, currently a retired mercenary. You won't learn my real name. You can call me Medon. I'm going to tell you about the robots from the faulty YTC line, and then I'll explain why I'm doing it. The name of the series comes from the U2 combatant slogan. The original purpose of these machines was combat support for infantry units, injured soldier and supply transport, ammunition tools, tents, and explosive disarmament. Some eggheads who had never held a gun in their life equipped the YTC series with a heavily advertised psychological support module and a self-teaching AI. The YTC robots were supposed to turn into self-improving soldiers and compassionate comrades. Unfortunately, just like with many other solutions created not by soldiers but by cheerful fairies working in warm offices, the YTC learning algorithms turned them into violent, ruthless killers, and their psychological support, fed with soldiers' shop talk, made them spit swear words and bad jokes. They quickly stopped sending YTCs into battle as they were too unpredictable, but that doesn't mean the machines disappeared from bases and barracks. The clever soldiers started turning them into majordomos that looked after FOBs. In case you're a little snot, that stands for Forward Operating Base. The disarmed YTCs did quite well in this role, and because they were still learning, they grew soft while their wit grew sharper. I did hear stories about YTCs saving people's lives, but I also heard ones where they did terrible things. As a civilian, I saw a couple of these robots used in various ways. As a warehouse assistant, mini crane, crushing machine, even once or twice as waiters. Now, onto why I'm writing this. If you ever come across a YTC unit, regardless of how it behaves, be sure of this. The person who smuggled it out of the army has a close emotional bond with it. That's the only reason you would risk transporting this junk into the civilian world. So, no matter how the robot behaves, you should always respect its bond with its owner. And never judge soldiers, even if they're robots. Only the ones that have seen battle know what it's like. That is hella true. We bring you the latest news from Belize, a district of the Free States of the Americas where for the past 5 years, drug cartels and corporate forces have been at war with each other. The biggest manufacturer of wooden products, the Green Power Company, relies on timber from the ABB enclosed district of Belize. They hired a private company called Crystal Dust, who promised to clean things up within 2 months. But that was over 2 years ago, and there's no end in sight. Today we were shocked by footage that was leaked to the media from within Crystal Dust ranks. It shows a massacre committed by one of CD's mercenaries, Sergeant Herman T. of Warsaw City, and his YTC series combat robot. We need to warn you that the footage contains graphic images. We can see how Sergeant T and his robot engage a group of children and murder them in cold blood. Yes, children. Why did they do it? Have Crystal Dust lost their moral compass? One might say that the children were armed and also opened fire, but we have to remember that it's Sergeant T and his YTC unit who attacked their village, not the other way around. We see the sergeant kill at least 10 boys with one burst from his heavy plasma rifle. What a degenerate. Let's remember to give him a warm welcome when he comes back to free Europe. Wowzers. Was not expecting that. Okay, so we've got everything on Robot Rick and Sergeant Brett. We don't have everything on Ramon, but I don't think we can now because we didn't go down the clan. So that's probably what we have to do there. And I don't know what's up with the dark web on Matan. We got everything on her. And that's the director, but yeah. And then the leader of the clan, yeah. So we're doing pretty good on finding things, more or less. Are there any more here? So I feel like we're getting close to the end of this thingy, so I'm just... Yeah, okay. Media stream. Want your Plex to have a stronger effect? Molecular scripters know a way. As nervous system experts are well aware that plexes have more punch when you send them straight into the skull. That is, using a sense your attention is diverted from. Plexes work best when your brain can't defend against them. If you focus on listening, you won't notice stimuli from your own body. You listen to music and forget about hunger. If you focus on your body, you won't pay attention to what you see. You're dancing and you can't see that the girl next to you is talking to a baboon. If you focus on what you see, you'll pay less attention to sounds. If you start staring at the person you're talking to, you'll stop listening to what they're saying. Amazing, right? Use that. How? Instructions for dummies. First, you find a brain fix. You feel like taking a Rainbow World number 6, the one that gets you high by enhancing colors, but you want the effect to be better, faster, stronger. What should you do while uploading it to your brain? Dance. This way, the Plex will have an easier time settling in because the brain won't resist. You'll see such a magical rainbow of colors that Heimdall himself, or whatever his name was, will envy you. Crackers honor. Just remember, sweetheart, to use this method you need to be an advanced scripter. Still, I encourage you to try your hand at this profession. Believe me, it's worth it. Now go experiment and don't forget to tell me all about it in the comments section. There's one section that we don't know of there. The Fist of Low City, scratches on the glass ceiling, local news and social commentary, anti-corporate commentary. Rex Occulta on the lawlessness of the law, a dark web portal focusing on conspiracy theories and anti-corporate feels when there are no words. A social media platform for sharing feelings and sensory experiences, pro-corporate. Crescent, the feed from Mecca, a conservative Muslim platform, neutral. Global Network News GNN, the only stream that matters, a corporate news platform pro-corporate. The market never sleeps, it's always 9:30 somewhere. Market and financial news pro-corporate. eManager, the secrets of global management, a business-oriented stream pro-corporate. Follow Me will shape your opinion, a platform with posts from the most popular influencers and anti-corporate. Clear Skies, your taste is in good hands, a lifestyle platform pro-corporate. Control, Amen, Delete, let there be control and purity, a conservative Christian platform pro-corporate. Inner Ear, music straight to your brain, a music platform pro-corporate. Let's see, anything else here that we haven't seen yet? Hef, what was Hef? We haven't seen Hef, Head Firewall, a device invented and popularized by fashion designer Claudio Ramadan. It's worn on the head and comes in two shapes, a headband and a tiara. Hefs prevent hostiles from hacking the user's psyche with advanced hypnotic programs. Shortly after the introduction of Hefs, multiple copycat products appeared on the market, though many were nothing more than decorative headpieces. Yeah, Hollow movie, okay. So then it was Hollow, a popular name for a holographic photograph that works similarly to modern monitors, resembles a window to a captured piece of reality. When looked at from different angles, it can reveal objects that first seem hidden behind other things. Hollows can be moving, showing a few seconds of the movie, or still. Advanced hollows can use a global network to capture an image that can be observed from any point of view. Illusions, short for illusion generator, are devices that generate holograms in the air. Unlike three-dimensional AR animations, these holograms can be seen with the naked eye. Even though illusion animations are usually semi-transparent and are far from perfect, they are becoming more and more popular. Yeah, that was the one thing. Omnichord. Our guest today is a prominent omnichordist, Leanne Muse. Good morning, Leanne. Good morning. First question, what exactly is an omnichord? Is it an instrument? In a way it is. Could you explain? Most classical instruments are limited when it comes to timbre and harmony. Like I'm a 5-year-old, Leanne. Sorry, a saxophone has one timbre, as do acoustic guitars and pianos. But synthesizers and electronic instruments. I was getting there. Obviously, their sound creating capabilities are virtually unlimited. However, the sonic combinations they offer depend on the number and placement of our fingers. Even using the best instrument in the world, you can't have more than 10 simultaneous inputs or triggers, unless you're playing with your feet. Well, yes, then you can have more. Anyway, when you play an instrument, even a tronic one or something out of this world, you can only create music according to that instrument's limitations. Of course, we have DJ consoles, which are a lot like omnichords, but they are physical objects. So are you ready to tell me how your instrument is different from all the other ones you mentioned? I am. An omnichord is not a physical object. It's a kind of software. If you learn to control it, you'll be able to create multi-track, polyphonic musical pieces with your mind and modify them according to your preferences. Imagine being able to change the harmonies of multiple tracks, control the tempo, volume, sounds of instruments, and various other elements all in real time. Fascinating. Is it hard? That depends on your ambitions. Even a preschooler can create a simple melody. If you want to recreate Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, however. Wait, conductors have the notes for all the instruments in their heads, right? For well-known pieces, some of them do, yes. A professional omnichordist is somewhere between a conductor and a composer and can modify tracks and experiment with their pieces in real time. Fascinating. But listen, omnichords are often associated with animations, hollow projections, illusions. That's true. People often think that these visuals are the omnichords, but they're basically just decorations. An omnichordist could be standing in the corner of a club, and nobody from the audience would be able to guess who was creating the music. Well, that wouldn't be entertaining. Exactly. That's why omnichordists use illusion projectors similar to projectors. These devices allow them to create animations that correspond with their moods, music, and vision. It can be pretty much anything: pink elephants, waterfalls, exploding galaxies, total abstraction. You often see animations resembling or even imitating actual instruments. Why is that? Sometimes venue owners insist on it. They think the audience might not understand what I'm doing unless they see something resembling a keyboard or guitar strings. Are these illusions ever interactive? Can you touch them and make a sound? That happens a lot. Omnichordists like to have something to do with their hands, so they add motion responsive elements to their animations. Okay then, Leanne, would you be so kind and play us something? With pleasure. Imagine going to your favorite bar to have a drink and forget about life for a while. You go in, order a beer, sit down, and then what? The poster on the wall blinds you with a hollow projection of a seductive lady, completely ignoring the fact that you're gay, or shows your rival good bad team, or some fucking ad for Beard Stop, even though you like your beard. Now what can you do to make the place feel nice again? I'm telling you in advance, forget about hacking. The poster frames are connected to the global network, and the bar owner has full control over them, since they're the one renting ad space. You would have to be an expert. You would have to be a fucking hacking wizard. And let's not kid ourselves. You're not. Neither am I, and neither are most people. There aren't many experts in general, but the poster keeps mocking you. So what do? Well, you visit my store. You'll find the link above, below, fucking everywhere. Really, this whole article is a link, every fucking letter. Anyway, you visit my store and find a microchip called Poster Buster. This thing is as cheap as a game pill in Low City, so why don't you save yourself the trouble and buy 10 at once? Once a drone delivers your package, grab one of the chips and turn it on. Your walktail, or whatever it is that you use, will detect it. Upload an image, a projection, or the hollow movie fragment of your choice, but remember that the thing can't be longer than the standard ad, which is 30 seconds. Right, now listen. Go to your favorite bar, order a beer, sit next to an annoying poster, check that nobody's watching, take out your poster buster and stick it anywhere under the frame. That's it. The poster will swap the ads chosen by the owner for your own content. Obviously, you have to be smart. You can't upload just anything or the owner of the poster will recognize that somebody's been messing with it. Choose something that looks like a regular ad. That way, everyone will be happy. And that's what this is all about. Psychoscan. Psychoscans differ in quality and use. Deep Psychoscan. This scan maps the structures of the neural network and glial cell network. It includes all synaptic connections and the quality of those connections, types of neurotransmitters, and synapses. Deep psychoscans allow us to recreate the scanned person's brain in the form of a Randan. Security psychoscan. This scan is superficial and performed to confirm or refute the identity of a person who wants to access an area protected by the psychoscanning device. The procedure is much more precise and reliable than retina scanning. V-psychoscan. The scan allows us to create a V-ghost of a person. The procedure takes much longer than the standard psychoscan. It requires the consent of the scanned person and involves asking a series of questions as well as putting them in a series of emotional states. A V-psychoscan is performed by companies specializing in producing V-ghosts. V-psychoscans can be performed on a deceased person shortly after their demise, but the V-ghost will never be as faithful to the original as when scanning a living person. All other kinds of psychoscans only allow us to create highly flawed forms of V-ghosts. Medical psychoscan. These scans are performed by Metabots and advanced medical equipment. Their purpose is to determine a patient's condition. They can confirm or rule out mental disorders and illnesses using intoxicants and plexes. Advertising psychoscan. The superficial psychoscan allows us to confirm the identity and analyze consumption preferences of the scanned person. They are performed by advertising drones. Military psychoscan. These scans are performed by police, military, and outranger drones. They are more thorough than advertising psychoscans, closer to deep psychoscans, but not as precise. Let's see. Any others that we haven't done? I don't think so. I think that's all of them. We got a few there, didn't we? I wish this thing would be a bit more about when we get one, but anyway. Okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're going to go convince her to leave the place. Okay.
Make it worth my time.
Old Jet doesn't want you in his bar. I'll show you to the door. Is this a joke? He and I have a deal. He gives us anonymous couches and I get the sleeves, what Jet legally can't. I didn't say a word when he installed the brain fix years ago, and he wants to kick me out. Fine. If it's a war he wants, he'll fucking get it. I don't know what he promised you, but I'll match his offer if you destroy the brain fix. Can you get me upstairs? I've done business with Jet long enough to install workarounds in his system. Destroy the brain fix and you'll get into the hell you want. You mentioned Jet had a brain fix installed here. That shit's dangerous and addictive. These plexes make people dumb. If you destroy it, you won't just be doing me a favor, but all sleeves too. You're describing very serious side effects. If they're real, why hasn't anyone who uses this machine done anything about them? Some guy hidden in the shadows nodded. God, you're so naive. Strange the clan hasn't recruited you yet. Brain fixes generate profits for Fun Gears, a corporation. Get it? The brain fix is advertised as a candy vending machine, and that's the way people use it. Recklessly and excessively. Don't believe me? Find your own proof. Convince someone to try it or use it yourself. You'll get a first-hand experience. To quote a classic, try it and you'll know. The Euphoria number 5, Dance Dance and Romance, and Just Happiness number 7, Plexes are unavailable. Select Feel Good. Hold your head still for 3 seconds. It felt like I just lost a few pounds, like I was floating above the ground. I knew everything would be fine. I saw all the problems from afar. They became small, unimportant. I smiled. Yay. I found the service panel and unscrewed the masking plate. The power connectors were easy to find. I pulled my coat sleeve, wrapped it around my hand, then took out my badge and put it between the connectors, which caused some sparks. I quickly pulled my sleeve back, put the badge back in my pocket, and looked at the panel of the device. It was dead.
You're still here.
You've done
Why?
well. The brain fix was competition for me. Besides, it wasn't on the books, so everybody wins. Thanks. You can thank me by granting me access upstairs. Of course. I'll grant you access as soon as you tell me who you're going to troll, you secret agent. That wasn't our deal. Our deal was that I let you upstairs, not that I wouldn't ask questions. Even so, Yet changes the terms more than I do. So who is it? I don't know yet. I hope to find out soon. Come back when you know. And now get lost. She twisted her mouth into a sardonic smile. Okay, Panastantor died, his heart gave up. Would he have lived had he used better equipment? Sleeves had much faith in Ken that they bet money on his last match, but he logged out in the middle of the game. The boy felt guilty for letting his people down. The girl had some serious, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't suicidal, because we saw the character, pop the dude in the head. It wasn't an accident. We know it wasn't an accident. Tick or Ramona? I'm leaning towards Ramona. Because it's probably the same person that tried to hurt me, right? So I'm leaning towards Ramona. And then, what was Ken up to? Investigating the secrets of the Han clan. I'm leaning towards investigating this because he was trying to find the truth, right? He was trying to figure out what was going on with the tree, and the tree seems to be connected to the Han clan. And then who shot me? I'm thinking Ramona. Because the person that ran to the bar was a woman. I'm thinking Ramona, because Ramona was trying to cover her tracks for trying to kill Ken, right? That seems right to me.
You're still here. Why?
Didn't I just do that? I thought I did that. I have business with Ramona. A few unfinished matters. Ramona. Fine. People do various things up there. Not only play, they're often distracted. You know how gamers are. So I'll cut her off her access to the bar systems one by one. She won't have a clue. That'll let you talk to her freely. She opened an invisible window with her walktail and clicked. The gates will let you in now. Good luck. Okay. When I entered the range of the gate sensors, the bar system recognized me as a couch user. Okay. Oh shit. The fuck was that?
Don't come any closer.
The
I'll kill
stench,
him if you do.
the stench of burning synthetic filled the air. The user of the outermost couch was convulsing. Ramona was hunched over, typing nervously on her walktail attached to the couch's panels. Don't come any closer or I'll burn all the couches and kill the players. Understand? Her hands were shaking, eyes jittering. I didn't want to find out what would happen if things got even more out of control. I had to keep her distracted until the Outrangers arrived. I'm here to help you. I'm a Gamedec. I've gotten people out of worse shit than this. You really think I'm an idiot? You're a Gamedec, right? So you're here because of a case, not your desire to help others. You won't rescue me and risk watching your case. Besides, did you even hear me calling for help? I remember you from Twisted and Perverted. I played as Ramon. I asked you to bring Grandpa over to me, but you preferred to shoot him, which was ridiculous, especially in that game. She started typing something on her walktail. Then she hesitated. I focused on what I knew about Ramona and the recent events at Jedi's Coming. I knew Pan and Santor spent a lot of time with Ken before his heart attack. They played together. Were you in touch with your grandpa during his last days? Were you two speaking? Suddenly you care about my relationship with my grandpa. Just admit that all you want from me is information. Ken and Grandpa became obsessed with this investigation of theirs. They claimed they had made an important discovery, that they had made contact with someone from the outside, and that they still couldn't communicate freely with that someone. They waited incessantly for messages from them. They talked about each one for hours. Nothing else interested them. I lost my grandfather before he even died. She glanced at the couches again, clutching the walktail. You don't know enough to help me. She typed something in her walktail. She hunched over and froze to await her fate. Fuck. Someone logged me out of the system. I need to reconnect. I know you're part of the Han clan. They seem like an elite group. That's admirable. You think I'm not aware of the rumors that circulate the bar about my clan? Nobody admires that organization. At first I thought it was just a guild you could make money in, maybe a bit more than others. I started trusting them. It's the first organization that treated people so, well, treated me well, asked me how I felt, what I thought. Somebody looked after me, cared about me. I was wrong, idiot that I am. The master didn't hesitate for a moment to set me up. She looked at her walktail as if trying to remember why she was holding it. You shot at me in front of the bar and hid here. Nobody recognized you. You had a jacket and a hoodie on. I just want to know why you did it. Don't insult my intellect. You found out it was me. The Outrangers will too. I panicked, okay? I fucking panicked. It seemed you were onto me, and the master gave me a gun. I'm sorry. I see you were hurt, but at least not seriously, right? I'm just trapped. We have nothing to talk about. She typed something nervously on her walk-towel. I encountered the nauseating stench of a sweaty, unwashed body as soon as the couches and suits began to overheat. She put her hand over her mouth to try and stop herself from vomiting. Right now, the Outrangers are investigating Ken's death. You had to know I would find you. The people at the bar saw what you did. I didn't mean to kill him. Didn't even mean to shoot him. Everything spun out of control. Who's going to believe Ken was already dead when I found him? I wanted to rip him a new one for playing with Panasantor. He was dead, and I was furious. One whisper from the master was enough. Let it all out. Ken won't mind. So I shot him, like an idiot. She looked sheepishly at the people on the couches and lowered her walk-tail. I felt a dull headache all of a sudden. I couldn't remember what I was saying, nor what I wanted to ask about. I dreamed of the place the Han clan are after, the Tree of Knowing. Maybe I had read too many rumors. I was inside the tree, in a lit-up, empty space. At first I thought every clan member had dreams like that. Then it turned out only a few knew what I was talking about. Each of them got special treatment in the clan. Ken was among them. They're here. The Outrangers. They're about to run up here. Help me. Don't let them catch me. You're about to kill the people on the couches. No. Yes, yes. What a mess, huh? We'll sort it out. Go home, Gamedec. We'll get in touch if we need to. Okay. I guess that's that. I was at home in my castle. A sudden feeling of relief took over me. Don't have enough red for that. Only to give way to a feeling of deep, bitter loss. My relationship with Ken was heating up. The thing about life is that it's governed by chance. We go through many different doors without ever knowing what's on the other side. I couldn't leave it that way. I had a psychoscan. I just needed to generate a V-ghost and question it. Okay, so we need one more green for that. One more green, two more green for that. Two more red, okay. Okay. The computer was waiting for my instructions. Done. It was good to have cash set aside for situations like this. I used Bliss to display the psychoscan's emanation. I had the program and the psychoscan. It was time to generate the V-ghost.
We were supposed to meet in Low City. Why am I in your apartment?
Object Ken Zhao. V-ghost architecture. Basic version. Probability algorithms. None. Move your hand to start interaction. I looked at the translucent face hovering in the air. It was the face he himself remembered or imagined, better looking than in reality. The system used to perform the scan must have been basic. The face had few details and looked like it was carved with a very thick chisel. Well, fine. Ken blinked slowly. Tasha Diaz. Ken, good to see you again. He looked around. We returned to your place. Good. It's safe here. I can't remember how I got here. Was the night so exhilarating? Never mind. I think the Han clan saw through me. If I'm here, they'll probably keep an eye on you too. I didn't hear you sensing, so you left a message. Can you remember what you did after that? Of course. Why wouldn't I remember? I was a bit sad you didn't answer. I guess it was a one-time thing for you. That's fine, but you could at least answer. You didn't accept the call. I entered Yeti's coming on my own, and from there I entered the game. Why did you go to that bar? That's where the trolls that raided my game go online, and it turns out a lot of Han clan members are there too. I thought couches might have session records, and they did. All clues led to Knight's Code. I lay on that couch in that bar, retrieved the location of the clan's recruiter, and went straight into their stronghold. You entered the game from the bar. What happened next? I chose the handle Arrow of Darkness. I searched the location, sniffed around, and found out they sometimes go inside that tree. The one that ruined my game. They go inside it. They say it's the sacred tree of knowing. I waited, left my stuff in the chest, and entered that tree of theirs. Commercial scan, software basic version, memory record recursion level 1 data depth limit reached. I had a pitifully basic version of a psycho scan that would probably make things harder for me. The record would only include the most recent and intense memories. All the rest went down the drain. It was the worst psycho scan I had ever seen. I wanted to call the guy to tell him what I thought, but I realized I didn't have his number. I could surely find him online. Corporations happily advertise their insurance agents. You sensed me yesterday. You wanted me to come at Yeti's Crossing. Why? Yesterday. I feel like it was a couple of hours ago. Time flies when you're investigating. I wanted to examine the Han clan's stronghold, and I thought I might need some protection. I trust you, Chief. I was afraid they would see through me, but apparently I'm smarter than them. Next time we'll get in there together and find out everything. Why the Han clan stronghold? What's so important in there? You know how my career was ruined by a tree in the glitch, right? So it usually pops up in the Han clan stronghold. Coincidence? It's a damn cryptic clan. Rumor has it that their leader can foresee the future. I would say it's easy to foresee something you cause yourself. That son of a gun changes the course of history. He ruins people's lives to get rich. They call him the Lord Enlightened or the Prophet. That jerk ruined my career, so I'm going to find out how he did it, get evidence, and reveal everything. You said the clan leader changed the course of history. Can you tell me what you mean exactly? They made a fortune betting on my game. I've heard there was also some unexplained things in William that the clan leader could foresee. I guess they hack obby coins and glasses to create illusions and earn money. They say something bad will happen and then make it happen. You said the tree ruined your career. What do the trolls have to do with that? Haven't I said it before? I saw them in the tree. I was paralyzed during the action. No one else was affected by the glitch. Only me. Now I think the trolls showed up a fraction of a second later, like vultures on a crime scene. It's the ones who control the tree that matters. It's probably not the trolls. You called for help. Why did you think something could happen to you? I
Stream
asked
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I asked anonymous questions online about the Han clan and started getting invitations to the recruitment process. When I was at your place, someone reset Ralph, my major domo, probably to cover up the traces of a break-in. It might have all been a coincidence, but I think they noticed me. I didn't want to wait. That would have given them more time to prepare. I've missed you. I was hoping we would meet again. Data definitely reached. Kin, you're a V-ghost. A psycho scan of a real Kin Zhao. Kin is dead. He was killed in Low City. That's impossible. But is that why I'm here as a hologram? Um, the Han clan operates in Knight's Code. Well, I knew that. Join us. We're recruiting. Visit us at our stronghold. It was some kind of new event. Could be useful. I tried looking for details about their stronghold. No screenshots, no descriptions. They really did take their discretion seriously. A lot of speculation and discussions. Some wrote that it was a bug, others called it a hacker's prank. Skeptics claimed there was nothing to debate because it was an ordinary fucking tree. Nothing special. Fans of conspiracy theories maintained that the tree messed with people's heads and should be deleted. Nothing very interesting. Comparisons between the Tree of Knowing and the human nervous system. Some sightings, mostly in Knight's Code. Rumors saying that some people can enter the tree and learn the truth. That was obvious. It was the Tree of Knowing after all. Names include Cosmic Tree, Axis Mundi, Axis of the World, Yggdrasil. Legends place the tree at the beginning of time and the world. Testimonies from some crazed weirdos. Something about mystical signs, the tree's signals, and that leads to enlightenment. The deeper I went, the more babbling nonsense I had to wade through. Enough. So it doesn't look like I can find the thing for the insurance company, oddly enough.
Breaking news.
My name is Gina Gord, and this is latest news. Tragedy at the Yeti's Coming Bar in Low City. Overloaded gaming couches took several lives. This has been Warsaw City News. So just nothing really there either, okay. Okay, so we need to enter the Knight's Code game, I guess.
Moria said, "How are you this evening?"
I'm fantastic. Thank you for asking, Moria. I hope you two are doing fantastic. Okay, well let's try it, I guess. My virtual couch made by Surfer Industries fully functional, ready to go, and awaiting instructions. Let's log into Knight's Code. Now I need to get inside the clan's stronghold, huh?
Let the recruitment begin.
Warriors, we have gathered here because the Han clan is recruiting. Today is your chance to choose victory in the game of life. We stand among the best clans of Knight's Code. But our clan is more than that. It is the answer you've been searching for. Victory takes seed in a warrior's mind. Prove that you can win. Take part in the recruitment. Seek out our disciples. Show them that you care about winning. Recruitment starts now. Good luck. What brings you here, warrior? What do I need to take part in the Han clan's recruitment? I am glad you asked. Seek out our disciples, the alchemist and the sage, and complete the tasks they give you. In exchange for your commitment, you will be rewarded with a potato go muin, a sigil that proves your service to the clan. Only those who bring me 2 Gomuins and pay the clan event fee can enter the stronghold. The trial period begins inside the stronghold. Yesterday, Nahum Rays accepted me into the ranks of the Han clan. Let me see. Yes, you are an explorer of worlds, a detective. You shop at Costco and wear size. I'm glad you've chosen to join our fight. I am certain we will learn a great deal from one another. The clan is a group like no other. The clan values action as well as the intent behind it. Are you somewhat familiar with our philosophy? I understand that the Tree of Knowing is a symbol of the clan's philosophy. What do you think the tree is? I'm fascinated by its mysterious nature. I'm not sure if I want to say that. I talked to people about the rules the Han clan members follow. Splendid. What did you think the correct tenets for clan members to follow? Okay.
I hope they don't reject me because of my neck.
What if they refuse to let me in with a handle like this? Then what do you want to do? Start leveling up a new character from scratch? It will take you weeks. He noticed me listening. Hail, stranger. What do you make of the challenges that the recruits of the Han clan must contend with? Forgive my friend. His ornate style is meant to mask his handle that's just wrong. How are the alchemy and true knowledge quests going? I've seen much harsher recruitment rules before. Need help? Thank you for offering, but we're already done and have the Gomuins to prove our service to the clan. Now all we need to do is organize our knowledge so that we're able to correctly answer questions about the Tree of Knowing and the clan. I don't know much about the Han clan. Indeed, members of this eminent clan guard their
Stream
secrets
Elements
well.
said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
Especially given that they were still virtually unknown a few months ago. Now they're powerful, climbing the ranks like mad, and recruiting. I think we would rather talk about the Tree of Knowing. Can you share your knowledge of the Tree of Knowing with me? A mysterious and frightening phenomenon. It is spoken of only in legends, with facts in short supply, and we've scoured realm for them. Well, it is meant to be a reward for the clan's best members, but I hope never to receive it. You must have heard tales of sages who had the honor of communing with the tree, but do you know anyone who went inside it and then returned? No, I can't say I do.
I expected recruitment to be harder.
Getting these tokens, or whatever, Gomuins, took me less time than one nice game of good bad. It must get harder, because after this there's still the trial period at the stronghold, and the actual clan members there are all badasses. I'm just waiting for my friends, and then we're going in. How did you get the Gomuins? There are 2 masters at opposing ends of the map. Each of them gives you a quest, and the reward for completing it is a token. Simple. 2 masters, 2 tokens. What about the third one? Buddy, you get that we're supposed to compete, right? We're not so friendly that I would reveal all my secrets to you. Plus, my future organization has no place for bumpkins who can't work stuff out on their own. Why do you want to join the clan? It's one of the best organizations in the game, and they're climbing the ranks the fastest. Sounds good to me. I'm trying to max out my stats and optimize my playing. Although there are these weird rumors going around about signs and some Tree of Knowing, but it's probably some method of training. They don't talk about it outside so that no one gets ahead of them. The people I've met here make it a point to stay in character. They're talking about Knight's Code as if it's a game. Everyone here is nuts for role-playing. A game is a game, and I can do some pretending if it helps me become the best in the clan. The cat was devouring a freshly hunted hummingbird. I turned on the deck and found the app for taking control of skins. I launched the app after placing the creature in its range. Before I became the animal, the program told me that I would be switching my motility to quadrupedal and warned me of possible dizziness, which I did experience, and then saw the world through the eyes of a frog. I mean cat. What was in my mouth? I mean stuck in my teeth. Hummingbird feathers. I spat them out. As a cat, I could cross through the gate and no one could stop me. the things I do for my job. Look at me, I'm a soft kitty. Wee! You can't stop me, I'm a
There's the
kitty.
cat. Grab it.
Do you think that if I draw my sword slowly it won't run away? Don't give me that look, you know the game's recipes. Bagging a cat will count as meat for raids. We must be of service to the clan. You're right, we must be of service, and there don't seem to be any mystical signs around. Plus, it's free EXP. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Okay, that's interesting. I'm a kitty, 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 kitty.
There's the cat. Grab it.
So I have to make a deduction already if I'm going to get in, I guess. Tree appears in different places. Only in Knight's Code are those appearances regular. Some clan members are afraid of the Tree of Knowing. Tree of Knowing is usually surrounded by bugs and other phenomena that are hard to explain. Tree of Knowing is an error in the code. It generates bugs around it that clan members mistake for signs. Don't know what it is, but I think the clan is using it effectively for their own agenda. Phenomenon coinciding with the tree are too strange to explain with logical reasoning. I'm gonna go with this one because I don't know. That sounds right to me. They were looking for mystical signs. I decided to give them one. I used my paw to draw the number 314 in the sand. It happened to be part of my would-be killer's handle. Did you see that? It's a mystical number. It's a sign, right? Cats definitely shouldn't be able to write, especially mysterious numbers. I think we should report this to Beetle. Can we go in now? Thank you. You thought no one would notice if you used a cat skin, didn't you? I couldn't move or say anything. He was blocking my skin.
I find people's urge to break the rules interesting.
It doesn't make sense. Why enter a game if you don't want to play it? You put so much effort into it. Why force the door if it's easier to use the handle? I won't throw you out. The Han clan needs people with that kind of commitment. Keep playing, but behave as befits a recruit. Okay. Welcome to the best clan in all of Knight's Code. Our organization will never abandon you. You can always count on Lord and the Masters. And if they're not available, I'll always be there. Come on, I'll show you around. The stronghold is full of resources waiting for recruits. Bring all collected iron, crystals, or timber here to the Forge Mistress. She puts them in warehouses, the small structures to the south. For every set of resources, the Forge Mistress will give you a Gomuin. Warehouses are part of the Forge. In the Forge, you can craft items using collected resources. Use them for the clan's benefit. Recipes for forging items will pop up before your eyes on different occasions. It's kind of a hint system. The recipes you discover that way can also be found in a book lying on the pedestal by the forge. I think I'm going to go back and try to get in the normal way. I'm not sure how I feel about doing that cat thing. I'm assuming it's saved before that, yeah. Because we didn't get very far, and that feels weird. I don't know about that cat, and I don't know if I want to do the mystic for the thing, but I don't know. It's either a bug or a mystic, I think, but I don't think the Han clan are using it. I don't think. Come on, come on, don't do that. Don't be laggy. Don't be
Let
laggy.
the recruitment begin.
Okay. And it's getting laggy. Come on now, I know it's graphic intensive, but you don't need lag. I don't even know why we're lagging right now, because we've been doing good so far, right? Why are we suddenly lagging? Come on now. Okay,
I hope they don't reject me because of my neck.
okay. Then talk to the guy again over
I expected
here.
recruitment to be harder.
And we just won't do the cat this time. Yeah, we'll just not do the cat this time. Okay, so let's see if we can get the goblins normally without having to jump to conclusions and maybe find out more information about the tree. Maybe.
I need to focus. I need to meditate.
Recruit 19. Come again? Maybe it was just my imagination. I had never heard of talking trees in Knight's Code. Don't be afraid. I don't mean to chop you down. I'm just interested in what you were saying. I'm not afraid. I am a disciple of the Han clan. I let myself be provoked again. But I shouldn't be talking to you. Mistress Umbra will be here soon, and she'll see that I didn't learn anything. You spoke of Umbra, Mistress Umbra. If she heard you omit her title when uttering her name, she would lock you in an item too, and she would be right to do so. You should always address clan members with their titles, which they earn through displays of commitment and wisdom. Inside the stronghold and outside of it, in the realm of Knight's Code and all others, we always address one another with respect. How did you become a tree? I did something I shouldn't have. I meant no harm to anyone. I only bent the rules slightly, but now I see the error of my ways. Mistress Umbra agreed not to banish me from the clan. Instead, she locked me in a tree, allowing me to reflect on my actions.
Every recruit needs more discipline. Some just don't know it yet.
Disciple, are you speaking instead of relying on your inner and outer eye as I instructed? Yes, Mistress Umbra, because she provoked me, you see. I mean, I let myself be provoked. The fault is mine. How am I to help you see the truth if you do not wish to help yourself? I'm sorry. I want to learn the truth. I wish to be worthy of entering the tree. Please help me, mistress. Now we can unlock Supervisor. You are a realistic systems admin. You understand how the objects around you are connected, what kind of networks they create, and how they communicate. You know how and where you can access them. In some situations, you can see things invisible to others. I will give you one more chance. She turned to me. And you, recruit, you should be helping others improve, not making it more difficult. I'm sorry, I'm not yet familiar with the clan's rules. You will be soon enough. It is good that you wish to learn. Next time, if you see anyone struggling to abide by the clan's rules, help them. And if you can't, come to me. I am the clan's mistress of the guard, and helping others uphold the rules is my main duty. Look for those struggling with the rules. I can't help if I don't know who's in need. Return to recruitment. I'll see you at the stronghold. I met a player at the gate who has a very inappropriate name. Up yours. It's clear they have no respect for the clan's rules or the game. Indeed, that does not bode well, but he should be given a chance. Many clan members have difficult pasts. They're here to find themselves. Regardless, I command your vigilance. Here's a potato Gumuin to reward your service to the clan. I will go and check on this player. Okay. Hmm.
I'm the alchemist of the clan. Are you
Hail,
here to help me?
hail, traveler. My name is Nature's Gift, and I am the Han clan's alchemist. What brings you to this mystical place? You said this place is mystical. Buddy, this is the only location in the world with multiple recorded appearances of the Tree of Knowing. It appears here regularly. It has already been seen in all kinds of games. Beautiful and mundane, luxurious and simple. Some say that only appears somewhere for a moment and never returns to the same place. So you see, it's a mystical place. What can I do to aid the Han clan's efforts? I make healing potions for the clan. I need ingredients. Bring me 5 ginseng roots. 5 ginseng roots, huh? Okay. Okay. Where do I find these? Are they just scattered around or something? Oh, are those little thingies the ginseng root? These right here? Okay. Okay, yeah, I see. So how many? 5? That's 2. Okay. Here's 3. Okay. That looks kind of cool over there. Here's 4, and then 5 is over there. Oh, that's depleted. Okay. Um, Stream. Okay. That one's depleted. Here we go.
Spread your wings and fly toward enlightenment.
Here are 5 ginseng roots. Splendid. Here's a potato gumuin, a sign of official sign of service to the clan. She handed me an octagonal coin made of steel. It was heavy and cool to the touch. It had a symbol of a lush tree embossed on it. Do you know why you were given such a simple, repetitive task? Clan members must contribute resources to the treasury, and devoting time to simple tasks teaches humility. Indeed, each clan must keep its treasury full. Without recruits' labor, our coffers would be empty, and that would weaken the stronghold. The Han clan requires more sacrifices than other clans. We teach full commitment. It is necessary to achieve happiness in life. Those afraid to commit forget who they are. They're unhappy, merely consumers. One has to learn to stay in the moment and commit. Okay, wasn't there supposed to be a sage somewhere or something? I thought there was another guy that was named the Sage or something that we were supposed to talk to. But I haven't seen a sage yet. That's a tree.
Go away. I'm becoming
Tree
a better
doesn't want to
person
talk
here.
to me anymore. Interesting that we can still pick the ginseng as well. That's the cat.
This is where your path toward the truth begins.
I am a disciple of the Han clan. I specialize in true knowledge. I am happy that fate has guided you to me. You are happy? The Han clan helps people find the best path in life. I am happy when I can help someone in that endeavor. You're taking part in recruitment. Do you wish to carry out a task for the clan? What can I do for the clan? Only the best can join us. Only you can decide who you are. If you want to grow, you must work and excel in commitment and vigilance. Only those who see what others cannot may join our ranks. They seek the truth instead of averting their eyes from it. Go, observe, seek signs, phenomena difficult to explain. They may guide you to the truth. I will ask what you make of them when you return. How will I know that what I'm seeing is a sign? You are looking for things that have no right to occur, things that people try not to notice. They manifest rarely, but there are more of them near the tree. They're not glitches, or at least not only glitches, they're signs. What are the signs? If we knew exactly, they wouldn't be difficult to notice or understand. To some, they appear to be memories or a message from something, or someone other than ourselves. Others say they're a sign of collective consciousness, using thoughts to pierce the very nature of things. We seek the ultimate answers. We bring together those who can see them. We teach them how to search for truth, for searching is the way. Okay, I'll go see if I can figure that out, I guess. I looked at it closely. There didn't seem to be any air of mysticism about it, no more than was true for all cats. I scratched it behind the ear. It made itself comfortable and purred, and once it got bored, it lazily wagged its tail and resumed munching on the hummingbird. I looked at the neighboring floating island. Nice view. Another clan stronghold roof glowed in the digital sun. Expanses and chasms are common for the Polis's people. Where were those signs? In the clouds, on islands, in the air. Nothing extraordinary happened. The stream was well made. Water splashed, reflecting the sunlight, and was genuinely wet. The water softly made its way around rocks and frothed behind them, slowing and accelerating, murmuring soothingly. A strange face distorted by whirlpools was looking up at me from the stream. The face was a mask of burden and suffering. Its eyes looked toward the glade near the stream. The woman looking at me shut her eyes as if meaning to fall asleep, connect to a network. The swirling stream dissolved the image. The bustling stream didn't reflect anything but me and the azure sky. I found a flat stone and skipped it over the water's surface. It bounced 3 times and sank. I wonder if that was supposed to be what we were looking for. Some kind of an interesting thingy to happen.
Fate has brought you here.
I stood on the observation deck and tried to take in the view unfolding before my eyes. Just nature stuff. Plants and ants, no signs. It is strange. When the tree appears, it is usually easy to see and often shows up when Lord holds clan events, like the one now. In his wisdom, Lord can sense the tree's arrival and allows us to commune with it. Maybe it wasn't so this time. I ran into a cat. Did you manage to see any signs that do not fit into ordinary people's concept of reality? Nope. Instead of my reflection, I saw a strange gender man-woman. It seemed like he was me, and I him. He pointed to this place and squeezed his eyes shut. It's a sign. Other members of the clan have made similar reports. Can you describe her? I've never seen her myself. She was a swarthy woman around my age. She looked different than me, yet I still felt a strong bond with her. Yes, others have said the same. Bond, bond. Maybe I should tie myself to a stone near the stream. We were told not to read signs literally. This is great news. We'll see it again soon. Take the sigil you have earned to serve the clan. Thank you. Arigato domo.
You still haven't completed the quests.
I turned on the deck and opened a window only I could see. Pretending to shoo away a butterfly, I typed in the right command. I also slapped her with a penalty for breaking the rules and a month-long ban from logging into Knight's Code. She was right. Completing the preliminary quest really did take no time at all. Haha.
Victory stems from a warrior's mind. Prove that you can win.
I made myself useful to the clan. Here are 2 tokens. Well done. The clan values action as well as the intent behind it. Are you somewhat familiar with our philosophy? Okay, so that goes back to that. So no matter what, even if we do that, we have to do this one way or the other. I am leaning more towards the in-game error, to be honest. Appears in different places. Only in Knight's Code are those appearances regular. It's appeared in several clan events organized by Lord. I'm going to go with in-game error because that really feels like the right answer. Doesn't seem like we can get any more. It is one of the most powerful organizations of the game. Clan members also observe the clan hierarchy outside the virtual audium, pay for general events and membership, inflicts rule breaking, self-improvement. It's a sect organization for deeply involved in the game and role playing. Not sure what the difference is between sect and faith, but okay.
Victory stems from a warrior's mind. Prove that you can win.
The tree is a distortion of the sensory world. The tree of knowing is an error in the code. It distorts the functioning of the sensory world. If so, it is a meaningful error. You're right, it inevitably distorts the world. Understanding the significance of that fact may take years. It's good you began to explore this mystery. Han clan warriors seek the truth. Welcome. Enter the stronghold. Your trial period begins now. Okay, cool.
Welcome to the best clan in the entire Knight's Code.
Our organization will never abandon you. You can always count on Lord and the Masters. And if they're not available, I'll always be here. Come on, I'll show you around. And then we get shown around again? Okay. This is where Mistress Eternal Cocoon works. She's the clan's main shield. Most games call them tanks, but we don't use that word. I'm sure she'll have some tasks for you. By completing them, you'll do the clan a service. Across the bridge is Master Rock Borer. He deals with the Tree of Knowing signals. You can also see the bell measuring our time there. Up here, there's a vault with precious spoils and items. Every disciple can store their belongings here and not worry about their safety. The vault is tended to by Master Gold Wielder. I'm sure he'll have some tasks for you as well. I'm only showing you the most important things. Is there anything that interests you further? I'm fascinated by the phenomenon of the Tree of Knowing and those who have entered it. Stories of the enlightened are celebrated. They awaited signs, meditated, listened to the Lord. Their inventory and notes are kept in the vault. There are relics. Alright, let's go to the main square now. See the man with a halo over his head? That's Lord Enlightened. He's just left his house. Next to him is Mistress Umbra, his right hand. Now quiet, Lord is about to
Let me
speak.
guide you on your path to enlightenment.
You are here to become the best versions of yourselves. You can achieve this by reaching deep inside your psyche. That's where the light is. You can see it through your commitment. The clan can help you with that. We are living in a sea of possibilities, but without an important goal, possibilities are nothing, and nothing will satisfy you. The Demiurge in the Tree of Knowing shows the way to enlightenment. The tree is her tool and our chance for enlightenment. Join the Demiurge's army. It's our duty to protect the tree from those who want to use it for their own interests. As members of the Han clan, you pledge to improve and protect the tree until the end of the world. Repeat the vows. Every day I will hammer myself out in the forge of truth to be worthy of the tree of knowing's wisdom. Let's fly toward enlightenment. When the time of prophecy comes and the world as we know it crumbles, I will guard the tree so that humankind's bliss remains in its roots. Congratulations, recruits. You may begin your trial period in the prove your trustworthiness and you may stay for good. Life in the stronghold is divided into cycles. Each cycle is 15 bells. In each cycle, you need to produce at least one Potito Gomuin. After 15 bells, the cycle ends, and you must return here to hand your Potito Gomuin to Tributary. Then another cycle begins. The trial period lasts 7 cycles. Enter your Potito Gomuin, contribute to the clan, and after 15 cycles, return here. And I have 3, it looks like. Circle on the left side of the UI shows you the clan currency. The red stripe displays a count of your official reprimands. The right side of the HUD shows the object you carry in your hands. Row of objects you created. Okay.
I keep order around here, understood?
We met and twisted and perverted. Small world. Welcome, recruit. I handle internal security around here. What do you need? How else can I be of service to the clan? Han clan, how can I help, mistress? It's good of you to ask, sweetie. I have a task for you. Lord is benevolent and overly trusting. He thinks all who learn about the clan will join us. I think spies should be eliminated. I intercepted correspondence with Clan Shi. Check who's lurking around the place where we found the letters. Question and eavesdrop on whoever is there and find out what they're scheming. The letters were found at the entrance to the vault under the golem's right palm. Okay. Entrance to the vault, and where is that? I'm not completely sure where that is. This is the Umbra's chamber door. I also don't know how exactly time passes here, so that could be interesting to see as well. Those were probably the people Umbra was talking about. I stood close by and focused on what they were saying. I don't think they left a note. No correspondence and our clan members are disappearing. I'm getting paranoid that the Han clan knows about us. They went
Someone's
quiet
coming.
after seeing me, but should have started collecting resources to avoid suspicion, but stayed close enough to hear them. I pretended I was leaving them alone. I collected timbers as slowly as possible and listened. It's been a week since we lost touch with him. Something must have happened. Calm down. We'll search the stronghold. We'll find him sooner or later. Okay, let's cut a few more branches, then go look for him. They started moving. There were a lot of resources in this part of the stronghold, a perfect spot for gathering. I was too far away to hear anything but I collected resources. I was hoping that he wouldn't notice that I happened to be collecting dry wood nearby again. You saw what they said online. Everyone who claimed Lord was dangerous has vanished without a trace. I'm worried. What if Moth has vanished without a trace too, and we never find him? There's always a trace. No one has looked inside the stronghold before us. Okay, let's get another log or two. They started going somewhere again. I needed to casually cut branches and listen carefully. I've got a bad feeling about this. Knowing Loudmouth, I bet he got in trouble. We should start with the jail. Yeah, I think we should check Umbra's chambers too. Maybe after seeing Tributary so that we have more time.
What do you want, maggot?
I eavesdropped. They're looking for their buddy, Loudmouth. They're saying terrible things about Lord. They believe he's ruthless. Do you believe those rumors about Lord? Absolutely not. Of course not. No such thought has ever entered my mind, even for a moment. Good. Lord's fame is growing, and that breeds envy. We need recruits like you to protect the truth. After I caught him talking, I transferred Loudmouth to my chamber and locked him inside a bamboo mat. He broke the rules. I'll do him good to meditate on his mistake. This is about self-betterment, isolation for his own good. But players from Clan Shi don't understand. Do you know what they're planning? Um, yeah, I'll go ahead and tell them about the plans. I think they're planning to break into your quarters to rescue Lord Loudmouth. Wonderful, we'll catch them in the act. Or actually, you will. Come next cycle, ambush them in my chamber. Here's the key. Call me once you've caught them breaking in. She added me to the list of her in-game contacts so I could call her directly. Get to work, sweetie. Farewell. Okay, let's see. Open it with Umbra's key. I opened the door with the key Umbra had given me. Once I cracked the spy's case, I would be able to take a look around Umbra's chamber. Hmm. There we go. We got inside Umbra's thingy. Um. Yeah, okay. So there's the Book of Trust over here.
No, I'm not talking.
Loudmouth, I know you're trapped in the mat. Your friends from the She Clan are here to save you. Screw you, I'm not going anywhere. Forced stillness is perfect for meditation, and that's the only way to improvement and enlightenment. Can't you meditate like everyone else, in your own skin? No consequence, no commitment, and I'm committed to the clan. I've broken clan rules. I have to face the consequences. That will teach me. The book contained evidence of trust, embarrassing secrets shared by clan members. The book was secured with an intricate lock. I needed a lockpick but wasn't sure what kind. Umbra kept records of whom she disciplined and for what, meticulousness or mementos. The book was secured with an intricate lock as well. Hmm. A couple of recruits were searching Umbra's chamber. I can't find him. What if Loudmouth is already dead? What are you doing here? I messaged her in a private channel. She reacted instantly. I only saw a trace of a cheat sealed somewhere in Umbra's chamber before the recruits turned into items. Umbra sent me only a short message. I'm adding a potato Gomu to your account, sweetie. Well done. She disconnected and I was left alone in the room. Okay, cool. So that worked, I guess. Um, hmm.
The building behind me is the clan's vault, a safe place to store loot and knowledge.
He flinched. Custody of the vault is an important duty which was entrusted to me. It's nice to meet a master who has time for recruits. Can you tell me what you do here? It's not what you would imagine. I thought advancing in the clan would let me play more, improve, and I made it to Vault Master, and it didn't. It's a trial period. Maybe that's why I'm struggling so much. But keeping the books in order is an important job. Yes. Okay, Isn't that what the Han clan teaches us? That only challenges and taking responsibility give one happiness. Guess I still don't get it. Oh well. Can I assist you with your work for the Han clan? Yes, you'll be assigning loot. This Brondar's flanks has to go to someone, and I'll finally get a moment to play. What are the rules for assigning loot? It's simple. Loot goes to the most valuable clan members, but only those who haven't gotten anything recently. We have valuable items in the vault. You'll assign them to the main cleric, the main shield, or the main sword. They'll distribute the items further. Talk to them. You'll find their names in the Book of Loot. I'm very happy to help. In line are Cleric Rock Borer, Sword Miasma of the Roots, and Shield Eternal Cocoon. Choose who will get the loot. Okay. Book of Loot. The Book of Loot, a voluminous tome. It was bound with a chain and a gold padlock. I needed to ask Old Wilder for a key to this book.
Lord Enlightened assigned me to manage the vault. This means I'm
The
up to
Book
it,
of Loot is
right?
locked. How do I go about opening
Right?
it? Oh yes, I almost forgot. Here's my sigil. It'll open anything. That makes me tempted to go see if I can open those books in Umbra's place with your thingy. Don't know. I don't think it'll make her mad because it's not like we're breaking into it. We're just accessing it, right? And it'll reflect on him. Okay, so no, it won't. It won't open it apparently. Nope. Okay, never mind. I thought it would, but I guess it won't. The more you know, I guess. Not sure why it won't open since it's supposed to open anything, but I guess maybe Umbra has her own key or something. We don't want to make Umbra mad yet because we're trying to infiltrate and whatever. Use Gold Wielder Signal. I open the tomb. Check loot assignments. The candidates set to receive loot from the last raid were representatives of 3 roles: Sword, Cleric, and Shield. Goldwielder was terrible at keeping records. The book had no helpful information. At least he wrote down their names. Eternal Cocoon was the Shield, Rock Borer was the Cleric, and Miasma of the Roots was the Sword. Golems, also known as Goryo, are peaceful impects. They wander and weave gossamer to make the sky beautiful. The magic of words awakens them. The plate in each Goryo's neck has the live command in it. A cunning Dao clan player added and served to it, followed by his name. But owning a golem is dangerous. A Goryo went mad once. Rumors say that the owner shouted serve the right cause. The giant deemed the Tree of Knowing to be the right cause. It killed the owner and came to the Han stronghold, roaring that would set the tree free. Our sword mistress had to summon her smoke katana to pierce the golem's armor, shattering the plate underneath. I checked what else was in the book of loot besides stories. Information on items in the vault. Interesting. The chest contained the equipment of all those who had entered the tree. Sealed pouches held the belongings of those locked inside. Items. Entered the Tree of Knowing as an enlightened, he left behind a katana of vigilance, a crystal bowl, and notes. One bell, loot from the last battle. Trash sold, enemies' wings were distributed evenly among participants. This little piggy got the mighty Eye of Doom in the last battle. Lord was present. He's the best and has the skills of all roles. Tank, DPS, and healer maxed out. He's a one-man army. That's why he raided with us instead of helping occasionally. He didn't want to spoil our fun. He only took the Eye of Doom for himself. The Bronlar's Flanks protection artifact that dropped from the last boss remains unassigned.
Go see the tributary or you will be officially reprimanded.
The cycle has run its course, and it's time to meet and summarize the events. Do not loiter here. Go to the front of Lord's house. Go to Tributary. Do it, or I'll be forced to give you an official reprimand. Okay, I is going. I is going. I'm assuming you mean over here? Recruits are obliged to show full commitment to the work for the clan. Do you have proof of your commitment? I do. Yes, here's proof of my work for the clan. Magnificent. I hope that the work brought you happiness. Now go to Lord's house and give an account of your actions. You are expected. I stood before the clan's elders. I bowed. She looked at Lord, who nodded his head. We're pleased to have you playing with us. We want all recruits to wear the Han clan insignia. Find the forge. Make your own insignia as proof that you are one of us. You'll be given plenty of time, 2 entire cycles to do this. The quest is from Lord himself. Treat it as a priority. This is where you embark on the wondrous and joyous path toward enlightenment. One day it may take you to the Tree of Knowing. Lord is the only one who has entered it more than once. Many others have never been worthy of this honor. It is my duty to guide others. Welcome to the start of your path. Okay. So I guess we're in the next cycle. We need to go to the forge and make the thingy. But I also want to finish up this one thingy, so...
I was hoping someone would interrupt my meditation.
I'm the clan's main sword DPS. Get it? Damage per second? And you're disrupting my meditation and reflection on advancing to Mistress. I am presently in seclusion to become worthy. Such a nomination is a big opportunity, and I won't let some loitering recruit ruin it for me. I'll be distributing the loot. I still haven't assigned the Bronlar's Phalanx artifact, and I would like to know if I need it. Buddy, I'm a sword. Don't you think that makes me a priority? Besides, I deserve the Bronlar's Phalanx. I've taken part in every battle of late. I play non-stop, and I've yet to see any loot. There's always someone more important. It looks like you have a difficult time ahead of you. I can help. I want to be of service to the clan. Then don't bother me. I must compose a poem to celebrate Lord Enlightened. It's customary for those advancing in the clan. I cannot come up with a properly epic simile to describe him. All clan members spend their time working. Do you really want to be spending yours on poetry? Lord Enlightened help us all. There would be no clan without him. It's only natural that I should devote my time to appreciating that. Help me. Yes, I'll give you a Gomuin, but the simile must involve something that's in the stronghold. Lord only accepts genuine experiences. Have a look around the stronghold. Live like a clan member. If you see something fitting, tell me. Miasma. Mia, have we met before? Oh, it's you. I'm so engrossed in meditation that I didn't notice. I've never seen you alone before. She says they used to be inseparable, but Lord placed her in seclusion ahead of her advancement. It's difficult. Do not translate. All right, I have to prepare if I'm worthy. I'm to be a worthy disciple of the clan.
How's the Knight's Code treating you?
Gamedec, we know each other. It's me, Maya. So you joined the clan after all. Well, that's good. What are you doing here? Recruits have been coming every day recently, so I play. I'm a sword, DPS, and now there are rumors that the Tree of Knowing is supposed to appear. I've yet to see it, so I'm waiting. I want to see it. Why aren't you playing with Mia anymore? I don't know what happened. We did everything together. We joined the clan, we played. We're both swords with the same build. But they only want to make her a disciple, not me. I'm happy for Mia, but they put her in solitary and gave her different tasks. And I don't know how to play solo. It's not fun anymore. Nothing is. Can I help you in any way? Can you do something to keep Mia from advancing without me? Although that would be horrible. I should just be happy for her, but I'm not doing a good job of that. Alright, I'm going back to my recruit quest, of course. Everyone leaves me. Let's see, where are the other two? It was Master Rockborer and Mistress Elemental Cocoon. I think that one is near the one thing, right? Probably over here.
Stand back. The work I'm doing is dangerous.
Repairing a golem requires a lot of work, and I need to give it my full attention. Forgive me, I don't have time to look after novices. Who's the giant? A Goryo. It attacked the stronghold, but our sword mistress smashed it as usual. I'm glad she stopped it when she did. There's potential here. Right. Anyway, this Goryo could be ours. A clan with a defense golem. As a shield, I wouldn't mind a giant taking the brunt of the damage. I would finally advance and they would stop treating me on par with that loser, Gold Wielder. It's just that I've fixed almost everything, and it still won't awaken. I need to figure out what's wrong, but they keep giving me chores. I'm no expert, but I can't help but feel that the sword stuck in its neck isn't improving its health. How about you take it out? No, that's not it. Goryo or creatures of magic. I nullified the sword's effect and its lower body is untouched. How can I be of service to the Han clan? Finish your task for Gold Wielder first, then we'll talk, because it's true that I could use some help. I'll be distributing loot. Who do you think should get the Lars Phalanx artifact? Me, obviously. I'm the clan's shield. The tank. It's the most important role. I need the Lars Phalanx to protect others. No sword can survive even a single blow if I'm not taking part in the
Stream
battle.
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
In the prophecy, the clan protects the tree. If our shield is not like a stronghold, we'll protect nothing. Giving me loot serves the clan. When was the last time you got any loot? Is that a joke? I got some scraps from the last raid. Gold Wielder dumped this golem on me as compensation. Now I'm stuck fixing it. Gold Wielder's raid performance is terrible, and he gets to decide things like this. And I see he started outsourcing. True, a golem is a fascinating machine, but fixing it means work, not loot. Gold Wielder owes me a reward. Okay, so Cleric Master Or I don't know where he is. Oh,
I'm
right
an
here
expert in
apparently.
interpreting the signs.
Welcome to the Han
Is that
clan.
what
All
brings you?
information is precious. The clan collects information, the tree signals, and knowledge. What is it you seek? Can you tell me what you do in the clan? I handle signals from the Tree of Knowing. The uninitiated call them signs. It's one of the main duties of the Han clan. I collect them and try to learn as much as I can. It's the only truly worthwhile goal I've found in life. Clan rules dictate that only Lord Enlightened has the right to read the signs, but someone has to make sure no recruit misunderstands them. Thus I lead those dedicated to expanding sign knowledge. I hear more and help the lower ranked find their way through the tree's signals. Gold Wielder instructed me to give someone the Bronlar's flanks for the last battle. Are you the clan's cleric? I haven't been raiding much lately, as it's not that important. I recently got some loot, so going by his silly rules it wasn't my turn. But I could use this Bronlar's phalanx. Give it to me for a Gomuin. I do a lot for the clan, but recently I've been babysitting recruits, teaching them about the tree's signals. So I'll think about it. So who should I give it to? I guess Mia, because both of these got loot recently, right? The stone golem was a few stories high. His bulk had frozen while climbing to the stronghold. I stared at his face, though I was blinded by the sun. Exceptional. My mind drifted. Colors around me faded. I fell into a meditative state. The world went pale. I stopped feeling the sunshine. I had completely different images before my eyes. A vision. The past. In my mind's eye, I saw Ken Zhao break into Lord's house. Angry, he muttered under his breath, I take an interest in your followers, and suddenly I get so many mystical signs that makes me a chosen one. Don't think it'll make me a follower. I'll keep digging until I learn what you're up to and find the fucking tree of knowledge. I'm a game deck. Interesting. Okay, so we'll give it to Mia, I think.
I miss my sister.
I had a look around the stronghold. I think I can help you with a poem celebrating Lord. I saw a golem. They're powerful and command respect. It's a good simile. You speak like you know your poetry. I will do as you say. I still need a simile for the Tree of Knowing. It needs to be exceptional as well. I guess we talked to Gold Dude to give the thingy, I guess.
Managing the vault is just so stressful.
I analyzed the matter. Let's assign it to Mia. Bronlar's phalanx should go to the main sword. That means miasma of the roots. Are you sure? I checked everything thoroughly and talked to the raiders. Trust me, I know what I'm saying. Great. I'm sure you're right. So great to have someone decide this for me. Here's a potato sigil. Did they have a court full here? Managing the vault must be a lot of work. Is there anything else I can help you with? Okay, I'll give you a rather confidential task. I assigned an item incorrectly. An artifact from PvP went to our young DPS. Retrieve it. Fine, what am I supposed to do? Retrieve an item from a DPS. Miasma of the roots. I don't care how. Threaten, plead, or steal as long as the book checks out. Okay. I guess I can see about that. I'm assuming you mean this one over here?
I miss my sister.
You supposedly have an artifact. Yes, Goldwielder assigned it to me for my service to the clan. I worked hard to be noticed for a long time. It was important to me. Goldwielder miscalculated. You'll have to return the artifact. Why? Give me the artifact. I'll tell you your most effective profession build in Knight's Code. You'll raise hell even without the artifact. Fine. I saw a stack of bamboo mats. They can provide respite, comfort, and safety. It's a good simile. I didn't know we had something like that at the Stronghold. If you're sure it'll work, I'm fine with it. Okay. Cool.
Lord Enlightened assigned me to manage the vault.
I retrieved the artifact. Here.
Right?
You did so well last time.
Right?
I wish I were that confident. Alright, I assigned an item incorrectly. You need to get an artifact from a tank. Great, here's your potato sigil. Okay. Recruits insignia are symbols of being a member of the Han clan. They must be crafted at the forge. Interesting that that didn't quite get upgraded. Okay. Um, hmm. Probably should go ahead and go make the thing at the forge, right? Probably. I'm guessing that's over here somewhere. Okay, that's a bell. Where's the forge? Probably should go do that. That leads up to the treasury. Over here, forge manual. Working the forge, a young recruit's guide. Take the material you wish to process from storage and put it in the correct machine. Light the furnace with wood and position it to power the right machine. Wait the needed number of bells while stroking the flames. Okay, down here. Forge lets you craft objects according to recipes that you have learned. Place the material in the right machine, then light the furnace with wood. Keep the furnace burning for the appropriate number of rounds. My own book of recipes for making items at the forge. It only contained the recipes I had learned personally. A recruit's insignia sculpted with iron ore with a hammer for 2 to 4 bells. To make an item, take the appropriate resource from storage in the appropriate machine. Light the furnace by putting wood in it. I'm not understanding. something very fundamental here, I feel like.
The cycle has ended. Report to the tributary.
I guess time also passes normally or something. Because I don't remember unless it takes that many to switch it, but... If we are to trust you and reveal the clan's secrets to you, you should trust us as well. Prove that you do. Tell me something you don't wish to become public knowledge about you or the people in your life. These are access codes to my home, AI Bliss. I've had many discussions with her, and the topics are often personal. Secrets from your personal life. Bold. You've taken a step forward toward real commitment. I applaud you. It's time to focus on spiritual growth. Next time we'll discuss signals from the tree. Remember to reflect and form an opinion on them. Alright, I need to do wood, don't I? Okay, I see, I see. Okay, and I've got a bar, I guess? So that's a milling machine, so probably the chisel, right? Okay, okay, so that's where I keep messing up. Okay. Just like that, huh? Okay, there we go. We got that figured out, I guess. Quickly running out of time, I see that. Hmm. Okay, let's try helping. Oh, over here, over here, over here, over here. Let's try helping you.
Do you think bothering me will help your advancement in the
How
clan?
can I be of service to the Han clan? I have my hands full with the golem and I don't have time for other duties, so yes, you can help me. We have a faulty NPC. I was supposed to fix her, but the golem takes priority. Fix it or delete it, whatever. I have no time for this. Is this a problem for the admins? I'm just an impact. Can't report this to the admins? Admins, are you mad? We don't want any admins here. We handle things on our own. Okay, maybe I'll manage to fix her. Or delete her. Just be quick and efficient. The impact's name is Nature's Gift. And you'll find her in the main square in front of Mistress Umbra's house. Okay.
Ride the wave toward the truth. Or fly to enlightenment, or something.
Ignore my mistake. How can I help you, recruit? Why do you stare? I'm an impact. It's not my fault I'm damaged. Complain to the admins. I started the scan. The impact's code was clunky and rather crude. Its purpose was to simulate an impact while concealing the player underneath. Other clan members are interested in you. They told me to get rid of you or fix you. Damn it, I can't play this game. Tell me what I'm supposed to do to get them off the case. Log out or I'll say I deleted and I'll say I'll deleted you. And what about my investigation? I'm not going anywhere until I'm done with it. Don't get mixed up in this. It's dangerous. I already know of one person who died here. That's impossible. I'm not leaving this place without my evidence. It's nice to see you again. Did you manage to make the potion? What? Oh yeah, sure. My ginkgo biloba potions restore mana and health. I don't know what the clan would do without me. Thanks for asking. I know you're not an impact. That's preposterous. Oh, alright, I'm not an impact. I'm a journalist and I'm conducting an investigation here. Up until a few months ago, the Han clan was just a minor clan in the game. And now, Lord is net famous and treated as an authority, while the clan is swimming in recruits and no one knows anything about it. So what kind of investigation are you running here? I'm investigating a case of missing people and mysterious deaths. All clues lead here. I'm not blending in well enough. Help me. I need to obtain documents that the Han clan keeps under lock and key. Bring me 2 pertinent holopics, and I'll share with you what I've already discovered. She was just an impact after all.
Go see the tributary or you will be officially reprimanded.
Okay. I'm going. I bowed as soon as I entered. Have you forged your insignia yet? I wanted to explore the stronghold, find out what I could, meet everyone. I'm a Gamedec and inspecting the stronghold is my way of serving. I didn't manage to get the badge, but I served the clan in other ways. I detected 2 weak points in your defenses. I pointed to 2 locations on the map where the rocks were sparse. Splendid. The clan welcomes all talent and doesn't squander it. I like your initiative and vigilance. You've earned your insignias. He pinned the recruit's insignia on me. Congratulations, you show promise. A bit more work and you'll earn your disciple wings and flight privileges. Go and keep serving the clan. Okay. I thought I did have an insignia, but apparently I didn't. I mean, didn't I make an insignia? I thought I did. Could have swore I did. Is that not an insignia up there? Apparently not. I saw Ken again. He was in the stronghold. He didn't look quite so confident. He kept searching in forbidden places. All right, you smartass in the tree of knowing. Maybe you're not in cahoots with Lord. 314, is that what you want me to call you? Are you a prisoner of the Han clan? Can you answer with something more than those fucking signal signs? I don't get it. I'm trying to decipher your hints, but it's not easy. Who are you hiding from? That was weird. Hmm. Oh, maybe what I did wrong was the wrong metal. Maybe I was supposed to make it from iron instead of... Hmm. Hmm. Didn't I just get some iron? I'm confused.
This is where weapons and strong characters are forged.
You should add those trials to the forge. You can, right? Yes, you're right. Oh, okay, cool. So now I've got a bunch of thingies. Okay, cool. That works too. Okay, so we'll put this here. And we'll do that. Okay, I see how it works. So in order to save time, we could potentially just do it like that, right? Okay, I see how it works. I wonder how long the thing lasts. Oh, why didn't it make it? Okay, it ran out. Kind of an annoying system there, isn't it?
The cycle has ended.
Okay.
Report to the tributary.
Kind of annoying how this thingy does. Kind of annoying, not going to lie. You have a Gomu in? Yes, I do. I looked at them and they at me. I lowered my head in greeting. Lord decides who is given the honor of entering the tree, but he graciously listens to all opinions. Think of who you wish to nominate as worthy of this honor, who is close to enlightenment. I expect your answer within the next few cycles. What if I want to nominate myself? The impertinence. We must work on your ego. Readiness for enlightenment means a lot of that means making great sacrifices for the clan. Let her ask. Questions help find wisdom, but moderation is wisdom in itself. Right, Umbra? Choose your words wisely, recruit. If Lord listens to everyone, he should listen to me. I believe I'm ready, and I submit my nomination. Do you truly feel that way? He looked at me closely. You would have to gain the nomination of at least one clan master. Pass the final test of the recruitment trial, of course. Show your knowledge of the Han clan, its mission, and the Tree of Knowing. Prepare for the test, and if you want to do more, gain a nomination. I am very curious if you can do it. Okay, that's kind of what I'm working on, yep. That's kind of what I'm working on.
Do you think bothering me will help your advancement in the clan?
I defeated the impact. Done. Nature's game won't be bothering anyone anymore. Great, here's your potato sigil. Fixing the golem. Looks like a huge task. Can I help you with that? The golem had a plate in its chest. Thought it was the enemy clan's cheat making it attack us, but it seems the golem won't work without it. Create another plate like that for me. The vault must have information on that battle and the golem's plate. Return with the plate and you'll serve the clan. And me, because I'll finally be able to get back to playing the game. Okay. But haven't I already read about it? That worked as the counted, didn't it? Because we'd write the golem thingy. We know which plate she's talking about. Okay, so let's rotate this thingy to the hammer. Hmm. The Han Clan's Book of Finance. The book was secured with a small, finely made padlock. A treasure chest holding equipment the clan members would leave behind as they were entering the Tree of Knowing. The chest was secured with a simple lock. The golem's shattered metal plate was glistening in the display case. The inscription said a Goryo plate. The plate was cracked from the impact. It had some words carved into it. Damage made it illegible. All I could see were small scratches forming the number 314 at the bottom. A signed label had a reference to a specific page in the Book of Loot. The plate was made of steel. A plate like this could be made at the forge. 2-3 bells of chiseling would be enough to shape the steel properly. Okay, so maybe I can make one now. Maybe. I don't know if we have to click the specific recipe in the thing or not. Hammer for steel to 1 to 4 bells. Okay, and we also have to put the wood in, right? We have plenty of wood, so... Is that the golem's plate? That would explain what I made instead of God damn it. Okay. Okay, that's what I made instead of recruit's insignia. That's why I didn't have the recruit's insignia. I made a golem plate on accident. That's what that is.
What is it?
I took out the plate and scratched live into the soft metal. Below I had to write the name of the person the golem would serve. I wrote it down and handed the plate to Eternal Cocoon. I'll do it for testing, but should be changed later. I said I'm not babysitting the golem. She shook her head and installed the plate. The golem roared. It began to turn slowly, and with a rumble, the ground shook under my feet. Stop, that's enough for today, she yelled, ripping out the plate. It works, but I must detach its torso from the stronghold, or I'll rip our island apart. After a few days' work, well done. Here's a go, Muin. You mentioned that you're not exactly happy about being treated the same as Gold Wielder, right? It's an outrage that my position in the clan is on par with a loser, unable to pick combat skills. Do you have something that'll help? Not so long ago, Gold Wielder made a mistake when assigning loot. He instructed me to get an artifact back from a sword, stealthily. Great, I know exactly what to do with this information. It would mean a lot to me to gain access to the Tree of Knowing. Can you recommend me to Lord? You're one of those crazy people who didn't come here to play, but are into mysticism and looking for weird stuff. You've helped me more than once. If this is something you truly want, then I'll be happy to return the favor. It would mean a lot to me to gain access to the Tree of Knowing. Can you recommend me to Lord? Okay, cool. Thank you. I wonder if I can get multiple recommendations. That would be kind of cool.
Managing the vault is just
It
so
would mean a
stressful.
lot to me to gain access to the Tree of Knowing. Can you recommend me to Lord? You've helped me more than once. If this is something you truly want, then I'll be happy to return the favor. Thank you. Where did Umbra go? Is she not here anymore? Interesting. Takes entire bell to notice the notices. Okay. Is she in her house, maybe? No? Oh, and I can even break in here, apparently. Okay. Don't know where she went. I'm assuming she'll nominate me. I mean, I did her thingies, right? I caught the dudes that were trying to break in. I don't like how it takes an entire bell to rotate the hearth. That feels a little weird.
The cycle has ended.
Okay, I gotcha. I understand. Okay, I don't know how many more cycles we've got left, but we still have 7 tokens, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. I greeted them with a nod. Only 2 cycles remain until the recruitment is over. By now you should have arrived at an opinion on the clan's philosophy. The clan is gathering information about the tree signals. Only Lord knows how to interpret them, but everyone should know what to think about them and the tree. Meditate. Think. At the end of the next cycle we will ask you about the path of enlightenment. We will have to arrive at cohesive conclusions regarding those who have entered the tree. Okay. That's not what I meant to do. Yay. Why me? There are so many people willing to follow your signs. Why are you showing me more? Do you really want me to believe I have been chosen? Or is it because both our lives have been ruined by that damn tree? I can see you're looking for help, but I don't know how to find you. How can I help you? Tell me, 314, how do I get into the tree? Not sure what's up with that, but I accidentally ruined one.
Have you done all you can for the clan this cycle? You can always collect more resources.
I opened the pouches to hand over my collected items to the warehouse. Okay, cool. Nope, that's not what I need to do. I need to add the fuel first, silly. Oh, that's different. What is that? Oh. Okay, I don't know why okay. I'm not going to ask too many questions. Okay.
Are you here to talk about
Hello,
the
Tasha
science?
Diaz. Information and science make up my domain. What brings you here? What do you make of the golem? I don't think it can be repaired. I could think of many uses for it, but I'm just daydreaming. What do you have? Any information for me? It's outrageous that my position in the clan is on par with a loser who can't pick the right skills for combat. Goldwilder recently made a mistake when assigning loot. He instructed me to get an artifact back from a sword, a DPS, stealthily. Wonderful. This should give me some influence in the clan. All I need to do is put this information to good use. The recruits I see around here are the group tasked with expanding the knowledge of signals from the Tree of Knowing. Understanding the tree signals is the main path to enlightenment, hence the Han clan amasses knowledge of them. We often discuss them. Signals can be vague. Only Lord and other enlightened ones ever make correct readings. Such warped knowledge is unsafe to the untrained. Knowledge like this is unsafe. Imagine finding part of the instructions for a kidney transplant and attempting it with your untrained hands. Help me if you wish to serve the clan and earn a Gomuin. Moderate the group to find positive readings and steer them to signs that won't harm their psyches, and if not, simply join us. Greetings. We interpret the mystical signals from the Tree of Knowing. Every recruit is welcome here. If the signals from the tree that lead us to this enlightenment, they are the source of happiness for all members of the clan. I definitely wish to learn more about signs. We can't agree on what signal to discuss next. State Beetle wants to talk about how signs in the grass tell of suffering, and Sice Edge. I think we should listen to Stade Beetle. As I listen to the rustling blades, I feel them. They moan. Signals from the tree. I'm helpless against the suffering. It's a cry for help. Since emotions are the message, tell me more about them. It's difficult to put into words, but I felt like a prisoner, like we were all prisoners. Life had no meaning and we couldn't break free. You feel helpless and you don't know why or what to do about it. That's why interpreting signals, signs is left to Lord and Masters, right? You say the tree of knowing gives wisdom. If you feel suffering, maybe you should think about changing your own lives, helping others. Lord is enlightened, but there's no hope for me. What can I do? I'm off to log out. If we don't see each other again, thanks for playing. I will never understand what makes people so susceptible to emotions. It's predictable, but so inefficient. You definitely shouldn't be left alone now, recruit. Your emotions are clouding your judgment. Think. So far you've been chasing your tail. As a clan master, I declare this group's meeting suspended. Come, Beetle, I will look after you. Okay, so I failed or something?
The clan is all about gathering information.
You were
What
supposed to put their minds
knowledge
at
they can
ease,
see.
moderate as in steering them away from bad emotions. Many signals have been odd of late. Sad, calls for aid and inaction. Unprepared recruits were crying, rushing in to help random people. You didn't improve the situation. Next time, go help someone else recruit. Okay, my bad. I guess I messed up there. Okay, so what do we need to do now? I failed that one. I didn't do that one. Golem's plate. Okay, so now I guess I just need to go around and explore and maybe the bell measured time for the stronghold. Oh, if I was a cracker, I could reset the cycle? That's interesting. But we don't have enough for that. We don't have enough red. I didn't realize that was a potential thing. So I guess maybe we can just start breaking into things. I don't think it'll upset anybody as long as I don't get caught, right? Looks like this run on simple algorithms. One of my universal lockpicks would do the trick. It worked. It opened. The Han clan's expenses and revenues. The recipe for Gomuin. Most of it was encrypted, but what I managed to read was still interesting. All those who passed the trial period were obligated to provide financial support to the organization, regularly in large amounts. It suggested that clan members tended to hail from wealthier social strata. Either that or they were just gullible. Interesting that I could make a Gomuin if I wanted to. Um, The game's code was coherent but easily modified. Running a cheat was time-consuming but not difficult. The chest opened with a satisfying click. There wasn't much in the chest. Clearly someone had already looked through it before me. The pouch of the player with the nickname Unerring Arrow of Darkness contained a case for wings attached to armor and a notebook. The notebook had a list of observed mystical signs. He had begun spawning them on his own. He made a specific meditation bowl and left it where the Tree of Knowing appeared. A cycle later, he would return to find answers in the water. He believed he was talking to someone in the Tree of Knowing. He even made a note on how to ask questions and get answers through meditating. The description was detailed. I could recreate this bowl with a forge, crystal, and a few hammer swings, and I would know if it really worked. The case for the wings was empty. The imprint suggested that they were an extract copy of those Ken was wearing when he died. Bat wings. The inscription suggested they were meant for the ritual of entering the Tree of Knowledge. It took me a minute to find the right pouch. Lots of high-level equipment. Someone added a piece of conversation with an enlightened, a debriefing after entering the tree. Lord's answers were incoherent. He was yelling, giving crazy looks, mad at the interviewer for having doubts. He stopped the conversation. The scroll recording the contents suggested that the chest contained items belonging to those who had entered the tree. It looked like none of them returned to collect their equipment. All their things were here, as if entering the tree meant game over, permanently. Why didn't they return here, even for a moment? I skimmed through the quest logs and chat logs of people who had entered the Tree of Knowing. Many of them stressed that Lord's use of the phrase, spread your wings and fly to enlightenment, was intentional. Some described the wings as a vital piece of equipment. Others wrote about birds. Someone cast a steel cage at the forge and caught a raven with it. They didn't go anywhere without it. The bird stayed at their side in case the tree appeared.
Go see the tributary or you will be officially reprimanded.
Okay, so we'll go do the tributary now since we have to. I'm not sure how we're doing here, honestly. Made by processing camera for 2 to 5. I just realized how okay. What is the Tree of Knowing in Game Air? What is the Han Clan? The Han Clan is one of the most powerful organizations in the game. I don't know what the difference between sect and faith is. I'm going to go with sect. Who controls the Tree of Knowing? The entire clan listens to signals sent by the entity in the Tree of Knowing who knows and influences all. A hidden entity. Don't know if I can force that. Lord Enlightened. What happened to those who entered the tree? They never left or they are dead. Well, if they died, then I would think that we would get more corpses running around, right? So I'm going to go with they are trapped. Because as far as I know, we haven't had a whole bunch of dead people running around, right? Okay, we've already gotten a crystal. So, oh wait, we need to go, right, okay. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay. How many times had it been? I bowed. Your trial period is at an end. The time has come to find out if you're worthy of becoming a fully fledged member of the Han clan. Do you know what the prophecy and the signs say? What is the Han clan's purpose? Collecting signs. The clan follows signs sent from the Tree of Knowing. Our task is to amass as much knowledge as we can, which means gathering information. You've done well and have made it through recruitment. Today you join the Han clan and can witness the miracle of the tree's appearance. As a fully fledged member and diligent student of the signs, I wish to enter the Tree of Knowing and continue on the path of growth. Entering the tree will forever change your life. Most clan members learn through signs only. They're happy to protect the tree and improve. I have business with Ramona, a few unfinished matters. Very compelling arguments. And it seems I am not the only one to find you worthy of this honor. You received an official nomination from the current clan master. There is no small accomplishment, especially for a fresh recruit. You can be proud of yourself. Come to the learning glade in front of the tree. During the ceremony there, you'll be allowed to enter the tree. Okay. Head to the glade in front of the gate. I guess that's what I'm doing next. Or does it mean this one up here? Maybe. Hidden in his wisdom, Lord has foreseen the Tree of Knowing's appearance. Thanks to him, we can witness this unusual phenomenon. Today, against all odds and difficulty, we celebrate the Tree of Knowing and its wisest guardian, Lord Enlightened. Mistress Eternal Cocoon has repaired the stone golem that will serve the clan for the glory of the Lord from now on. From today, Eternal Cocoon will sit with me at Lord's table and take part in the clan's decision-making. Miasma the Roots will pay tribute to the Lord. She has come a long way under his wing to be promoted to disciple. To express her gratitude, she's written a poem. I'll lose her, won't I? We've been inseparable, and now we'll work apart. Do you think she'll have time for me? You should do something about it. You can still make your sister remain a recruit. Just keep her from going out there. You've got a choice. I don't think I ever did. Lord says we make decisions to choose the right path. Maybe he and Mia are right. I wrote this poem for Lord in gratitude for showing me the right way. We lived with no goal, like trash tossed by the wind on the streets of Low City. It wasn't pretty. We had no sense of security. The clan makes our lives worthwhile. It shows us the way. With the power of a golem, it leads every day, for self-improvement's sake. Lord enlightened, maker of all. His mind, like gold, makes us enthralled. Like a bamboo mat, it embraces those with virtues tall. You make comparisons too locked, secured items you couldn't see. You don't deserve to be a mistress. You'll be locked in my chamber. Guards? She grinned. She wasn't promoted. We can play together again. Just that isolation. What an outrage! She yelled and turned around, taking a swing at Gold Wielder. When she got arrested, she giggled. Master Goldwielder earned gold for the glory of Lord and managed the loot well. Thus he ends his trial period and becomes a clan master. To our surprise, Goldwielder ceded his position to Eternal Cocoon, who will be the new Vault Master.
It's my duty to guide the less knowledgeable.
Soon the Tree of Knowing will be here. You'll experience wisdom and be closer to happiness. Open your eyes and hearts. Are you ready? Feel warmth and peace fill your soul. Reject cynicism. See the wonder of knowledge, even from afar. The tree of knowledge inspires and gives knowledge. The few mentally prepared can reach even deeper. Today, one person will follow in my footsteps and enter the tree to find enlightenment. We aren't having problems, are we? Okay, it looked almost like we were having lag there for a second, but I don't think we're having problems. I think we're good. Maybe. Even though this recruit is new, she has shown exceptional commitment to the clan and earned the Master's support. Tasha Diaz, you will now have the honor to enter the Tree of Knowing, walk boldly to enlightenment, and take my blessing. Okay, not sure what the heck's going on here. Let's see. We'll just sort of pick a direction and wander, I guess. 3, 4, and 4. Need 3 green for that. Okay, we'll just walk forward, I guess. We'll just walk forward, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming, la 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 la. We're finally where we're supposed to be. I knew you would make it. And you made it here alone. We don't have much time, but know that I'm damn grateful. Are you the famous Demiurge from the Tree of Knowing whose advice the Han clan relies upon? Yes, they call me the Demiurge, and I don't correct them, although I neither create worlds nor am I a deity. I also don't send messages from the tree, as some say. I speak directly to their minds, but they're right to link me to the tree. You have no idea how frustrating it is when the only thing you can do is influence someone's mind from the inside, as it were. You control the Tree of Knowing and everything that happens inside it, right? You control the Tree of Knowing and encourage people to enter, and no one ever leaves. I came to set them free. It's too late for that. And what about the characters I see behind you? Release them. I don't know if I can explain it well. I wanted to protect people from a fate much worse than entering the Tree of Knowing. But I couldn't, and now I definitely can't do it on my own. That's why I kept summoning you here. Entering the Tree of Knowing taught me how the world works, but I won't reveal the how to you yet. I have to be sure of your intentions. I shed my body in the process of escaping annihilation. I've hidden pieces of myself in other minds. I've scattered my psyche into a sort of cloud. Currently, I don't have a physical brain or Rindan in which to reassemble myself. I've no body and no way of interacting with reality. See, I'm a goddamn collective illusion. Part of me is actually in your head. There's no me outside. You only see me as a hallucination. You do. You have a brain. I can give you all my knowledge if you help me. Together we'll do much more. Let me upload your brain. A psyche without a brain, a human without a body. Forgive me, but it sounds like science fiction. If parts of your psyche are scattered across different brains, then where does that put you? I don't know. I suspect no one knows how it's possible. The hope is they think me valuable enough to not immediately dispose of. And you managed this extraordinary accomplishment thanks to some tree in some game. This is not some tree, and this game is not much different than anything else you've seen so far. That's all I can say. You can see her, right? This 314. Can you talk to her?
Stream Elements
Upload her psyche
said,
from
"Stay moist, my friends.
the
Hydrate."
cloud, so that's where she's been hiding from me. But now, through your eyes, I can finally see her. What an interesting hallucination. How did you find us? I set up barriers. Tasha Diaz is wearing recruit's insignia. Each badge has a code I can track. Also, since I couldn't see you, I followed those who could. It took me a bit of time, but that's a resource of which I have plenty. Very well. Now that I more or less know where we stand, I must start cleaning up, as usual. Having spent so much time watching them, you still don't understand what people are, do you? Is this why you're so cruel? And as for your allegation, my duty is to keep this world from coming apart. You, on the other hand, wish to risk everyone's lives to save your own. It's petty and very human of you. Millions of people suffer without even knowing that corporations are to blame. Anything I do will be better than what they have now. Those are big quantifiers. Drama, melodrama, and all of it from one human sitting in the brain cloud of another, who won't say a word. Why, you, quiet. Human beings can't resist the urge to communicate, even in moments when there are more important things to do. Even in Virtualia, you remain slaves to your biology. I do not. That is why I effectively look after an entire small civilization. Gamedec, please, find me. Conversation's over. You, Tasha Diaz, you're harmless. You have some of her data stored in your head, but it hasn't been extracted. I don't kill without reason, and my other task is to observe and learn. So I will observe you. Go back to where you came from. Yeah, I have almost no idea about what's going on right now. I have almost no idea what's going on anymore. What? How? Why was I on the bed? I entered Knight's Code, got into the clan, and they let me inside the Tree of Knowing. Then it turned into a real wild ride. Jester is an artificial intelligence, and 314 needs a physical host, or something like that. But why was I here? It was all so confusing. The games, the job, William, dreams. I really need a break. My brain was refusing to work.
Breaking news.
Hmm. Kin Zhao is in brilliant form. The Black Angels won yesterday's game with 4 touchdowns. Kin managed to score 3 of those, fighting the Snow Swords while at an 18 on the Hammerfield scale, and surviving it for a staggering 33 seconds. The man is on fire. The computer recognized me and the familiar desktop appeared on the screen. A job, and it was urgent. I have a discreet and urgent matter for you. I'll pay good money. Please get back to me ASAP, Jeffrey Haggis. Good morning, sir. You're there. Please come see me. Blue Whale's Interactive Tower, level 255, south entrance. I'll tell you everything when you're here. What is it this time? What do you mean this time? Is that some kind of game deck slang? Is this about the down payment? I'm talking about our previous interaction and... What the hell are you talking about? Listen, do you want this job or not? Yes, but I'll tell you everything when you're here. Don't keep me waiting. He disconnected. The heck is going on right now, bruh? The heck is going on right now? Talking to Bliss always cleared my mind. What had happened? Another failure? Thank you for purchasing a product manufactured by Blue Whales Interactive, the leader in the field of AI. BWI creation improved. You are activating Bliss for the first time. To start, configure the software to your liking. Shit, shit, shit. Where was my Bliss? What had happened? System files, memory, damage logs. Everything appeared to be correct, and it shouldn't have. There was nothing in the system. Bliss had been reset. Had there been another system failure? A holographic figure appeared in the
Hello,
air.
I'm Bliss. How can I serve you?
I couldn't take it. A holographic figure appeared in the
Hello,
air.
I'm Bliss. How can I serve you?
Into the dungeon 1337? What was this game doing there? I had never played it from my own couch. Where was Void Stars? Where was my fleet? What the? It was complete disaster. My Void Stars account was gone. My ships, my games. Had somebody broken in? No, it looked like the gear had been reformatted into the dungeon 1337, though. I wanted to die of embarrassment. Sinister Stone was grateful that I had figured out what his daughter was doing in Goal Hearts. I paused. He was thanking me again. I needed to reply. I kept brief and professional. This is weird. This is weirdness. There was some noise from behind the door. Raised voices from a man and a woman. They certainly didn't seem to like each other. I heard the crackling of broken glass. No luck. The door was locked. The woman looked up at me over her dark brows. Director Haggis is busy. This kind of lock was usually easy to bypass. I glanced at the walk-tail window and made it look into the door's digital lock. Then all I had to do was swap the Cheetong no character with yes. There. The door slid
You're
open.
so pathetic, Jeffrey.
Either they didn't notice I came in or they had more important things on their mind. Fuck, you're drunk and keep saying the same thing over and over. You're wasting my time. Fuck off. You fuck off, hear me? Fuck off. The woman took a big swig and smashed the glass bottle on the floor. I covered my face. I dialed up my walk-tail speakers and put on my commercial. My name's Tasha Diaz. People in trouble in sensory worlds don't sense the police. They don't call the V-runners. They call me. Haggis stopped short. I didn't know what he meant to do with his raised hand and looked at me, mouth agape. The woman reeled with laughter. That's so corny. Straight out of a 20th century crime story. I'm a Gamedec. I'm here about... Oh, great. Ellie, get out. At Gamedec, don't you have your own people? You don't want the company to know about your dirty business? Fuck, you're so
I
pathetic.
need a drink.
She leaned towards me and whispered theatrically, That pig is rolling in money. He'll pay whatever you ask. Take advantage, honey. The man gritted his teeth. Take your stench and leave. Don't let the door hit you on the way
This
out.
is so embarrassing.
His fist relaxed. The anger on his face turned to sorrow. It's embarrassing. I'm sorry. So what about the case? He gathered his thoughts for a moment. I want you to find my dear Eleanor. I didn't know how to react, so I put on an inscrutable expression. A diginet went missing. She was created using a brain scan of my wife, Eleanor, the one from way back. I remembered the meeting in the Tree of Knowing, and I shuddered. The diginet. She wanted me to find her. Find her, Gamedec. If you do, you will never have to worry about money again. Let's make this clear. Are you offering me a fortune? The kind that means I won't have to work for the rest of my life. Exactly. This could be your last job. You can still work, of course, but just for the sheer pleasure of being a Gamedec. Eleanor, my Diginet, I mean, she never left her Virtualium. That game was her home, a luxurious home. I spoke to her yesterday. Today she's gone without a trace. I need to know where she is. What happened to her? Check for yourself. You can hook up to my computer, but I will be monitoring you. I can't give you access to everything. Is that clear? Restricted access. What are you trying to hide? It could be important. The man pointed to the gold plate on his desk that read Jeffrey Haggis, Programming Director. Business secrets. Now get to work. Haggis was looking at stock ratings. He wasn't paying attention to me. Director Haggis, do you have anything? Why don't you tell me something about your wife? There's nothing to talk about. She's a fucking alcoholic. But do you love her? What kind of question is that? Get back to your investigation. How's Fredo? That case in Twisted and Perverted wasn't easy. It still haunts me. What? What are you talking about? Can't you remember that freak dressed like a jester? He was the one responsible for the whole story. A nasty and disturbing figure. I don't know anything about any gesture or figure, ma'am. I hooked up to Haggis's computer. I saw Haggis's message before my eyes. Remember, I'm monitoring everything you do. Don't do anything stupid. I ran a few programs from my deck. As soon as they started scanning recent activity, I received notifications saying I had no access. There was nothing I could do. Haggis was monitoring and restricting me as he pleased. Still, I received a huge list of external connections. I activated smart filters. They didn't show anything noteworthy. I had a feeling bordering on certainty that there was no break-in. The security system's design surpassed everything I had seen so far. BWI spared no expense on safety. I checked the connections, the computer control couches in the gaming room, but there was something else that ate up a lot of resources. There was a private virtualium server, Eleanor's sanctuary. Haggis had his own sensory world. I launched scanning apps. The virtualium space wasn't big, just a few rooms, an apartment of sorts. After a while I got the results. Empty. Nobody was home. If she was in there, she had to be intentionally well hidden. I ran a few security analysis programs. Alert systems activated immediately, flashing the BWI logo. I ignored them and got a fuller understanding of the security system. I had never seen anything so complex and functional. Haggis realized I wanted to take a look at its safeguards and allowed me to. I launched a series of simple attacks. The exec must have enjoyed it. The system was perfect. There was no doubt about it. I was certain now. No one from the outside had any chance of getting in here. The Diginet had very restricted external access. Her activity was limited to local data, mainly entertainment. Holo movies, music, simple adventure games. After a while, I gained access to her logs. The most recent ones were suspiciously short. Her most recent activity was recorded just before midnight. There had been no entry since then, as if she had suddenly vanished. Without rushing, I analyzed the log structure. There couldn't have been manipulation. No one had messed with it. I disconnected from the computer. Um, Tell me more about this DigiNet. Did you know that Blue Whales Interactive is the only company in the world that can create human psyches? DigiNets are the result of this procedure. They are psyches that habit artificial brains known as Rendans. Eleanor was responsible for operating my computer. She monitored the couches and took care of administrative issues. Sometimes we talked. When I came in, you were arguing with your wife. What was it about? How do I... She knows about the other one, about the DigiNet. Strange as it might sound, she's jealous of herself. The organic Eleanor was in fact jealous of her better version, not herself. That was assuming, of course, Haggis was telling the truth. No signs of a break-in, no one's home, Eleanor's rival, unclear logs. Maybe she was kidnapped. Appears as if someone wiped her either completely or just her avatar. Maybe she's still in her sanctuary. Detecting her had been difficult for reasons I couldn't fathom. Hmm.
Well, what do you have?
Maybe she's still in her virtualium. I don't know why she wouldn't answer. Meaning what? She's hiding from me? Not necessarily. Maybe it's a technical issue. That makes sense. We need to check that. Enter her sanctuary and look for her. I don't know what. That's your business. You'll like it there. It's a lovely apartment. He opened a window only I could see. Only he could see. I'm giving you access. There. You can use the couch in the gaming room. Go on, get to work. Something kept bugging me. Everything's fine for now, I guess. I mean, we don't have any other choice here, right? I was getting paranoid. Everything was fine. These strange events were all coincidences. I started the devitalization procedure. I suddenly felt my couch heating up rapidly. Something's wrong. I died. What? What do you mean I died? The pain was suddenly gone. I didn't feel anything. I was numb, blind, and deaf. I was just a thought. My digital body sort of disappeared. My body, if I had one, didn't move. I couldn't feel my nose, my chest, nor the air that was supposed to fill my lungs. It felt like I was hovering in a silent, spaceless void. I tried to open my eyes, but nothing happened. I still saw darkness. That is, if my vision was working at all. The virtualium I was in could have been deprived of a source of light. Still, I couldn't even feel my eyelids move. I wondered why I'd stopped feeling anything at all. In states of sensory deprivation, my brain was supposed to generate hallucinations. It seemed that the most probable explanation was... I suspected a devitalization error. I remembered a terrible pain going through my body when I entered the game. It could have been the helmet. I was stuck in damned limbo. My real body was devitalized, but I hadn't actually gone inside the game. I hadn't gone anywhere. I could only wait. I had to hope that somebody would pull me out. Maybe another Gamedec. I wondered if Haggis would notice something wrong and call for help. Something changed. I was shocked by the beating of my own heart. I heard a rumble of pumping blood and snapping valves. I blinked, my eyelids fluttering like sails. I was somewhere. I definitely wasn't in Eleanor's sanctuary. Something started emerging from what looked like a puddle. They were hands made of stone. A spherical metal object rested in them. The sphere looked like some sort of metal device. It wasn't fixed to the stone hands. I instinctively opened a deck of code analyzing programs, but the list was empty. I didn't have access to them. These arms belonged to a woman. Her fingers were slender and tipped with long nails. I noticed tiny veins on the back of her hands. There must have been more. I imagined the rest of the statue submerged in the liquid. My touch activated the sphere and it flew up on its own. Its emitter switched on and displayed a silhouette resembling Eleanor.
Welcome to Access Mundi.
She sounded like a speaker from an ancient instructional video. I'm Eleanor's V-Ghost. I'll help you understand this place and how to find me. How do you know? I'm sorry, I need to finish. You're in Access Mundi, a place governed by special rules. Your programs won't work here, and you can't log out using conventional methods. The sphere in front of you is called Codebreaker. I created this program. It will open the paths of the Access Mundi labyrinth for you. I need your permission in order to assign the program to you. Just say the word activation. I wanted to use one of my analytical programs, but there was nothing in my deck. Something here was blocking it. Assigning an unknown program to myself didn't seem like a good idea, but I didn't have much choice. Activation. Activation complete. The code breaker has several operating modes, programs that you should adjust to yourself. It was made that way so I could only be traced by a human. You unlock each mode by acquiring an associated aspect. Aspects are one of this Virtualium's mechanics. Breathe deep. Exhale with your mouth. Repeat. Breathe out faster, spontaneously. Close your eyes. What makes you calm? Think of it. I concentrated and tried to clear my head, but I just ended up thinking about trying not to think. That probably wasn't what this was about, since nothing special happened. I took a couple of digital breaths and allowed my inner observer to explore my thoughts, as if they were new mobiles flying by. There were plenty, and each vehicle represented a different node of associations. I hadn't realized my mind was racing so much. The V-ghost flickered and vanished. The sphere ascended and stopped above my shoulder. The codebreaker's light turned green, and it cast a beam that generated a hollow projection. I see it that worked. Welcome back. Her face lit up with a smile. She moved naturally and freely. Her movements weren't mechanical anymore, and her eyes looked more conscious, more human. I hoped she would answer my questions. Now the codebreaker will follow you wherever you go. You can also engage in a slightly limited conversation with me. I've been listening to you carefully, but now I have a lot of questions. Yes, just remember that my utterances are limited for now. It's been designed that way on purpose. You'll get a fuller picture once you unlock the codebreaker's remaining modes. Does the codebreaker have a camera? Everything in my deck is dead. If I survive, I would like to share this wild ride on my social media, with the required degree of direct discreetness, obviously. It has such a function in analysis mode, yes. It also provides you with detailed, authentic information about observed objects. There's also influence mode, which can open many hidden doors for you. I suggest you unlock it next. Shall I tell you more about it? How do I unlock influence mode? Explain it to me. Leave this place and enter the labyrinth of Axis Mundi. It is a complex structure, but the codebreaker will help you navigate it. Once you're in the labyrinth, approach the green monolith and touch it. You'll establish a link. You'll see it in the codebreaker's light. Do this 3 times and the path to your goal will become clear. How do I encode paths in the labyrinth? There are monoliths in the chambers used for programming paths. The code can come in 3 colors. Each code leads to a specific location. Remember that colors can appear multiple times in the code. It sounds complicated, but it's easier than it seems. You're a Gamedec. You should manage. I took the contract to find the Diginet. I have a few questions about that. Yes, that's crucial. Who is she really? I don't know much about her. She's Director Haggis's perfect partner, all his dreams made manifest. No flaws, no anger, no pretense or expectations, all smiles and love. I am conditioned to love Teddy, to meet his expectations, to wait for him. I didn't escape the sanctuary. I was placed here against my will. I discovered something horrible, so I had to hide. I hope you find me. Where is she? Eleanor. I'm not sure where I am now. I set out for the place discovered by our mutual friend, Ken. He called it the Fringe. It's a place between the borders of 2 sensory worlds. There is a crack there that allows you to jump from this world to another. It's the only way for you as well. What's Eleanor's goal? What is she after? She doesn't want to be here. Can't you see where we are? It's inhuman, a strange place. I want someone to find her and to help her. It's not death. I was supposed to make my way to your, meaning Eleanor's, sanctuary. This is definitely not her penthouse. Where am I? What is this place? Your avatar is located in a Century World editor. Its creators refer to it as Axis Mundi. It's a creator of games. Tell me again, what is Axis Mundi? The axis of the world, the learning tree, reality's creator. That's the myth. In practice, though, Axis Mundi is all around us. It's a creator of sensory worlds, very advanced, focused on probing psyches, behavioral analysis, and multiple iterations. This is some sort of editor, I take it. Who created it? Why? For what purpose? I got here from my sanctuary, and this one was created in Teddy's computer. The sanctuary had no network connection. So, assuming all this is correct, then this place was also created by BWI. Why? BWI creates sensory worlds. You need an editor for that, but I have a feeling that Axis Mundi created something more than a mere sensory world. Who owns this app? I believe this tool belongs to Blue Whales Interactive. A few things indicate this. First, my sanctuary has no network connection, so you must still be in this company's virtualium. Second, it bears out in many of this world's mechanics. Eleanor hiding here is a bit strange. When somebody behaves like this, it means they're afraid. This has crime written all over it. Do you think we're in a legal environment? Good question, Gamedec. I'm terrified and confused. I'm not sure if it's normal to feel this in a place that's legal. Do you think this world is official? If Haggis had exclusive ownership of the sanctuary, maybe Axis Mundi is also his private domain. Did Teddy mention this place when he sent you to get me? No. This could mean two things. Either he doesn't know about this place, or he didn't think it could be breached from the sanctuary. What did you mean by these world's mechanics being unique to BWI? BWI is the leader when it comes to creating AIs. They're the only company capable of creating a living human psyche. I cannot imagine any other company creating an editor whose mechanics depend on psychological typology. They have to collect data related to choices, behavioral strategies, dilemmas, human reactions. It's all in here. What's this whole codebreaker thing? Codebreaker is the key. Why did you call this device the key? The key to what? To a pair of doors. First, it's a safeguard. Only a human can use Codebreaker and understand its mechanics. Ensures that I won't be found by Jester. Second, the world around us is largely based on this program's mechanics. With it, you'll be able to move around this place without getting lost. How is the Codebreaker tied to the mechanics of this world? The reality around us is used to examine people's behaviors. It has well-developed typology-based mechanics. Many links that exist here operate on major behavioral strategies: confrontational, empathetic, inspirational, and analytical. It's astonishing, but you can move around here by launching, as if within yourself, different combinations of these strategies. Where should I go now? Enter the labyrinth and touch 3 monoliths. Follow the green path. It will take you to the mystery tree. There you obtain the yellow aspect and maybe learn about the rules governing this world. I hope it'll help you find me. Okay. Axis Mundi, coding paths in the labyrinth. If I'm to get anywhere in this labyrinth, I will have to encode a path. The code consists of a 3-color sequence. Colors in the code can be repeated. Paths are encoded with monoliths found in the chambers of Axis Mundi. Code leading to the mystery tree is a triple green. My surroundings resemble the inside of the Tree of Knowing. Codebreaker is the key that opens the path to the Axis Mundi labyrinth. The labyrinth has a mechanic based on the so-called aspects. Labyrinth is full of interesting places. You can find these paths if you know its code. A code is a combination of 3 colors. You can set a color by clicking pylons available on each platform. If you die or load a saved game, you'll begin the game on the starting platform of Axis Mundi, but your progress will be kept. I see. Codebreaker hummed next to my head. I activated interaction mode and summoned the Diginet's V-Ghost. The mystery tree. I brought you here so you can unlock a new Codebreaker mode. It might also help you better understand reality. What kind of tree is that? Looks different than the rest of the local architecture. I was about to ask you the same question. Look at it. What do you see? A trunk with branches splitting into smaller and smaller ones. It's a hierarchical collection of fractals. It's pretty. Math is everywhere, isn't it? I call it a mystery tree, though that's just a romanticized name for a data access point. You can collect your codebreaker to this point to gain access to the database. All you need is an interface. Can you tell me how to connect to this database? Take a piece of the tree. A twig or a leaf will do. It will serve as an aspect stimulus that will unlock influence mode. This mode will allow you to influence the tree and create a physical interface for the codebreaker. I looked at the tree and noticed a single fruit among the metallically shimmering leaves. It looked like an apple. Is that an apple? I know nothing about mystery tree fruit. Looks like bait. A sweet promise. It could be a trap or some sort of defense system. I reached out and plucked the apple. It smelled of ozone. I took a bite. The hell was happening? Information banged against my head like rocks. They were memories. Mine, but not mine, like hyper-realistic dreams. It was as if I had suddenly awoken, oblivious to the time of day, my identity, or the situation I was in. A nasty, depersonalizing feeling. You see, it worked. Codebreaker has received the acquired aspect stimulus. Influence mode has been unlocked. Switch the Codebreaker's mode and try it out. Then we'll discuss how you can find me, Eleanor. That's what you're here for, remember? I carefully inspected the sphere, but couldn't find a switch, sensor, or anything of the sort. As soon as I formulated the thought, Codebreaker switched to influence mode. The V-Ghost disappeared and the Codebreaker changed color. The way it moved also changed. I issued a mental command. The orb sent a wave that created a hollow in the tree. I guessed it was Codebreaker's physical interface. It looked like the tree had given me access to its secrets. What was inside and what would processing this data entail on a technical level? Consult the psychoscan. I focused and the Codebreaker switched to interaction mode, summoning the Diginet's V-Ghost. You called? I intend to retrieve data from this tree. How does it work? Am I going to read it? Will there be video files? Anything I should be aware of? The transfer will proceed directly to your head, a bit like obby coins, but much faster. It can be dangerous. Besides, the stuff you'll learn may change how you see the world. It may change your life. Be aware of that. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Codebreaker established a connection with the tree. I gained access to the information stored within. My head was bombarded with information. It came relentlessly fast, like stones being thrown at my brain. Access tree repository access Monday. Error, no limit value set on the transfer. Data is highly confidential. Methods of scanning psyches, operations on quantum databases, recreating psyches. Data ID 12902, Probabilistic System, Pro Macho S, Codename Athena, Application Simulations, Confidentiality Level 7. I fished out a keyword, simulation. What was being simulated? Blue Whales Interactive, non-public projects, modular management. It was Blue Whales Interactive. What were they doing? The amount of data was staggering, but if I stopped the transfer, I would never be able to access it again. I decided to keep downloading. It all happened in cycles, in restricted geographical areas, but what made it so important? What did this have to do with? New information was forcing its way into my brain. I needed more data. What were they up to? Were they performing illegal scans and using Golden Throne helmets for it? Were they using those diginets? I wasn't feeling so good. I was having trouble catching my breath, whatever that meant in this world. I wanted the rain of fire. I could take it. So there was a warehouse somewhere full of Randans with psychs that resided in some kind of simulation. I needed just a little more. A uniform language was used for the entire simulation. Everything happened faster in the simulation. I was going to reach for the sky. I had to admit it kind of made sense. Couldn't take it anymore. I overdid it. I felt I let the weakness flow through me. Fighting it was pointless. I let myself bend like a blade of grass in the wind. The world started spinning and shrank to the size of a small globule, which quickly faded. There was a loud hum that soon
Wake
grew
up, Gamedec.
quiet.
Wake up.
A familiar place, of course.
I'm listening, Gamedec.
At first I wanted to grab it by the arms and pull it up, but the codebreaker somehow read my mind and made the statue emerge on its own. The world and its inhabitants had been giving me a hard time. I had seen the face of evil, and yet the statue filled me with comfort. Her look was full of love. And hope. But for what? A better future? The kindness in people's hearts? Compassion? Either way, I felt better. The woman looked like a perfect imagining of Eleanor, the best possible version of a person, the one we would see in inspired dreams. She held something important in her raised arms. Few statues hold pointless objects, after all. The pose emanated strength and
Let's go.
sensitivity. Hmm. Okay, so we've got yellow now, huh? Hmm. Yeah, it's the different combinations that do it. I see. Hello there.
Surprise,
The character
surprise,
came
Gamedec!
alive as I approached. I summoned Codebreaker. I had to examine that. Someone. Codebreaker revealed an encrypted message in this impec. It was information on how to get to the expanse. Green, yellow, green. What is that? One of the simulation impecs. It seems Eleanor downloaded him from the impec repository and embedded a hint in him. For you. Why didn't she embed the hint in you? I'm guessing she scattered the information for safety reasons. A large amount of information in one place could be intercepted and then deleted or modified. That sort of precaution makes sense. I trust you'll find Eleanor despite these difficulties. Okay, so we need what? Green, yellow, green? Okay. The long straight road led past the horizon. I couldn't see where it ended. It vanished into the airy landscape. The road was divided by a wide crevasse. You've reached the expanse. Excellent. Eleanor wanted you to collect an item here that would help you to unlock domination mode in the Codebreaker. Maybe it's somewhere nearby. Black footprints led from the car to the abyss. They ended there. The road was cut across by a wide crevasse. I couldn't see the bottom. From my experience, it just wasn't there. The vehicle had been imported from a game, I guess from Twisted and Perverted. What can you tell me about this car? This is my vehicle. I imported it from another game. I meant to cross the expanse with it. I don't know if I mean Eleanor, made it. I hope she made it. There's only one way to find out. Crossing the expanse and reaching the fringe. Inside the car there might be an item that will let you unlock the Codebreaker's domination mode. I reached for the handle but immediately gave up. The windows, doors, flaps, and tires are all made up a uniform object with no moving parts. There were few black puddles. They looked like they were alive. I reached out with my hand. The stains behaved like ferrofluid. Spiky nodules extended towards my fingers. It was a typical graphic representation of a breached firewall. Naturally, no barrier was here, because it didn't really look like that. Sometimes game engines toggled an option which showed if someone was messing with the safeguards. It showed up as these stains. Everything suggested that someone had breached the firewall protecting this car. From what I managed to observe, the codebreaker modified a few parameters of the car's code. I think I deleted the parameter that detected collisions with moving objects. My hand could now penetrate the car's interior. There was a sheet of real paper. I took it out and uncrumpled it. Paper used to be so pliable. Someone had written something on it. Want to find the gallery? Looking for inspiration? Your impatience and optimism will help you find it. I turned the key in the ignition. The combustion engine creaked and let out a few jolts, but didn't start. I only managed to turn on the headlights. They gave off a faint light. As something flashed at the edge of the chasm, a small light started blinking on the passenger's side, revealing the glove box. I hadn't noticed it before. What do we have here? Rings, wigs, leather gloves, lipstick, a hand mirror, a pistol, heavy, made of metal, real, whatever that means. It was a Fenris Mark II, a decent piece from T&P. I reached for the grip and something dawned on me. Laying there with all that junk, a gun should have had scratches on its breech block, grazes or prints considering somebody put it here. This hand cannon looked to be in mint condition. I got the impression it was floating, not touching anything. Was it a trick? I reached out for the pistol. As soon as I touched its grip, a sharp pain shot through my hand and wrist. That piece was a trap program? Come on, why would they do something like that? I earned the red aspect, and that was probably what this was all about, but my avatar started falling apart. I summoned the codebreaker with my mind, and something happened, as if it were absorbing the aspect I had earned. Was I becoming delirious? The unpleasant sensation subsided. I examined the codebreaker. It emitted a red light, acting like it was searching for a target to destroy. The bullet shot out a single beam, but it quickly dissipated. Short range. You can now code the past using 3 colors. That opens up a lot of new possibilities. Consider that. Analysis mode requires the blue aspect. It will give you detailed information about this world. Unfortunately, I do not know where it is. The path to the fringe begins with the color blue. Therefore, you need to obtain the blue aspect for Codebreaker. Unfortunately, I do not know the sequence that will take you there. Eleanor stored it in the memory of Impex. You can try locating them, or find a way through trial and error. Okay. I guess we can try to find out. The car's headlights revealed something hanging over the abyss. It looked like a flickering window. Through the window I could see scenes from different Virtualia. A pile of pumpkins in harvest time, a moonlit bridge in Knight's Code, a guy in a kinky suit running in place, probably twisted and perverted. Using the codebreaker I could try to hold on to one of these scenes for longer. Maybe it would interlock with the local world. I wondered what the codebreaker did when connecting the game to the creative program. Did it just try to blend one with the other? Pumpkins. Thankfully, I didn't have to give the codebreaker's abilities, I just gave it orders. What exactly was it doing? I had no idea. It was a bridge, and it fit. The glitch disappeared without a trace. Cool.
Welcome to my domain.
Why do I still find people being surprised so surprising? Your name is still Tasha Diaz. This time I'll feign being surprised, but your surprise is obviously real. To be honest, it was to be expected. Congratulations then. However, I would wager your jaw is bound to drop before long. I received a report of an intruder from the Axis Mundi system. What are you doing here? The wrinkles around the fool's eyes formed part of a nasty smile, but the look itself was glazed and dispassionate. Lie and say you're sightseeing. Sightseeing, isn't it obvious? Very funny. What are you doing in a place where no unauthorized living psyches are allowed? What happened in the Tree of Knowledge? How about you first explain what happened during our last meeting? Remember the Tree of Knowledge? You shouldn't remember that event. It's an error. So in the interest of our good relationship, can we agree that never happened? This will make things much simpler. You answering my question will do a lot toward improving our relationship. What happened there? You encountered an anomaly called 314. I'm trying to eliminate it, which is difficult as I can't detect it. Only brain users can. It infected you. Not just you, in fact. It interrupted that process because I want to examine it in its pure state. From what I was able to read, it didn't manage to unpack in your head, but it can't be sure. The human psyche can be unpredictable. I don't know if that anomaly is presently influencing you, which makes me doubt if I can trust you with any more information. And now back to my question. What are you doing here? I didn't say anything. My silence carried a clear message. He was silent as well. He tilted his head like a predator assessing its prey. What do you want from me? You're a game deck. How about a small job? I won't be your errand girl. Pity. I have nothing more to say to you. Time to test the new functions. Interesting program. Are you trying to? I'll even try to laugh. Jester smiled, showing his teeth. A hissing sound escaped his throat. That was his laugh. For a moment I could hear his echo linger in the breach. Jester disappeared. Hmm. I couldn't see the end of the road. I issued a mental command summoning the Diginet's V-Ghost. You've met Jester. He's the one thing Elnor wishes to avoid at all costs. Tell me, whose side are you on? Hers or this terrible Jester's? I'm obviously on the Diginet's side. How could I not be? Thank you. Codebreaker and I will continue to serve regardless of your intentions. I went ahead. The road seemed to lead to infinity. I made my way across the expanse, but in front of me there was just an entrance to a labyrinth. Was that my destination? I've made my way across the expanse, but now I'm standing before the entrance to another labyrinth. What's that about? The Axis Mundi labyrinth is multidimensional. You need to go through a certain path before you can access others. You can now code the past using 3 colors. That opens up a lot of new possibilities. Consider that. Analysis mode requires the blue aspect. It will give you detailed information about this world. Fortunately, I do not know where it is. The path to the fringe begins with the color blue. Okay. So let's see. I was looking at a window, or more like a breach in space. Through it, I could see a section of harvest time. The surface of the breach vibrated. I heard a conversation between 2 people. Fucking hell, is this some kind of hole? Yep, a hole in the game. They went through it and vanished. I wonder, maybe they're still there on the other side, waiting. Did you try going through it? Can't be done. The herd's gone and that's it. I put my ear close to the window and listened. But an entire herd. Yep, gone without a fucking trace. The entire fucking herd. Did you send us a ticket to support? I know they're all bots, but maybe they'll extend your sub to make up for the bug. That'll be the fucking day. I messaged, sent screens of the herd, the hole, the logs, everything. My cows are gone. Even the cool one. The one whose mouth texture was all fucked up. Fuck that. She was cool, alright. So unique. Pity. I put my arm into the breach. I felt resistance and blunt pain in the wrist and elbow. My avatar started to break apart. I couldn't do it. If I kept trying, the darn thing would have ripped me apart. What now? You going to stay and harvest? The guild could help. You'll get it all back in a few months, just in time for the great milkin'. I dunno. I don't think my heart's in it anymore. Get the fuck out. If it wasn't for you, the other guildies, this game, I don't know where I would be. It's the only thing keeping me going. Everyone's fucking escaping shit. We come to harvest to escape fucking William, and your cows escaped harvest for a better fucking world. Amen, brother. I took a deep breath and moved as loud as I could. Yo, did you hear that? It sounded like a cow. Stop teasing me, will you? I keep hearing them everywhere, even when I sleep. I was sure I heard a mooing from this breach. Codebreaker made a booming sound and shot a yellow beam toward the herd. The owner of the herd was in for a pleasant surprise. Oh, fuck, man, the little shits came back. See, told you. Is that all of them? Yeah, it's all of them. Even the one with the glitched out mouth. I love them. I love this game, man. It's an actual miracle. It was time for a barbecue. Good job, little machine. Your name should be Cowbreaker. Send him back over just to watch him burn in front of his face. God damn. Okay, where shall we go next? Okay, so where does yellow, yellow, yellow go? Did we try yellow, yellow, yellow? That's the one that leads to the tree, right? Over here. Okay, yeah, that's the one that leads back to here. So triple yellow leads back to here. So then yellow, yellow, green leads to where? Where 2 yellows and 1 green. That leads to the stranger. Okay. 2 yellows and 1 green. So let's try yellow with green in the middle. Where does that lead us? That's the harvest time. Okay. So then what about green at first? Why didn't it? Okay. So we'll do green, yellow, yellow.
Stream elements
get us?
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
That gets us to the stranger. But that's the same one as yellow, yellow, green, right? Pretty sure. And then 3 greens gets us to the tree. Right? Yeah, that gets us to the tree. Okay. So we tried 2 yellows, so let's try 2 greens with 1 yellow. So we'll do green, green, then yellow. Let's see where that gets us. Okay, that gets us to a unicorn, apparently. Okay, and the unicorn doesn't interact with me? Okay, hello, Mr. Unicorn. Nice to meet you, I guess. Okay, so that was yellow, yellow, green. So let's go green, yellow, green, and see where that gets us. Okay, that gets us to the car. Okay. Right. That gets us to the car. So then yellow, green, green. And then we'll start interacting with the other color, which will make things even more complicated. Because there's probably a lot of different combos there. Okay, so that gets us to the... So there's multiple different ways to get the stranger, apparently. Right? Because I feel like I've tried multiple ones that got me there. Okay. So let's try double green. So let's start off with double green. And then red. Where does that get us? That gets us to the stranger as well. That gets us to the stranger. So yeah, there's multiple ways to get to the stranger apparently. Okay, so we'll do green, red, and then green. That's got us to some snails apparently. Okay, we found some snails, guys. Snails. What happens once they get to the edge? Are they going to just fall off? Oh! Okay. I guess they just explode and go to the other edge. Okay. Sure thing. Okay, so we'll do red, then green, and green. And that gets us back to the stranger again. Okay. That's tried all combinations with 2 green and 1 red, right? Right. So now we'll do all combinations with 2 yellow and 1 red and see where that gets us. Where are we going? I don't know. Where are we going? I don't know. And that gets us to the stranger as well. There are a lot of paths to the stranger, apparently. That's interesting. Okay, so we'll try yellow, red, yellow. And that gets us where? Where the heck are we? There was a flickering screen above the floor. Simulation archives. To unlock a report about a person's simulation, pick the aspect and the role in simulation that are best suited for them. Lord's portrait appeared in the screen along with a small interface window. Simulation log access active. Actor lore. Choose option. Access to reports from completed simulation cycles active. Enter aspect. Okay. Green. Enter role. Clan leader. Please wait. Correlation detected between the dominant aspect and the role. Preparing available reports. Report variations found. Enter optional fate modifier to narrow the scope of the search. No modifier selected. Searching results for the selected sequence. Waiting for a brief report. Galomar noticed that the many Ninth Code players like to talk about reincarnation and the non-fortuitousness of fate. He jumped on the trend, built a system around it, became Lord, leader of a cult based on the Han clan, and started making big money. Some inquired into the cult's legality, but nobody approved a thing. Lord bought a BLB, rejuvenated, and planned the clan's expansion. One of the screens slightly slid out from the floor. Was it because I had just found a correlation? Report on the recently completed simulation cycle in the central Warsaw City area. Free Europe. Cohesion verification in progress. Fate modifier analysis. The absence of factors had a minor impact on the simulation, and every cycle meeting defined criteria. So that was what it was like. As all of my body felt as if I had lived that episode myself, which was interesting. And report. There was a flickering screen above the floor. I saw Kid's portrait. Beneath his face, an interface window flickered. Simulation log access active. Actor Kid C. Choose option. Blue. Gifted hacker. Correlation detected between the dominant aspect and the role. Preparing available reports. Henry Kincaid, known as Kid, grew up in the walkways. This harsh reality led to alexithymia, the inability to identify one's emotions. Seeing the owner of the Nanette Foundation in need, he met her online and claimed to be a powerful businessman, offering cooperation. Seeing the misery of the Foundation's children, he set up a shelter for them. Even though he had other plans, he took care of them. The screen slid out from the floor again. It seemed that correlations could get me not just reports, but access to the secure screen. Report on the recently completed simulation cycle 315 in the central Warsaw area. Cohesion verification in progress. The absence of factors had a minor impact on the simulation, and every cycle meeting defined criteria. There were lots of figures, correlating the initial role, the personality aspect, and random factor. It was a feast for Gamedec's mind. The codebreaker hummed and apparently took in the blue aspect. There's a flickering screen, Ken Zhao's portrait. Yellow. Professional gamer. Ken Zhao was a promising good-bad player, resilient to pain and brilliant. People said he would make the big time. During the pivotal match of his professional career, trolls, read by Herman Tick, interrupted the game and by ripping its world apart. Their action caused Ken to lose the seal he was carrying to the enemy fort. Zhao, mad, logged out of the game. That ended his career. Report on the recently completed cycle. Screen slid out completely, rose above the floor. Report on the recently completed cycle, cohesion verification process. That is weird. Okay, we're going to go back to trying different paths. I think, let's try yellow, red, yellow. That leads us here. Okay, yellow, red, yellow is the one that leads us here, I guess. Didn't we try? Wasn't it yellow, yellow, red that led us here? I thought it was yellow, yellow, red. Or was that the snail one? Yellow, yellow, red. No, that led us to, what's his name? Okay. So let's try red, yellow, yellow, and then that'll be all the ones with one red and two yellow, right? Red, yellow, yellow. See that where that leads us? And that led us to the stranger as well. Okay. Lots of paths to lead to the stranger, apparently. So let's try 2 red. No, let's try 3 red. We haven't tried 3 red, have we? Not sure what this is. It's got the thing where it's like I can't move, though. I can't seem to do anything. They're just sort of dancing there or something. I don't know. It's not letting me do anything. Just sort of watching them dance, I guess. Did we freeze somehow or something? It's not letting me do anything. Like it's not letting me do anything. It's not doing anything specific. Did it freeze or something? That's weird. That is weird. Try that again, I guess? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I do not have the knowledge. Because it felt like it froze. It was like we were sitting there for a minute, right? It should have done something. I don't know where it's going to put us, but I can't imagine it's going to put us too far back, right? Hello, Marshmallow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. We're slowly figuring our way out of this whole thingamabob, even though we have no idea what we're doing. Okay, so that leads us to... Okay, so we haven't acquired the one mode yet, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So what should we do now? so let's try just... I don't know if the paths got reset or if each one still leads to the same thing since we had an exit. There's this random encounter apparently that's supposed to pop up. I'm trying to make it a pop up, and I don't like it when things are RNG. It's like, you know, yeah. Apparently there's this one random one that shows up, and I'm trying to get it to pop. I'm assuming they're still the same though, right? More or less, the paths. There's a lot of paths that lead to the stranger, it seems like. There's a lot of paths that lead to the stranger. So that was red, red, green, right? Red, red, and yellow. We found a couple of unique ones as well. See, that's another. See, red, red, green, and red, red, yellow both led to the stranger. It's like, okay. I'm trying to find a specific thingy, but... So let's try red, green, red. Where does that lead us? That leads us to harvest. Is this harvest time? No, I was looking at the hovering breach in space, and through it I could glimpse a section of a street twisted and perverted. The surface of the breach was vibrating, crackling with electricity, which I heard over the whirring of a car engine behind it. A codebreaker entered domination mode and aimed its spear out the window between the worlds. 3 beams went through the breach and turned 3 old-timers into bloody shreds. Haha! The game system credited the kills to my account. Triple stealth kill, 9,000 points. My viewers would have been thrilled to see it. It was a shame I couldn't record it. I gave the ordered codebreaker and it modified something. Through the breach I saw a car speed into a street and twisted and perverted, slam into a theater wall and crash into the scene. So that was how Ken got a car into TP. Huh. Nicely done, pal. So that means Ken's been able to be here before. So Ken's been here before, and he's been here, like, for a while, apparently. That's interesting. Red, yellow, red. And then we'll do the different colors at the first. Okay. What is this? This window looks similar. Okay, so this is a Knight's Code break. I saw Lord Enlighten's private chambers. Further down there is a window going out the courtyard of the Han clan stronghold. Lord faced the breach I was looking through, engaged in a lively discussion with a person I couldn't see. Lord was mad. He was speaking in a raised voice. Umbra, I say again, you're using cheats. Eventually the admins will notice. Besides, I wasn't fond of this prison idea to begin with. This is the only way for us to achieve discipline, and besides, is recording their suffering, thoughts, and memories supposed to elicit discipline, Umbra? You're a sadist who revels in these recordings. Knight's Code doesn't have such functionality. It's dangerous. I demand you get rid of those goddamn cheats. I see we're laying our cards on the table, old boy. Fine, I'll close down the prison if you stop abusing the Outranger's captain's hubby. You viper, you know full well that was the Master of Laughter's idea, not mine. You couldn't stand up to him. You didn't have the strength to live on your own terms. But I do, you see. Yes, I'm a sadist. I love... Shut up. Shut up. I can't listen to this. So everything stays like it was. Very well, then. Hey, can you hear me? They don't hear me. Okay. That's interesting. So it does acknowledge... I mean, we pretty much assumed it was cheats, right? For her. The Master of Laughter directly asked him to do things. Green, red, red. Okay. And there's the stranger again. Hello, stranger. You show up a lot. You do show up a lot. Okay, so we'll try yellow, red, red, and then we'll go back to the breach and try to get the blue. Because I'm assuming all the others are going to be more or less the same as before. It's probably just game generated. I guess we could try that out, but what was the one for the slugs? For the snails, that could help determine if I can actually remember them. I don't know if it even matters to unlock those right now. Code leading to the expanse, green, yellow, green. Okay, what was the one for... What was the one for, Here we go. Okay, and then it was what? What was it? Search the car. It isn't doing the lights again. It's not doing the lights again. Okay. Guess we'll have to try to figure out what that one. It was red something, right? Oh, there it is. There's the random one. Panda's diorama. Okay, there we go. Now we can progress. It was what, red? It wasn't triple red, was it? Was it triple red? No, we have to have red to get to it. I feel like red was only in the middle. Red, yellow, green, maybe? No, because triple red... Oh, God. I hope it doesn't break again. No? Okay, so that's what it's supposed to do. That's what it's supposed to do. It gets me here. Okay, I see. So it did freeze up before, because we're supposed to be able to talk to Jester and just sort of froze up without talking to Jester, so it did freeze up. Okay. So let's see if we can figure out how to get to that one area. It was what, red? No, it was like green, red, yellow? I feel like red was in the middle. So let's try green, red, green. I feel like green was in the, red was in the middle, but I don't remember it. We haven't tried any triple combinations, so it's either... Okay, that got us to the snails. That's got us to the snails. So maybe it was yellow, red, green, red, yellow, red, yellow. Maybe. Yellow, red, yellow. There it was, the yellow. Okay, I knew it was in the middle somewhere. So let's activate these thingies again. Okay. Search the reports, and the Lord was green, wasn't he? Clan leader. That's got our portrait to start going up. Okay. Going to go ahead. Let's see. Just to make sure. Okay. Is that the right one? Don't know if that's the right one. Yeah, that's the right one. Not quite, no. Okay, this one. Okay, yeah, that one. There we go. Okay. And over here, Eleanor. Search the reports. Green. Yeah, green. Enslaved to Jeanette. No modifier. Okay. Okay, and then over here, kid. He's blue and gifted hacker. Blue, gifted hacker. Okay. I gave the codebreaker a mental order to examine which databases the mantra was connected to. Actor iterations appeared in my mind. I asked what it meant. Reports from the different scenarios the simulation actors partook in. Ken is yellow, professional gamer. Time to find out who's on the final screen. Okay. And I don't have the... Okay. The screen was floating just above the floor. On the screen I saw a portrait of someone I didn't know, yet looked strangely familiar. There was also an interface window. Green. Scalpel. No modifier. Gamedec. Received a job from Jeffrey Haggis. During the investigation, he found an entrance to the simulation editor. Database error 37. John Naba's order: keep Gamedec actor resources from simulation 314. Resource allocation code blue green blue. An image struck me. I walked up to a computer, put my hands on the keyboard. My fingers moved in a familiar way, entering the password. I felt a sudden ache as if it was coming from inside my mind. I saw my apartment, at least it looked like mine. A bliss hologram, a blue sky past the window, and the green glow of the computer screen. These were my memories, but from another time and place. That apartment was here. It was an Axis Mundi. I saw it again. I was standing in front of a computer, hands on the keyboard. My finger muscles were instinctively typing the password. It was a complex password. I watched as my fingers danced, but I soon lost track. But my body knew it. I knew the password. Procedural memory, also known as muscle memory. The subconscious part of my brain remembered the computer password in this apartment. All I had to do was put my fingers on the keyboard. The image began to fade like paint washed away by rain. I saw Axis Mundi around me again. Really not sure how to feel about this whole thingy. Let's try blue, green, blue. A computer, it was similar to mine. Enter password. I put my fingers on the keyboard. I took a deep breath and exhaled through my lips. One more time I recalled the vision from the gallery. I relaxed my shoulders, closed my eyes, imagined myself as that person. Inhaled, exhaled, didn't think. I let my fingers move on their own. My fingers hit the keys. I had no idea what they wrote. I knew touch typing, though couldn't recall the key layout, so looked at the screen. The password was correct. I had access to mail, even the system. Bliss? This guy's major domo was called Bliss. I could activate her. I wondered if this would work here. A text document appeared on the screen. A familiar hologram appeared. I wonder if she remembered me. Was that even possible? Welcome, stranger. Yes, welcome, Gamedec. Jester. I'm impressed that you've reached this place, even though you shouldn't be here. I guess I should thank you for Bliss's source codes you delivered to me through Lord. They proved very useful. If you want to talk, you know where to find me. Jester disappeared before I had the chance to speak. The bonsai tree. Bonsai tiger bark. Ficus refusa. I had a bonsai like it at... Wait, this tree is the same as mine, the same trunk and branches. It appeared to be an exact copy of my tree. No, there were minuscule differences. At first glance, it was my bonsai. What is this about? I didn't know what this was about. Every answer I could think of was either inadequate or too disturbing. Either way, it's a very strange find. I didn't have a twin brother. I didn't believe that someone was controlling me. Nothing would make sense then. Free will. A fig tree, neatly trimmed, well cultivated. There was nothing at first. Empty folders, empty documents. It looked as though all the data had been deleted. Multiple iterations of Bliss, multiple relationships with Gamedecs. What was this all about? Nothing in the email. One unsent mail to myself. I got dizzy. Dispersion in the cloud, the need to destroy the simulation, the tree of knowing, resets, all her plans here, motives. Too much information. I didn't know what to make of it. Perhaps the Diginet knew something could help me understand. Can you tell me something more about the letter? All I know is it contains the answers you're looking for, but how did you get hold of it in the first place? I must say it's as impressive as it is surprising. I feel I can trust you with something. Return to the refuge, the place where you obtained the code breaker, and put it on the statue. You will get access to all that has been hidden from you. To return to the refuge, follow the path of 3 yellow colors. Okay. I'll do that, I guess. 3 yellow, you said. 1, 2, 3. Finds out something, a codex entry. The labyrinth itself was created by the Diginet N314, but for what purpose? I thought they had built the labyrinth as the place to hide. I ordered the machine to place itself on the stone hands. I wondered what secret Eleanor would share with me. Codebreaker placed itself on the statue. Windows controlling Codebreaker appeared before my eyes. A few functions caught my eye. Codebreaker displayed a list of locations in the labyrinth, all color-coded. I had already visited some of the locations. Activating this function was supposed to make Codebreaker a more effective weapon against the force controlling Axis Mundi. Jester wouldn't appreciate such alternative events. A good ally is an enhanced ally. I activated the procedure. Nothing spectacular happened. All I got was confirmation that the enhancement function had been unlocked. I didn't know how to use it. I was hoping it would become apparent at the right moment. One of the options was a self-destruct protocol. Activating it would cause Codebreaker to self-destruct. Summon Codebreaker. The sphere left the stone hands and hovered near my shoulder. Eleanor went to the fringe. You are ready for what awaits you there. Good luck. Okay. Remind me, how do I get to the fringe? Blue, red, blue, maybe? That sounds good. Yeah, I have almost no idea what's going on anymore, but it says something's happening for sure. Refuge, Archive, Fringe of Axis Mundi, Eat and Peg Repository. Green, red, blue. The hell? Did we just get cooked? We just got cooked. Nom nom. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. Blue, red, blue, right? Okay.
Welcome to my domain.
The game deck. I see you've come to bother me at work.
You're finally here.
There you are. I believed in you, but you must run away from here. I'll help you. You're in Axis Mundi. There's no escaping this place. That's not true, game deck. You know what Axis Mundi really is, don't you? Simulation is the work of the Blue Whales Interactive Corporation. There are breaches in Axis Mundi that lead to other sensory worlds. Gained access to the psychologues of people I met in Realium. There are cycles in simulation that have lasted anywhere from a few weeks to a few months. These cycles end with resets. Seems the so-called simulation affects only sensory worlds, or everything, or Axis Mundi. What does the simulation contain? What is Axis Mundi? Game editor, game created by the DigiNet. Trap world, labyrinth with no exit. What is exit? X. Inside the tree of knowing, codebreaker in the labyrinth. After my death, my avatar respawns in the same place. It's an editor of worlds, precisely. Axis Mundi is a tool for creating sensory worlds, which includes everything you've experienced so far. There's no escaping the simulation created by Axis Mundi. That's not true, game deck. The simulation has its limits. You can escape it from this place, the exact place of Fringe. I'm afraid you're mistaken. It is my understanding that simulation affects everything, sensory world and Realium. Jester nodded, feigning sadness. I don't trust you, game deck, but if you're really thinking about leaving the simulation, I may be able to do something about that. Before you decide anything, hear me out. What's going on here? You found me, just like I asked. You haven't forgotten about me. It's all too much. I don't understand how I got here, but I know this. We are surrounded by deceit, and Jester watches over it. We are connected. You and me. These people we met before. What did you mean when you mentioned a connection? Don't you feel it? Do you think it's a coincidence you found me? That you've made it through this labyrinth? Jester pushed against the DigiNet's barrier. Whom can I trust? I'm going to go with the DigiNet since that seems to be our only choice right now. Hold it, fool. You're falling apart. It's clear that real AM is toxic to you. Jester froze for a fraction of a second, or it just seemed that way to me. He gave us a faint smile. Interesting buff, but ineffective. I ordered Codebreaker to use his entire destructive power and obliterate the fool. It's pointless. He'll be back. I bought us some time. Here's 314 out later. It's important. She gave the Codebreaker and created breach in space. I ordered Codebreaker to give the DigiNet access to my resources. This would let her tighten her barrier. Thank you. You're happy to see me, right? Run, I'll stall him. Okay. Okay. Oh, and now we're here. You've done it. Now rise and come with me. I'll tell you how to escape to reality.